with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' three-game series against the Marlins this weekend was anything but encouraging. The Snakes were swept, which included an extra inning loss and two other gut-punching losses, and they're now one game under 500. 5 game backs in the wild card and still figuring out if they should be buyers or sellers come the trade deadline. And here was manager Torey Lovullo after the series.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out, and that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team, and when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving.
Ryan Nelson and the Snakes will go again tonight against division foe, the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, NBA free agency will officially get underway today at 3 p.m. And over the weekend, the Phoenix Suns retained center Nick Richards. And with the point guard position still a necessity, find out who could fill the need at Arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here they come.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Wake up, sports fans. It's a beautiful summer day, and I know that because play has begun at Wimbledon, and the grass looks fantastic.
For now.
You could play a match on it, roll it home, and take it home and get high to the bejesus belt.
See, the thing about this stuff is...
Right. It's like Northern California,
you play
Sensimilla.
36 holes on this stuff in the afternoon.
It's one of the bummer things about Wimbledon is, I mean, just look how beautiful the courts look right now. In about a week, they'll look grounded down. By the end of the tournament, they'll be burnt out. It's crazy.
During their biggest matches and when the most eyes are on them, it looks the worst.
Yep. Back in the day, it used to be the baseline to baseline would get totally chewed up like it will this year, but there used to be a line from the baseline up to the net because there was so much serve and volleying going on.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's so little service return that you don't get that dirt path going to the net.
Ain't that the truth?
There's no way to fix that, right? It's just the wear and tear of the grass.
It's grass,
It's grass.
You can't sort of like maintain it as the tournament goes on. I'm sure they must do something.
Now, Vinny's on vacation next week. I think Vinny should get on a plane and go to Wimbledon.
Oh, yes.
Vinny's on a vacation far away.
He's not going to
Gonna
Wimbledon.
stick
Do you have plans?
around in town. Might be going to San Diego.
Okay.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Looking at hotels. D-backs are there. Might catch some baseball games. We'll see.
You are a glutton for punishment.
I know, right? Well, I figure if they need a bullpen arm, I'll be there and ready to go.
Right. All right, before we get going today, I've got a dad joke for you, Jared. Courtesy of the Bezos wedding in Venice.
Oh, God. Okay.
What do you call two people who share an Amazon account?
What do you call two people who share an Amazon account? I don't know. What is it?
The answer, primates.
Primate.
That is a dad joke.
I love it.
Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
We'll call it the Carlin Kibosh. Jared Carlin predicted a sweep for the Diamondbacks this weekend. He was right, just in the wrong end.
You took me out of context.
Lose again to the Marlins 6-4. Miami got 5 runs in the 8th with Jalen Beeks on the mound. Where the hell is Beeks? I'll tell you where he's going to be.
Yeah.
Beeks walked 3 batters in the inning, and Otto Lopez made them hurt with a 2-run single that gave the Marlins a 3-2 lead after an intentional walk to load the bases. Kyle Stowers cleared the bases with a 3-run double to make it 6-2. D-backs would get a bit closer in the bottom of the 8th. Jose Herrera scored on a wild pitch. Gino Suarez singled in Geraldo Perdomo, but they would get no closer. Arizona.
Beeks. Where in the hell is Beeks?
Arizona's bullpen walked 7 batters from the 6th inning on. Miami completes the 3-game sweep, despite trailing in all 3 games this weekend. D-backs swept for the 3rd time this year, first time at home, and they're once again under 500 at 41-42. No rest. Giants in town for a 4-game series starting tonight at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson on the mound for the D-backs. He's given up just 2 earned runs over his last 3 starts. Diamondbacks 3-0 in those games. He'll be faced by San Francisco right-hander Logan Webb, 3rd in the National League with a 2.52 ERA. First pitch tonight, 6:40. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6.
Yeah, dark times indeed, Vinny. We are past the halfway mark of the baseball season, and the Diamondbacks are under 500. Not good.
NBA free agency getting underway this week. As a matter of fact, tonight, 9 o'clock Arizona time, Suns making some moves. They tendered a 2-way qualifying offer to point guard Colin Gillespie. He is now a restricted free agent tonight at 9. Phoenix also picked up its $8.1 million team option on the 2025-26 season on guard Vasa Micic, but that is to complete the Mark Williams trade, which will again be finalized on July 6th. And the contract of center Nick Richards became fully guaranteed yesterday at a figure of $5 million, that for the upcoming season. LeBron James exercising his $52.6 million player option for the upcoming season, according to his agent Rich Paul of Clutch Sports. James averaged 24.4 points last season, his 22nd in the NBA. There's all kinds of speculation on what's going on with LeBron in LA right now.
There's a lot of rumblings that he might be asking for a trade. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yes. James Harden, he's declining his $36.3 million player option. He plans on re-signing with the Clippers on a 2-year, $81.5 million deal. Center DeAndre Ayton has agreed to a contract buyout with the Portland Trail Blazers, and he will enter the free agent market. Ain't that something? Minnesota Timberwolves forward Julius Randle intends to sign a 3-year, $100 million deal to stay with the team. That deal includes a player option for the 27-28 season. He averaged 18 points, 6.8 rebounds, 5.2 assists. T-Wolves also bringing back Naz Reid on a 5-year, $125 million deal. That includes a player option in the final year. He was, of course, the league's 6th man of the year in 23-24. The Rockets intend to sign forward Jabari Smith. 5 years, $122 million, according to the reports. Smith, not part of the deal, coming to Phoenix, much to the chagrin of many Suns fans. Jazz and Hornets getting together on a trade. Figure this one out. Utah sending guard Colin Sexton to Charlotte along with a 2031 pick for former Suns center Yusuf Nurkic.
Bizarre. Danny Ainge is getting killed for this trade.
Yeah.
Bizarre move.
Forward Duncan Robinson declined his $20 million early termination option with the Heat. He will become a free agent. And the NBA is once again a one Bogdanovich league. Bojan Bogdanovic announcing his retirement on Sunday after 10 seasons with 6 different teams. One other NBA note, not on the court. Detroit Pistons guard Malik Beasley being investigated by the United States District Attorney's Office on allegations of gambling related to NBA games and prop bets. The allegations are from the 23-24 season when Beasley was a member of the Milwaukee Bucks. Beasley's attorney, Steve Haney, told ESPN, quote, as of now, he hasn't been charged with anything. That sounds promising.
Yeah, it does.
Pistons and Beasley were in discussions on a new 3-year, $42 million contract, but those talks have been put on hold.
Well, you think he made that much money in his prop bet gambling that it was worth it?
Maybe. I mean, he famously dropped the ball that led to a playoff loss. Of course, that was this season, not the season under investigation.
That's right.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Mercury's win streak snapped at 6 straight. They fell to the Aces 84-81 at PHX Arena on Sunday. Phoenix led 81-79 after Kalia Copper's 3 with 1:25 to go, but the Aces got layups from Jackie Young and Asia Wilson. Closed the game on a 5-0 run to put it in the win column. Wilson had 26 points and 18 rebounds to lead Las Vegas. Mercury in Dallas to face Paige Beckers and the Wings on Thursday. United States men's national team beat Costa Rica 4-3 in penalty kicks to advance to the CONCACAF. I love that acronym. Gold Cup semifinals in Minneapolis.
Just rolls off the tongue.
It does. It's 8 letters.
That's ridiculous.
The U.S. will face Guatemala on Wednesday in the semifinals in St. Louis, Mexico, taking on Honduras in the other semifinal match. And Wimbledon, don't call it Wimbledon, got underway today at the All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club. A couple of highly seeded Americans in action today, including 12th seed Francis Tiafoe. He's already a winner, straight sets over Elmer Muller of Denmark. 5th seeded Taylor Fritz taking on France's Giovanni Pecci-Perricard on the women's side. Top seed Arena Sabalenka on court 1 against Canada's Carson Brandstein.
Do you think the croquet
Carlos
player,
Alcaraz also in action right now.
Do you think the croquet players are the ones really pushing to keep that in the name of the place?
Are they? Like all the croquet players just displaced for 2 weeks? Like all these damn tennis fans.
Right? I think they're kind of known for their tennis there, but I guess they full name.
Hey, it's always been part of the name.
Yeah.
You've been there. Have you checked out the croquet facilities?
Never.
Are they
top
notch? Top notch.
Ahoy, Palloy. I know, it's so stupid.
There you go. There is your splash for this final day of June. Believe it or not.
Wow.
Coming up next, did the greatest player in NBA history just request a trade? Michael Jordan requested a trade? What a crazy story, Jarrett. Let's get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the All-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. $1,600 and new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Broncos Ford stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, the fun gets started tonight in the NBA free agency. I don't know what to expect with free agency. With second apron and all these teams trying to avoid it. Some teams, the Boston Celtics, have already gotten out of the second apron with the moves that they've made. The Phoenix Suns, their goal will be to get out of the second apron in the coming weeks. And a lot of that will hinge on the Bradley Beal situation, Bick. But there was something interesting that happened on Sunday. The report that came out that LeBron James is exercising his player option for the upcoming season at $52.6 million. That's not the interesting part. Mm-hmm. The interesting part is what his agent, Rich Paul, said in a statement to ESPN. Quote, LeBron wants to compete for a championship. He knows the Lakers are building for the future. He understands that, but he values a realistic chance of winning it all. We are very appreciative of the partnership that we've had for 8 years with Jeannie Buss, Rob Pelinka, and consider the Lakers as a critical part of his career. We understand the difficulty in winning now while preparing the future. We do want to evaluate what's best for LeBron at this stage of his life and career. He wants to make every season he has left count, and the Lakers understand that, are supportive, and want what's best for him. So a lot of people see this and go, okay, he opted in because there's $52.6 million on the table.
Right.
But you can't weigh wanting to compete for a championship and the Lakers, quote-unquote, building for the future. Is there a trade request coming?
A lot to unpack here. First of all, the idea that he opted into that $52.6 million contract for 1 year tells you by definition that he and the Lakers did not come to an agreement, or the Lakers didn't even want to mess around with adding years to his contract. So that was the first thing that jumped out to me. And there's a genuine belief that for the Lakers, what matters more than anything is August 2nd, which is when they can get Luka's signature on a long-term deal. That matters to them a lot more than LeBron James. So why would LeBron James opt into a number like this? Well, because he didn't have any options, one. B, he could be doing what he's done in the past, which is encouraging the Lakers to go get more talent by putting loosely veiled threats out there that this team around me isn't good enough. Well, if you want to do that, that's an awful high number to sign for. You could, if you really cared most about adding quality players, you might want to work on a lesser number. So you put all that together, and the fact that the reaction from the Lakers, if this would have been in years past, if there were no Luka Doncic in LA right now, that kind of statement from Rich Paul would have caused seismic rumblings in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem to care. They know that their time with LeBron is coming to an end, and I get the idea they would be okay with trading him.
Yeah.
So we're going to see where this thing goes. I do know this, that all the NBA information brokers, Brian Windhorst, they spent a good chunk of time working on this over the weekend because that statement from Rich Paul triggered off alarms everywhere.
It did. Here's Brian Windhorst yesterday speaking. We know Brian Windhorst is LeBron's best friend. Right? Here's Brian Windhorst on the LeBron statement.
I felt they were clear as mud. I'm not really sure what they are trying to communicate. He has 100% full control of his situation. He had an option to become a free agent today, which he bypassed. And he's one of two players in the league that has a no-trade clause, LeBron and Bradley Beal. And so when it comes to trade, he has total control over whether he gets traded, what he gets traded for, etc. So the Lakers don't have any control. They can only receive his notification of the player option, and if he would like to be traded, he can communicate that. He hasn't done that. And so the ball's in LeBron's court.
All right.
Here's the other thing that bothers me before we get into the LeBron thing. There's a feeling in Los Angeles that, look, Giannis might be available, and unbelievably so, Nikola Jokic might be available. Now, that's only theoretical, but Josh Kroenke pulled open the lid on that Pandora's box. So the Lakers are monitoring that stuff. Wouldn't it just be our luck for them not only to get Luka in a gift trade in the middle of night, but then to,
Why not all three? Luka, Giannis, and Jokic.
And Jokic.
Oh, look, I know you punctuated that with a laugh. It's only a matter of time before one of them ends up there.
I tend to agree with that.
Well, think about it. In that context, it's not so crazy then that they wouldn't be against trading LeBron.
Yeah, that's it.
But
Get that
the problem
money
with LeBron is he's 50 years old. He can stretch and kick and stretch.
Right.
Here's Brian Windhorst and Bobby Marks today on Get Up about, is there a market for LeBron?
If he wanted to be traded, is there even a market for him at this point?
To be sensitive to LeBron, who's considered one of the greatest of all time, there isn't, and here's why, Dan. He's making $53 million. He's in his last year of his contract. He's 40 years old, and I talked to numerous teams yesterday and asked that same question. Would you give up basically the farm? And basically you'd have to give up 4 or 5 players to go get LeBron James for 1 year. And the unanimous answer was no, they wouldn't. Now, the stakes change a lot if LeBron James ever became a free agent and did some type of buyout in Los Angeles. There you would have 29 teams lined up for him. But from a trade perspective, and here's a hypothetical, his former team, the Cleveland Cavaliers, who are in this second apron and have spent a lot of money, they would basically have to trade about 6 players, Dan, just to go out and get him for 1 year. And as one team told me, that's not smart business.
No, it's not.
No.
But also on the LeBron side, he opted in. He could have been a free agent, as Brian Windhorst said in the previous clip.
Right.
Now, he wasn't going to get $53 million on the open market.
There you go. There you go. So that's I find
Headline, LeBron James all about the money.
The greatest player in history. Barf. When you and so the rumors are that there's some buzz around the Dallas Mavericks because they've got bigs. Lakers need them.
Oh, I know where the Lakers are going for a big. DeAndre Ayton.
Oh, boy.
He's going to be a free agent, Vic.
Oh, boy.
I've seen that connected several times already.
Yeah.
Wow. Ain't that something?
And he's a massive upgrade over Jackson Hayes. We can say
well,
that with
we can say that with confidence.
Can you imagine that? Luka and DA.
No. It would be
playing together
in Los Angeles.
In Los Angeles.
If you were to tell a Phoenix Suns fan that exact statement 4 years,
2018,
4 or 5 years ago, what? No.
we have to talk about this real quick. We'll get back into the Ayton thing a little bit more later on.
Yeah.
This is the condition of the Phoenix fan. And I'm not saying it's widespread, but I've seen a couple people pop up and say, oh, man, is there any connection there for the Suns?
Oh,
no!
Oh, come on.
There's not any connection.
Oh,
Do
my
you see what they
goodness.
did last week? Just because once upon a time X player wore the Suns uniform doesn't mean there's an avenue to come back that makes sense.
And here's the counter. I saw people say, well, he always wanted to play power forward. And what position do they really need?
No, thank you.
If he comes back, I might have to take the season off.
Listen, I'll take Chris Paul back, not DA.
And Mikal Bridges we want too.
I'd take Cam Johnson back.
Yeah.
There's not very many clear paths to make those happen.
No.
The Chris Paul thing could happen quite easily.
Very easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into it as we are nearing the beginning of the free agent period. Starts tonight, 9 o'clock Arizona time, and a lot of things that need to be done for the Suns, but will they be done? Coming up next, the Diamondbacks get the short end of the broom by the Miami Marlins over the weekend. We'll go over it in D-Backs Daily next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
5 years ago when the Suns picked 10th and Tyrese Halliburton fell to them and they let him go. I'm not looking at this saying Malawach is going to turn into what Tyrese Halliburton has turned into. They're going to be asked to do very different things. They play very different positions. But in the moments leading up, when like the 8th pick was there and the 9th pick was there and Toronto was on the clock, after Brooklyn made their pick, you're like, wait a minute, is a guy that should probably not be there going to be there at 10? And where I do draw the parallel and then the story parts ways is they actually took the guy at 10 this time. They actually went with conventional wisdom.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Will Swartz here, owner of State 48 Home Comfort. Got a quote for a new AC unit? Don't lock it in just yet. We're offering the best value in town, beating estimates by up to 20%. You heard that right, up to 20%. It's simple. Go to submittosave.com, upload your quote, and see how much you can save. That's submit2save.com. Again, that's submit2save.com. Let me help you keep cool, save big, and experience comfort you can count on this summer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are in full swing. What's the hot deal this June?
Hey, Dave, we're bringing the heat with unbeatable offers. All month long, save $12,500 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Every driver scores this June with summer savings that deliver. So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' 3-game series against the Marlins this weekend was anything but encouraging. The Snakes were swept, which included an extra inning loss on Saturday and 2 other gut-punching losses. They're now 1 game under 500, 5 games back in the wild card, and still figuring out if they should be buyers or sellers come the trade deadline. But they go again today. Ryan Nelson will be on the mound as the San Francisco Giants come to town. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, NBA free agency will officially get underway tonight and over the weekend. The Suns retained center Nick Richards, and with the point guard position still a necessity, find out who could fill the need at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Diamondbacks trying to avoid a sweep against the Marlins after dropping Friday and Saturday's games in frustrating fashion. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Snakes against Miami right-hander Cal Quantrill. It would be the Marlins on the board first on Sunday. 1 out, top of the first. DH Agustin Ramirez tripled to right field. Rodriguez responded by striking out Heriberto Hernandez. But then while facing Eric Wagaman, the D-backs defense got sloppy again.
2 balls, no strikes. Swung on, he got jammed. Weekly grounds it to third. Suarez, bare hand pickup, fires it over the head of Pavin Smith, and it one-hops over the railing. A run is going to score, and it's going to put Wagaman at second base.
It was an infield single. The Suarez error put Wagaman on second, but either way, 1-0 Miami at that point. Diamondbacks would answer in the bottom of the second. A Eugenio Suarez single leading off against Quantrill. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. grounded into a fielder's choice for the first out of the inning, but that brought up Jake McCarthy.
Full count, we do it again. The payoff is swung on. That's barreled out to deep center field. Going back, Sanoja. That is going to be off the top of the wall. Gurriel flying towards third. He's going to be waved around, and the throw is cut off. Diamondbacks tie it on the McCarthy triple.
Only McCarthy's second extra base hit of the year. It's tied the score at 1-1. Quantrill kept McCarthy stranded at third by striking out Randall Grichuk and Alec Thomas to end the inning. D-backs would grab the lead in the third. 2 outs, bases empty for Ketel Marte.
There's a swing and a high, deep drive to right. The D-backs back in front, 2-1. It's Marte's 17th and another no-doubt shot as he continues his all-star form.
Marte went first pitch. Hunting destroyed a splitter 410 feet to right center field. D-backs had the lead for the first time of the day. Erod, meanwhile, kept posting zeros. Miami had 2 runners on in the 4th. Rodriguez got Nick Fortes to foul out to Gurriel and left to end the threat. Then in the 5th, Javier Sanoa singled with 1 out. Then an error on Suarez put runners on the corners. Erod followed by striking out Ramirez and walking Hernandez to load the bases, but struck out Wagaman to end another Miami threat. Rodriguez would walk Dane Myers leading off the 6th, then got Norby to fly out to right. That would end his day. 108 pitches in just 5 1/3 innings, but he left with his team in front. The problem is they had to go to the bullpen. Ryan Thompson came in. He got the final 2 outs of the 6th. D-backs bats were silent after Marte's home run in the 3rd. In fact, they would go hitless for 4 innings. Another thing that keeps popping up. More self-induced peril for Thompson in the 7th. He walked 3 straight hitters to start the inning, although the first, Sanoa, was thrown out by Jose Herrera trying to steal second. Kyle Backus would get the bullpen call with 1 out and 2 Marlins on.
And Backus tries again. Here is the pitch. It's swung on and it's popped up. Out into shallow right. There is McCarthy, and he's got it. Nice job, Kyle Backus. Works around the trouble.
Yeah, so the 7th ends. D-back's still up, and you're starting to think, wow, is this going to be a rare, heroic performance by the bullpen?
No.
The bullet dodging would end in the 8th. Lefty Jalen Beeks on to start the inning. He walked Myers, then struck out Norby and Sanchez. Then he walked Hicks and Sanoa to load the bases for Otto Lopez.
The 2-1. Swung on and a base hit into left field. And the dam is finally broken. Myers will score. Hicks trying to score behind him. He does. Both runners take the extra 90. And now the Marlins lead at 3-2 with 2 outs in the 8th inning.
And they got the lead back, but they were not done with first base open. Torey Lovello called for the free pass to Ramirez to load the bases for Kyle Stowers.
First pitch rip into right center field. A base hit. This might clear the bases. Scoring is Sanoa. Lopez right behind him. And here comes Ramirez. It's a 3-run double into right center. And the Marlins now take a commanding 6-2 lead.
You can hear the grumbling of among the Sunday afternoon crowd at Chase Field. 6-2 at that point. D-backs will get 2 back in the 8th. Herrera scored on a wild pitch. Suarez knocked in Perdomo to make it 6-4. But Jake McCarthy, representing the go-ahead run, struck out. D-backs would then go down in order quietly in the 9th. And they get the wrong end of the broom. The 3-game sweep with from the Miami Marlins 6-4, the final. Here's Torey Lovello.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out, and that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team, and when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving. So we gotta fight through this. We gotta fight through these tough times. Make sure that we're focused every single day and going out there and doing our job. And when we do, that's when it's going to get better. And it's a collective effort. It starts with me, to the coaches, to the trainers, medical staff, strength coaches, and the players. And there's a common denominator here that we're not winning baseball games, and we got to find a way to win baseball games.
Yeah. Look, you want to talk about a team with issues.
Mm-hmm.
The starting pitching is spotty at best. The bullpen is it's not a major league bullpen right now. And we saw that over the weekend. I mean, for a 9.24 ERA in this series alone for the bullpen, the defense has been terrible pretty much all season long. Saw that again over the weekend. And the offense disappears for large stretches. Again, happened yesterday. 4 innings without a hit. They got the lead, and then there's an easing on the gas pedal. The best thing that could happen to this team might be about a 12-game losing streak, Bick. Clear it up.
To provide clarity?
Yes.
Maybe.
If the deadline is today, or if this is the week of the deadline, what are you doing?
No, I'm selling.
I am too.
After this weekend, listen, I had my kids over yesterday. They were in the pool. They were having a great time. I'm sitting on the couch going, they better win this game for this time that I've just allotted to them in the middle of a Sunday afternoon. And sure enough, Jalen Beeks gives up another lead just like he did on Saturday when they coughed up a 7-3 lead. I could not believe. And right now, the Marlins, if you looked at them and you didn't know their record, you would think that's a really good baseball team. But they're not. They've won a lot of games in a row, courtesy of the Diamondbacks. So they're playing well now at the moment. But I was literally shocked at how easy they made late game comebacks seem. And you nailed it. This is not a major league bullpen at the moment. Ryan Thompson, I don't know what's happened to him. Jalen Beeks, as we raved about him as a godsend for most of the year.
Nightmare weekend.
There's no toothpaste left in that thing. You know what I mean? It's like the Robert Ellis thing. He was great and filled a void for a while. You could even see yesterday Torey Lovullo going to the mound to get the balls from relievers, just the look on his face. Like, can anybody here get him it out?
Beeks. Yeah, I forgot all about that guy.
Here's Lovullo.
And all the walks, Vinny, the walks.
Yeah. I haven't seen that many walks since, well, yesterday. Here's Torey Lovullo. Doesn't know what's wrong with Beeks.
I don't know. I've asked a lot of them. Maybe there's a little fatigue factor in there. I'm not sure, but yeah, it happened in a hurry. I think he got two of the first three batters he got out, and then it just kind of unwound from there. So overall, I want everybody's best at the most critical time, and it just unfortunately didn't happen. He started walking some batters and spraying the ball around a little bit, and that can't happen. So I'm not sure. It was a quick turnaround from yesterday. I know there was some frustration that was built in around his outing yesterday, and maybe that carried over to today, but he's going to figure that out.
Yeah, and Torey Lovullo talks so much, Bick, about standards, and he's been very clear on that and consistent throughout his tenure as the manager of the Diamondbacks, but their play has not met standards. He talked about that.
We have a certain standard here. I don't like expectation. We use the word expectation, so we have a certain standard here. When we fall below that standard, that's what really bothers me. And I know we've taken on a lot of injuries, right? With some excellent players that some will be missing for weeks, some will be missing for a year. But we gotta play up to our standard. If we do that and we lose a game, I'm fine with it. But if we don't, I'm gonna get frustrated. So, yeah, I'm certainly frustrated because this year was supposed to be totally different, and we're right there. We could just start playing our game. We're gonna be okay. So when I watch things happen like they happen today, night after night after night, I'm not gonna say that they're gonna hear that and get frustrated. It's not every night. Occasionally I see games like this where we beat ourselves, and that's really frustrating.
Yeah, it was the defense over the weekend. I mean, what Suarez did at third base yesterday was an abomination. I mean, go back to Saturday's game. Was it Saturday or Friday? When did Merrill Kelly pitch?
Friday.
One of the throws he made to first base on a play where he just should have eaten the ball. Oof, not even close to the base.
Yeah.
They continue to beat themselves. And this is a team right now that is hoping that role players or gap fillers right now are 10 times better than they actually are capable of being. And that's not a recipe for success.
Friday night, Ketel Marte comes up with the bases loaded, and you're thinking, here it is. Here's the honeymoon storybook Hollywood ending that is going to sort of play on the Dan Bickley fantasy that the scene in Chicago is going to galvanize this team, and he whiffs.
Struck out looking.
And you're like, oh. And the weekend it kept getting worse. Yeah, there's a lot of, we've got anger in the conversation now. There have been a couple of weekends where the crowd has kind of been like in disbelief or maybe sad but quiet. There are a lot of anger, a lot of boos yesterday, a lot of angry emails in my inbox this morning. There's a lot of people ticked off by this baseball team. The up and down nature, that it'll do that.
Yeah. Today is the day. Text Firework to 620. Listen starting at 7 a.m. Actually, just keep listening now if you're listening to me for your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7, 11, and 4 o'clock hours through Wednesday, so don't miss your chance. Text Firework to 620 now. Coming up next, is Kyler Murray the most underrated quarterback in the NFL? Well, one teammate thinks so. We'll reveal who that teammate is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620 and listen for your name now through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Like I say all the time, I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. And I know that because they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. And last week I went back to their Chandler facility, got both of my elbows treated. And in about 3 more treatments, my elbows are going to be back to 100% normal. I know that because regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. They harness and direct your body's natural ability to heal itself to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And the results, the patient satisfaction reports, they're through the roof. 92% success rate at QC Kinetics, and Emmitt Smith, former NFL legend, raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him deal with his joint pain. Make the summer of 2025 the time you reclaim your mobility, your independence, your ability to walk and run and play and live the way you want to. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hey, it's Gamble. Burnsy's back. How much better can the Suns be this season based solely on who they drafted? We'll continue talking the Suns' new horizon on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
No, I would say K1 just because, we haven't had a lot of national games and, people kind of see him as a short guy, but this guy can make all the throws inside the pocket, outside the pocket, and he's quick. You see it on tape. He's outrunning everybody all the time. Even like that 49ers game, where in San Fran, he points up to the touchdown, 40, 50 yards away, knowing he was going to score. I haven't seen a QB do that. So it's definitely exciting, but it's cool to just lay under the weeds and have him be that underrated guy and just kind of show who he is this year and, throughout the whole season.
That is Budda Baker of the Arizona Cardinals appearing on the Mina Kimes show. Asked the question whom he believes is the most underrated quarterback in the league. Kind of predictable. He would say his own quarterback. I kind of wish there was a caveat there. I would love to know who he really believes is the most underrated. With all due respect to Budda Baker, and we have Kyler Murray discussions all the time, I think Kyler Murray at this point of his career is very properly rated.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to look at the results. And he's going into year 7 as an NFL starter.
Yep.
And he's 9 games under 500 as an NFL starter.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't all fall on the quarterback, but you can't say that he's played at an all-pro level and the rest of the team has let him down either.
Right. Yeah, no, listen, I think he is properly rated because going into the year 7, he is still a starter. He's still well-regarded. He's still top 15 in the NFL, yet there's still skepticism. I think underrated, that doesn't wash. Now, there are times, the thing about Kyler Murray is there are times when he does things that few others, if no other quarterbacks can do. And those are the moments that really kind of hit his teammates like Budda Baker and James Conner. We've had moments where Kyler Murray has made plays that has drawn the utmost respect from the hardcore football players in the NFL. But there's also the other stuff, and it's all in there in one place, and that's what Kyler Murray has to do this year. His final mission is to be an excellent football player 16 out of 17 games a year. Give him every quarterback gets a bad game.
Yeah, like a freebie, mulligan, whatever you want to call it.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So he has got to be consistently excellent in everything he does. Can he do it? I like his chances better than I did a couple years ago. But
that's a good way to put it, though. It's like consistently excellent. It's not like good, okay for 8 games, great for 5 games, and bad for 4, whatever the math does.
Right.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not just be like a serviceable quarterback for half the games. You have to be excellent.
Yeah.
The frustrating part, I think, for Kyler's 2024 season was it wasn't even really bad games. It was bad stretches. I mean, his lowest single game quarterback rating was in a game they won. That was the Monday night game against the Chargers. He had a rating of 67, threw for only 145 yards, but they won that game. I mean, if you look at down the stretch, the losses that started to pile up, the Seattle game, it was a bad stretch. The Minnesota game, they lose by 1 point, 2 interceptions. The next Seattle game, 2 interceptions. The numbers look decent. The Carolina game, the Rams game, all of these were just bad stretches. So it wasn't even like bad games. The one bad game he had, they won that game. So maybe it's just for Kyler Murray. And I know this topic came up earlier in the offseason, Bick, with I think it was with Burns and Gambo when Jonathan Gannon was talking about it, about how many games does he need to be great? And the belief was he was right there. Just eliminate those stretches, eliminate those costly turnovers. We're probably talking about the Cardinals as a returning playoff team this year. That didn't happen. Here's more from Budda Baker talking with Mina Kimes, sharing something about Kyler Murray that maybe people don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that he goes about practice. He practices really hard. He dictates, he tells the receivers what to do, how to do it. You can see after each and every play, he's communicating to his guys to, okay, if you were supposed to sit in that zone, to sit in the zone, or if you were, in that man, keep going. He's kind of been in his bag this whole off season, doing no look throws and having, a great off season training camp. So K1's gonna, he's gonna run a little bit more, a little outside of the pocket, inside the pocket throws. He's going to kind of do it all, and he's going to get all his guys the rock.
And that's been talked a lot about this offseason too, about the running from Kyler Murray. He's acknowledged it. Hey, I'm going to run a little bit more. I want to see it. I want to see it before I believe it.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that and the idea that they want to really kind of capitalize on his ability to throw while creating those plays outside the pocket. So instead of always tucking the ball and running, which I also do want to see, I do want to see more of gouging teams and gashing teams, because you know what happens when Kyler Murray takes off? Everybody starts, coalescing around him because he is so elusive. And so there have got to be big plays to be had downfield. If you're a defender and you see Kyler Murray breaking the pocket, I don't think your necessary inclination is to stick with your receiver. It's to, we got to go corral that dude. So, yeah, there's a lot he has got to prove. And you know what? It's really, you can talk about it being aesthetic. You can talk about it being statistical. It's really going to come down to, are the Cardinals in the playoffs? Are they going to win their division? There are people over the weekend, a couple of media people I saw wrote that the Cardinals might win the division. They have what it takes to win the division. One headline, Cardinals could very easily win NFC West. I agree with the thought, but like you said, Vinny, they're going to have to prove it. They're going to have to show it.
Yeah, a lot of proving.
Yeah.
Buda Baker talked about a lot of other things, too. Here's him sharing his favorite story about Jonathan Gannon with Mina Kimes.
Oh man, he like you said, he's that fiery guy all the time. That's just who he is. He cares about the game so much. Shoot, I mean, we can go as little as this OTAs. There was this certain situation that we were talking about, and he got loud, just got very loud at us. And then next thing you know, he takes a couple deep breaths like, all right, I'm good now. All right, I'm good now. So it's like so much energy. We're like, oh, dang, like what's going on? Then takes a couple deep breaths and he's like, all right, I'm good now. I'll go back to coaching. So that fiery guy that you see at the combine, that's who he is to a T.
Less than a month away from the beginning of training camp for the Arizona Cardinals. Big year for the Cardinals, playoffs or bust. We'll get into that more as we get closer to the season.
Oh, I think we're probably going to have, I'm going to say between now and December, that is basically what? How many months now? That's basically going to be 5 more months ahead of us. Mm-hmm. I would say we're probably going to have 250 Kyler Murray conversations.
Sure. I'll keep that. I'll keep that line.
Yeah, keep the line.
Are you taking the over or the under, Sammy?
Yeah, that's a great question. But on Buda, real quick, if you had never heard him talk, you would never think that's what he sounds like. By the way,
that is true.
He's very gentle sounding.
Yes. If you've only watched him on the football field, and then
you would say
he
does. Yeah, no. he does not sound like that.
That is very true.
You would think it'd be more like Ray Lewis.
Yeah, but without all the phoniness. Today is the day. Text firework to 620-620. And starting in the 7 o'clock hour, listen for your name for your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours through Wednesday, so don't miss your chance. You can still get involved. Text firework to 620-620 right now. Coming up next, are the Suns any closer to answering the offseason's biggest question, Beal or no Beal? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
4 minutes next year. Fleming or Malawatch?
I think Fleming.
I think so, too. It's interesting.
I think Fleming.
Now, Mark Williams gets hurt because he's going to get hurt.
Right. That's why you just go, what happens with the centers? I honestly think the odd guy out is Oso. But I know. You like him. You're an Oso guy?
A lot of people like him. Yeah, he had like a fairly productive rookie year for the position that he was put in. Like, didn't get any faith from the coaching staff whatsoever. Look, if they're trying to get rid of him, Gambo, a smart team is going to send like a second-round pick or two for him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my new friends at Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, age, as in if your house is around 15 years old, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that were proof my windows are shot. So if you have noticed your summer electrical bills going through the roof lately, it might be your windows, and Advanced Window Products your best option. They're Arizona's premier window replacement replacement surgery. Remember NFL linebacker Nate Orchard? He's co-owner of the company, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and that's because they have their own factory. There is no middleman. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life, and also because of their high volume of business, they get preferred pricing from their glass and vinyl suppliers, and they will give you the highest energy-efficient window in the state, manufactured for the Arizona climate. Very, very important. Even better, Arizona Advanced Window Products offering a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, you get a $2,500 discount. Find out more by calling 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans ineligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in 7625.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' 3-game series against the Marlins over the weekend was anything but encouraging. The Snakes were swept, which included an extra inning loss Saturday and 2 other gut-punching losses, and they're now 1 game under 500, 5 games back in the wild card and still figuring out if they should be buyers or sellers come the trade deadline. And here was manager Torey Lovullo after the series.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out, and that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team, and when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving.
Ryan Nelson and the Snakes will go again tonight against division foe. The San Francisco Giants will come to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, NBA free agency will officially get underway tonight, and over the weekend, the Suns retained center Nick Richards, and with the point guard position still a necessity, find out who could fill the need at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Arizona Sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
The other thing that you have to do is you can't force stuff. You know what I mean? Like you may want it, and you may think it's the best move, but if it doesn't give you exactly what you're looking for, if it puts you in a difficult position down the road, then you got to have some patience too. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I think we're going to show that. We're going to be very organized in everything that we do. We're going to be very intentional in everything that we do because we want to get this thing right.
That is Brian Gregory, the general manager of the Phoenix Suns, on with Burns and Gambo. Friday, the day after the NBA draft wrapped up. Wednesday and Thursday, the Suns were very active, made a lot of deals on that second day. Obviously walked away with two players in Rasheer Fleming and Kobe Brea. Kaman Malawach, we'll have some stuff on him later on in the show. He was the first-round pick. Wanting to get the roster right. And for that to happen, there is a lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done. People will talk about how this roster is constructed right now. There's certainly a glut of very similar type players. One of those players is Bradley Beal. And with this all starting tonight, free agency and this roster construction period around the NBA, Bick, that's number one on the list of things to do. Number one on that list was the Kevin Durant thing.
Yes.
That has worked out. That'll become official in about a week. The Bradley Beal situation is now number one on Brian Gregory's list, and he may not have the power to do anything, unfortunately.
Well, yes. I wonder, really, the speculation that teams might be some teams might be interested in Bradley Beal, the speculation over the weekend that, hey, you know what, in the right circumstance, Bradley Beal might accept and waive his no-trade clause. I started to think, is this hope actually real? Could the Suns really thread the needle finding a team that, yeah, we'll take that guy and that no trade clause and that contract and have it match where if Bradley Beal has a place he'll play?
Mm-hmm.
If Bradley Beal was entering the last deal of his contract and he were to waive his no trade clause, I do think more teams would be willing to be like, okay, we'll trade for him knowing that this is a 1-year thing. He will come off our books at the end of the year. And because there's always that value of, an expiring contract. People will talk themselves into
But again, expiring contracts don't matter with players with no trade clauses.
Well, no, I'm talking if he was entering his last year of the deal, knowing a team that if they were to trade
next year instead of this
year.
Yeah, there'd be more teams interested, but not necessarily guaranteeing that he would waive his trade clause.
No, that's what I mean.
Right, okay. I misunderstood. My bad.
No, you're fine.
Bobby Marks has a piece on how every team in the NBA can ace its offseason. For the Suns, how they ace their offseason, no shocker. Find a way for Bradley Beal to take a contract buyout. Even if Beal did not have a no-trade clause, Marks writes, his $110 million salary owed over the next 2 seasons would be difficult to move. If Beal reduces his salary by $28 million, the amount of a 2-year non-tax mid-level exception, and then get waived, Phoenix will not only save over $200 million, but also operate under both aprons. The Suns would then be allowed to take back more money in a trade and, most importantly, aggregate contracts sent out. Fred Katz wrote about this in The Republic as well. Does the Bradley Beal saga ever end at any point? Reports from local outlets have emerged that Phoenix would consider waiving and stretching Beal's contract, but he also does a little bit of a historic dive. The Suns have waived and stretched 2 players recently that they probably didn't need to do that with, and that's hindering things as well. They're going to be paying Nasir Little on this waive and stretch into the 2030s. E.J. Liddell, player who never even wore the uniform for the Suns.
Oh, come on.
Yes, Liddell's his money's on the books for the next 2 seasons. He writes, in 25-26, the Suns owed the two a combined $3.8 million in dead money, which would combine with Beal's hypothetical dead money to make up more than 15% of next season's salaries cap. So for the Suns to waive Beal, they would have to get him to agree to give back a consequential portion of his contract, $2.7 million a year over those 5 years. It adds up to $13.8 million total. So you asked, is this hope? Is it real?
Mm-hmm.
Right now it is, because that's what they're hoping. And when you see examples, I mean, DeAndre Ayton just took a pay cut, agreed to a buyout.
Yeah.
Didn't have a no-trade clause. So he doesn't have the same hammer that Bradley Beal does. But at some point, this has been going on for well over a year.
I know.
Bradley Beal constantly hearing how he's not wanted.
Uh-huh.
And we don't know what's going on behind the scenes in terms of, look, Bradley, you're not going to play here next year. When do your competitive juices kick in? And he's done very well. He's done very well for himself in his NBA career. Yeah. But at some point, don't you say, you know what? You're going to get your way, and I'm going to make you pay for it.
Yes,
on the court.
And you might, you might argue that those competitive juices are the problem in the very first place, and the reason why the Suns so badly want to get rid of him. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to land, because Bradley Beal already was relegated to to the second unit, lost his job as a starter, and a lot of people very openly speculated, yep, they're trying to motivate him to leave. And then the trade deadline, they must have went at him any number of times. You remember how they kept going to that well, hoping that he would relent, and he didn't? Look, if he showed as much resilience on the basketball court as he does with this, we'd have something.
So I have a question for you guys. Would you rather the case and he waives his no trade clause and you can get something back for Bradley Beal, still like with the salaries have to be there, or would you rather him agree to a buyout and you get off the contract like as good as you can get?
I think the buyout is probably the
number one
cleanest way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because then again, you're adding $52 million in salary. You're not getting under the second apron.
No.
You're not getting under the first apron. So obviously, getting the buyout worked out and being able to move under those aprons and actually have the freedom to operate like any other NBA team. Again, they put themselves in the situation.
But yes, and like you said, everybody assumes you could stretch and waive Bradley Beal, but there's issues with that.
Yes, there is.
I have a basketball question for you. Is Jalen Green better than Bradley Beal?
Yes.
Okay, you think
because he's available. Jalen Green has played 82 games, 3 years in a row?
2 years in a row.
2 years in a row.
Yeah.
So, but in terms of actual when he plays, look, it goes beyond the basketball player in Bradley Beal. There's something about him this team or this regime does not like, and it has to do with all the clowning and the goofing.
There's a 0% chance that Bradley Beal is back on this team next year. 0.
Is there though? Is there?
Well, that's it. That's the thing that's bizarre to me. That it's like if they can't move him, the idea that they would just send him home and not play him.
That doesn't help anybody.
Unless you're just really, really, really trying to during the season, then try to trade him and just say force him out.
What if they buy him out, then he becomes a free agent and he lands with somebody and plays 80 games?
That's the worst case.
That would be our luck, wouldn't it?
Could you get odds on
Chris
that?
Chris Paul did that.
Yes, he played. He started 82 games last year, Chris Paul.
After we said he can't stay healthy, he's done, he's finished.
Beal straight up for LeBron. Who says no?
I love it. What do you think, Jarrett? Now, how
believe me, all the Suns fans were.
How can we get Rob Pelinka to buy into that?
Everyone's like, Beal for LeBron straight up. That pisses off Luka. He doesn't re-sign with the Lakers. He signs with the Suns. Done.
I haven't answered
LeBron.
your question. How do you get Rob Pelinka to sign off on that? It's one word: chloroform. Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations. You can help out. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Coming up next, the question remains for the Diamondbacks, buyers or sellers? The answer is becoming more clear, and the talk is becoming louder. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and a swing and miss. Herrera strikes out. The ball game is over, and the Marlins sweep the Diamondbacks in large part of a 5-run top of the 8th inning in which the D-backs surrendered 4 walks in the frame, and all 4 walks came home to score.
Swept by the Marlins, no bueno. Now the Giants come to Chase Field for a crucial 4-game division series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
All right. It's time to announce our first potential qualifier for D-backs tickets this 4th of July. We are looking for Jacob Hewlett from Phoenix. Jacob Hewlett, you got 10 minutes to give us a call at 602-260-9870 to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on the 4th of July. If Jacob does not call within 10 minutes, we'll open up the phone lines to someone else. If you didn't hear your name, you could still qualify. Text Fireworks to 620-620. Listen for your name during the 11 a.m. hour with Wolf and Luke. Starting the clock right now, Jacob Hewlett from Phoenix. You got 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870.
I rely on the group. I rely on people around me that are kind of paying a lot of attention to the gas tank of each body, of each mind, and I like showing ghosts. I mean, we had 2 of them the past couple of days, and it was one of those things where we hit in the cage, and I feel like we didn't get out there and play our best game. So I believe in switching things up. I've tried to be as fluid as possible with lineup transitions and switching things around, moving guys around from time to time. But ultimately, we gotta figure this out. It's not the walk-up song. It's not the haircut. It's not the color of your shoes. It's not anything other than going out there and producing and doing your job. That's what we got to get down to. But I love the show, though. I do. You just kind of clean the slate, tell the guys to come in at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and just go to work. Sometimes that's a good, healthy mindset to just flush some things. So point we'll take it. We might do that this week.
That's the point that the Diamondbacks have reached. Apparently, Torey Lovullo talking about changing up things with prep for a game because this weekend was ugly. UGLY, as they get swept by the Miami Marlins in games that they had the lead in all 3 of those games, including a 4-run lead on Saturday, which was really the gut punch of the weekend.
Yeah, the whole weekend really just was grotesque. And Saturday, you're right, that was the key, to lead 7-3 in that game and then to cough that up and then to cough that game up again yesterday. Like I told you, what was most alarming to me was just how routine and easy a team like the Marlins made rallying in the late innings against the Diamondbacks bullpen up here. And look, and you could tell in the bottom of the 9th last night, the Diamondbacks were they're done. They're just flat out done. This is a bad place for the baseball team. So ends a 9-game stretch of baseball where I thought they needed to go 7-2 to get some cushion above 500. They ended up going 4-5. And that's totally unacceptable. Listening to Torey Lovullo's quotes, if you didn't know any better, you might think he's saying we got some divas on this team. Worried about the color of their hair, their shoes.
Gee, I wonder who you could be talking about.
You mean the guy that almost got lapped on the base pass by Jake McCarthy yesterday? I'm sorry. I'm really frustrated with this team. It's
hard not to be.
Listen, I devoted 2 days of my weekend to watching this team, and there was no payoff. And once again, they continue their stretch of just being very, very bad on the weekends and very, very bad against bad teams. They made the Marlins look really good, but you know what? They've made a lot of bad teams look good.
Yeah, that was the other frustrating thing. Was again, it was credit to the Marlins. They're a really good team. They're not.
They're not a good team.
They're playing well. They have belief in themselves right now, but at some point, it's got to be fully on the team that's not getting it done, and that's the Diamondbacks. And the question is getting, the talk is getting louder. We're getting closer and closer to the trade deadline. What do? They've got a lot of attractive free agents to be that could be, used as trade chips to help move this thing in the future. And if you look at last year, when they made a run last year, they had almost an identical record heading into July last year as they do this year. After June 30th, Bick, they were 41-43. Is that the exact same record?
No, we're 41-42, I think.
Okay, 41-42. So almost the identical record. They went 37-17 in July and August. They made a run. faltered a little bit in September, fell 1 game short. The difference between the two teams is that team had health. That team had a bullpen you could rely on.
Mm-hmm.
This bullpen, whoo.
Yeah.
Whoo, baby.
I know.
El Stinko. But the thing is with all the injuries, though, if you look at, this stretch, the Rockies, the White Sox, and the Marlins.
That's 3 last-place teams.
And could there be 3 more anonymous rosters than those 3 teams? So it's not like they're being beaten by star-studded teams. Like at a certain point, like the injuries can only be so much of an excuse. You got to win some of these games,
which is why these past 9 games were why they're, to me, they're hitting a little bit differently. Because when you say that they're actually in better position than they were last year, that jarred me when Vinny just said that. Even though I kind of knew it was true in the back of my head, the seasons feel dramatically different because of expectations and because of the nature of some of these losses. Right? We've had the handful of gut punches, heartbreaking kind of losses. Mm-hmm. It's been difficult. It really, really has. And look, and again, every team that comes to play the Diamondbacks seems to have some rando who just destroys them. It was Otto Lopez all weekend.
Yep.
This 9-game stretch, we were hoping for 7-2.
That's what
8-1 was not like a crazy expectation, and they wound up 4-5.
Yeah. with the punctuation being a sweep at home, first time they've been swept at home. So what do? Do you sell? Look,
as of right now, I do.
This is going to be, again, a fluctuating situation. Right now, it's pretty clear.
Look, if the trade deadline was tomorrow, I'm in the seller's camp. But again, I'm also, like fans, at peak frustration right now with this baseball team.
I am too, but Gino Suarez would have value. He's hit the ball really well this year.
Uh-huh.
Arguably the Diamondbacks' offensive MVP at this point.
Josh Naylor would have value.
He's having a good year.
He's having a very good year.
Merrill Kelly.
I mean, Josh Naylor is interesting, though, because he's also a player that could fit into the future plans of the Diamondbacks if he doesn't get moved. He's only 26 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, you can kind of stock things. And I know the prevailing thought is, no, don't get rid of these guys. Well, why not? You bring these back. Gino Suarez is not in the long-term plans for this team. Zach Gallen, quite honestly, at the beginning of the year, when we looked at this situation and said he's going into free agency, this is a key year for him, he's not handled this year very well. He's not been a very good pitcher.
No.
Especially when you think about the 3 guys in Puck, Martinez, and Burns, all of which are undergoing major elbow surgery. They won't be back even next year. So in 2027 is really kind of you get your big arms back.
That was the other kind of gut punch injury news in the last few days was that Justin Martinez, the surgery that he had, it involves a brand new ligament altogether. So the timetable for return is even longer on that. And that might be you don't want to use injuries as an excuse, but that's a lot to overcome.
And listen, and we've been talking about the bullpen. Yesterday, they threw out a guy named John Curtis. Who knew of John Curtis before the weekend? He actually did pretty well.
I mean, actually, he was not bad in spring training, but didn't make the team out of spring training.
But you can talk about how bad the bullpen has been. That's no excuse to give up 7 of the 10 walks. 10 walks as a team yesterday, that's an abomination. You're not a serious baseball franchise if you're walking that many players.
In the history
Throw
of the
strikes.
In the history of the franchise, they've had 10 or more walks issued by the pitchers 32 times. They're 8-24 in those games.
Mm-hmm.
The illustration is you can't do that and win games. They
don't
got
win
away
games.
with it for 2 or 3 innings too before Beeks blew up. It's
Beeks.
very, very frustrating.
Where's Beeks?
And hey, the Giants
Where
come
the
to
hell
town
is Beeks?
for
great
4 now.
And not like you have to deal with a good pitcher tonight or anything. You get Logan Webb right out of the box tonight.
Yeah, they own him.
Ryan Nelson on the mound for the Snakes.
Okay.
It's going to be a 1-0 game.
Yep.
Sammy's still young and he's got his optimism intact.
Opening day starter next year, Ryan Nelson.
Sign me up.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Monday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. Oh, wait, do we have a caller? Did Jacob call in?
Yes, give his name out
Got
one
like
more
a
time.
minute 15 to call. Jacob Hewlett of Phoenix, 260-9870. If not, we'll open up the phone lines to somebody else to steal those 4th of July tickets. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Happy birthday, America! And to my brothers at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 4th. And an additional 5% off for active and retired military. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get two select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' 3-game series against the Marlins this weekend was anything but encouraging. The Snakes were swept, which included an extra inning loss on Saturday and 2 other gut-punching losses, and they're now 1 game under 500, 5 games back in the wild card, and still figuring out if they should be buyers or sellers come the trade deadline. But tonight, they go again. Ryan Nelson will be on the mound as division foes, the San Francisco Giants, are coming to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, NBA free agency will officially get underway tonight, and over the weekend, the Suns retained center Nick Richards, and with point guard being a position of need, find out who could fill said need at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote, send it to State 48 Home Comfort, and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It is 7:34. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And I'm going to be honest, I left Friday's show really kind of with the optimism of coming back Monday from a nice Diamondback series. Maybe the Suns made some moves, dealt Royce or Grayson, and maybe there's talks about Bradley Beal, but none of which actually happened. And we can start with the Phoenix Suns. Free agency begins tonight. The Tyus Jones questions of, well, is he coming back? Who is the Suns point guard going to be? But the biggest question is, what are they going to do with Bradley Beal? And I don't know if you guys saw this over the weekend. Did you see what Brian Windhorst said about what he would do when it came to the Bradley Beal situation?
I did.
So he said essentially, if they asked me what to do with Bradley Beal, this is what I would do. I would say, Brad, we really appreciate you. We respect you, but we're just going to send you home. It's not your fault. We should have put the team together. We shouldn't have put the team together this way. Why don't you go home and see how long he wants to sit at home? My bet is at some point there'll be a phone call from Beal, and he'll be like, here are the 5 teams I'll accept a trade to. What are your thoughts on that?
It's all well and good, but there has to be a connection there.
Mm-hmm.
Here's 5 teams I would accept the trade to. Those teams might not want to make a trade.
Right.
That's it.
Like
So
Oklahoma City Thunder. Yeah, okay.
Sure,
Look,
okay.
again, I'm saying some really obvious things here. Trading for any player with a no-trade clause is bad business.
Suns learned that the hard way.
Yes.
The real hard way. So look, it's an option because what it will do at the very least is it will get Bradley Beal motivated. And if he doesn't want to be traded, he knows people are going to go, that dude didn't want to play in the first place. That dude just wanted to go to Phoenix and retire. And so it will motivate Bradley Beal's agent to try to connect those dots, to try to find that team that was willing to trade for him. Because honestly, the Phoenix Suns will take anything for him.
Yeah, no doubt.
But to me, it's a situation like Vinny said. If people are talking about teams reticent to trade for LeBron because of a $53 million salary and a no-trade clause, what do you think the response would be to Bradley Beal, who's got the identical situation?
Right.
We saw how hard it was to trade Kevin Durant for exactly what you wanted. And that was somebody who teams wanted and didn't have a no-trade clause.
Well, he kind of did.
He had
but
one,
it wasn't
step lower than a no-trade clause.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to play a soundbite of Torey Lovello after the series sweep, and I'm going to ask you where you've heard this before.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out.
So I think it's time to finally ask the question. Are the 2025 Diamondbacks just the 2025 Suns in different jerseys?
Oh, boy. Did you already read my blast, Sammy? Did you come in here and read my screen while I was?
I didn't. Is that what?
There's a chunk of that involved.
Okay.
So I would say yes. In terms of frustration, absolutely.
Okay.
I kind of had a similar tweet over the weekend. Just getting over the most frustrating Sun season ever. D-backs making it a combo platter. So yes, that's my feelings.
Okay, so now let's get into the roots of it. The Diamondbacks have a top 10 offense in the MLB in nearly every statistical category, but they have a bottom 10 in the pitching. They're in the bottom third of the MLB. The only worst pitching teams are the Marlins, who they just got swept by, the Orioles, the Nationals, A's, and Rockies. So not necessarily a place you want to be in. And now we're talking buying, selling, the need for this, the need for that. But is the solution right in front of us of this team can score? Do they just need to go out and get some arms? Or is it not that easy?
It's not that easy. Because, again, I think there's a lot of mirage to the offense. Like, statistically, sure, they're near the top of Major League Baseball. How many times do you see this offense just go into shutdown mode?
Yeah.
You're
Very
not gonna
sleepy
score,
lineup.
You're not going to score in every game or in every inning. I get it. But the patches of time where they don't put any pressure on the opposing pitchers happens way too frequently.
Yeah. And when they're locked in and they make the pitcher work, they're a completely different team, but they cannot lock into that formula.
And when you asked about getting arms, I was thinking about this last time we were talking D-backs. Going into next season, what will their strategy be when they know they're not going to have Corbin Burns for at least half the year? Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly may be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Are they even going to try to replenish that starting rotation with any top-end talent, knowing that next year is a total, redo?
No, that's what makes this situation
this
so
trade deadline, I know.
This was the year to make a push.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So now the Giants come to town for 4, and then the Royals. What would be more, quote, Diamondbacks? They sweep the Giants and give us this, oh my gosh, a team, they're back. And then they go real and look bad against the Royals over the weekend. Or just a seemingly what they have been all year, a 2-2 split. What's more Diamondbacks?
That's it.
That's
B.
it.
B is that would be the Diamondback way.
They have 7 games remaining in this homestand. I fully expect them to go 3-4.
They'll either win the next 2 against the Giants and we'll go, oh, they're off the mat again. And then they'll lose a couple of heartbreaking games on the way out. Or the opposite will happen. They'll lose 2 games to the Giants. There'll be 3 games under 500. We'll all proclaim them dead, and then they'll rally with 2 wins.
Yeah, and then win on the 4th of July, and we'll all be like, oh my gosh. And
it's a shame because Diamondbacks games at Chase Field on the 4th of July, they're about as good as you can do for entertainment if you're in town over the 4th of July.
Because
there's nothing else going on.
There's nothing at all.
And it's air conditioned.
No doubt.
Air conditioned. But that's probably their biggest connection to the Suns is the continued pull you in, push you out, pull you in, push you out all season long.
Yeah, there is
and that's exhausting over 100.
It sure is.
Games.
It sure
It's
is.
exhausting over 82.
Yeah, exactly.
Double that. It's doubly exhausting.
On the way out, bingo card 1 for 8.
Oof.
Yeah, I think what we do in the future, I think we each of us have come up with 4 things and see who can win.
Okay.
Who can hit all 4.
I was going to say,
Because we don't work together as a team very well.
No, we clearly
We are
don't.
like the Arizona
Remarkably
Diamondbacks of the bingo card.
It's remarkably bad. I was going to say, I think we put it on the shelf this week. We got a short week. Let's enjoy the 4th of July, and then we come back with a newfound energy for it.
So what did we hit?
Our man Aldrich, Potgieter was a first-time PGA Tour winner this weekend.
Way to go, Potgator.
Way to go, Aldrich.
We're not predicting the Suns trade for LeBron James. These are not crazy predictions.
No,
it's almost as hard to do as bad as we're doing as it is.
When Jarrett throws stuff out like the Diamondbacks were going to sweep.
What a moron.
Even this weekend, there were 1 or 2 where it'd be like, okay, that's a little crazy if it happened, but could
we can't get a multi-hit game from Jake McCarthy?
No, you
Come on, he's
can't.
due for one. He's hitting the ball again. He just can't get 2 in one game.
For real.
Not one All-Star gets moved this weekend in a proposed trade.
Close, but no, and then Royce and Grayson's still there. Oh, man. We'll level it. We'll put it on the shelf for a little bit.
All right.
There you go.
There we go. We're all rebooted. We still have business to attend to because Jacob Hewlett dropped the ball. He did not call within 10 minutes. We need to call our number, Bick.
Caller number 5, Vinny.
Caller 5, 602-260-9870. You're going to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on 4th of July. Again, that's caller 5, 602-260-9870. Coming up, more Diamondbacks talk. We'll talk to Jack Summers, who covers the team for D-backs on SI. Next, Spickley and Murata Morning through on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Who is the second best player on the Phoenix Suns right now?
Obviously, Booker's your best player.
Yes.
Second best player is Mark Williams.
Okay. Who do you think it is in 3 years?
I'm going to say Malawach. So who you picking 3 years from now?
Man, so I want to say Malawach, but he'll still be 21 years old. I'm going to go wild card here, Gambo. I'm going to say that player's not on the team right now.
Okay. Who's the second best player on the roster?
It's Mark Williams, like if I get 60 games of him. But I kind of want to say Jalen Green because Jalen's the opposite. He's going to try and play all 82, and he's probably going to play 75 plus at the bare minimum.
Right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, later this week, my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are launching one of their biggest sales of the year, packed with great deals on TVs, audio systems, appliances, and more. And if you want early access to the savings, here's some quality information for you. Sign up for their newsletter today at waltz.com/offers. You will get early access to all the great savings. Waltz.com/offers. Sign up, and once again, you'll get early access to what is going to be a great event. And one of many reasons why you shop at Waltz TV and Appliance. They give you expertise you won't get anywhere else. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. Their staff is extremely knowledgeable. They'll give you the information and the wisdom and the experience you'll never get at the big box stores. Also give you a great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, all the major name brands you're looking for. And best of all, you don't pay a premium for all that expertise and all that experience because Waltz offers unbeatable prices. If you find a price you like somewhere else, they will match it to prove their point. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy your worry-free installation done by a professional. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Ready.
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hey, it's Wolf. How will the Diamondbacks manage not having an off day until the All-Star break? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Now, Brandon Barlow is caller number 5. Brandon claims his tickets to go see the D-backs take on the Royals on 4th of July at Chase Field. Be listening for your name in the 11 o'clock hour with Wolf and Luke. You'll have your next chance to win. You can still qualify by texting fireworks to 620-620. Not a lot of fireworks this weekend at Chase Field as the Diamondbacks get swept by the Miami Marlins. The homestand continues. 4-game series starts against the San Francisco Giants tonight. Here to talk some D-backs baseball with us. He covers the team for D-backs on SI. Jack Summers, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Jack, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, guys.
Obviously, the theme of our Diamondbacks discussions this morning and recently have been that of frustration. Being at the ballpark, being in the clubhouse, how palpable is that feeling with this team right now?
It's real. It's a real thing. I asked Tori a couple days ago, what's it like? Is it as frustrating for everybody inside that clubhouse? Is it starting to wear these guys down to have all these bullpen meltdowns and crash outs? And he said, yeah, it's a real thing. I mean, he totally acknowledged it. How could it not be, right? They're human beings. They feel everything that we feel. And it certainly can, hurt their confidence and not make them give up, but, because they're still trying their best. But you get that deer in the headlights look sometimes, and it's a real thing.
Yeah, and you could see the look on Torey Lovello's face when he had to go out and get a couple of relievers. Yesterday, Ryan Thompson walked 3 guys, and you could just see the frustration oozing out of him. How do they get out of this? How do you fix a bullpen that doesn't even look major league ready at this point?
That's a great question, and unfortunately, I'm not smart enough to figure that out. I'm smart enough to do a few things, but that one seems above my pay grade. It's a real pickle. I mean, ever since Puck and Martinez went down, right, from that date forward, the team has a 5.84 bullpen ERA, and there just isn't much depth. There's really no help coming from the minor leagues. There's no super stud reliever on the way. Anybody that might have been able to help got hurt or came up and didn't perform. And they need more than one reliever. It's not like bringing in a closer is going to fix all of this, right? They need, a couple of guys at least. They need another starting pitcher. It's not, and even if you want to go all in and say, all right, they're going to go all in and buy, you're not sure you're going to get the impact that you want. I mean, just an example, Beats had given up 1 earned run in June and came into the series with a 2.92 ERA. He comes out of the series with a 4.74 ERA 2 games later.
Oops.
That's the life of a reliever, right? I mean, right. They're volatile. The results, their ERA, however you want to track it, that's what happens with relievers that are not, at the absolute top tier. A couple of bad games and all of a sudden you're looking at somebody that you don't trust anymore, which is wild when you think about how much of a go-to guy Beeks was up until this weekend.
Yeah. Jack Summers, D-backs on SI, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. It all works, as most things do in sports, especially with pitching staffs. It all works in concert, Jack. And if you look at the starting rotation, I just did a quick search this morning on StatHead, and when Diamondback starters go 6 innings or more, this team is 26-11. When you have a struggling bullpen, I'm not comfortable with them getting nine outs even at this point. But when you're going 4 innings and you or 5 innings and you're counting on them to get 12 outs, the recipe for disaster is there. How much of this would you pin on the Diamondbacks starting pitching right now for not maybe easing things more for a struggling bullpen?
Actually, not a whole lot. They're averaging 5.4 innings per game, which is like the 8th highest total in the majors. Their bullpen innings pitched is 22nd most, which is, the 8th lowest, right? So it's not really that. It's more like a couple of the short outings in this series really were more about the defense, right?
Sure.
I mean, Brandon Fought didn't get any help in that first inning from his defense to get out of that jam. Eventually, he had to do it himself by striking out 3 straight batters to get out of a bases-loaded jam with nobody out. But there were a couple of misplays in that inning that, could have easily gotten him out of that inning with no damage at all. The ball got got by Pavin Smith, and then Geraldo Perdoma's misplay on what should have been a double play, maybe even in the inning. So, and then, of course, you look at what happened to Eduardo Rodriguez yesterday with the defensive miscues from Eugenio Suarez, how many pitches that cost.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to get caught up in the recency bias. This series, yes, the bullpen had to pitch more than we wanted them to, but I don't blame the starting pitching so much. I mean, there's issues with Zach Gallen and Brandon Fought up until the last start or two, but it's more about just not having enough depth and enough good relievers. I mean, that's the bottom line. I think you guys said it's not a major league bullpen, and that's very close to being true. I mean, they're ranked 28th, 29th in the league. I mean, they're at the very bottom of the table. But the defense isn't helping them. A couple of little defense nuggets real quick.
Yeah.
Last year, the Diamondbacks made multiple errors in a game 11 times. In a half a season, they've done it 12 times.
Wow.
Last year, they gave up 46 unearned runs. They've already given up 37 unearned runs.
Wow. Hearing the cut from Torey Lovello about getting out of this, it's more about walk-up songs, shoes, color of your hair. Without naming names, is he describing a baseball team that just doesn't lock in terms of focus? Because everything we've seen from the up and down nature of the offense and how good they are when they are locked in to the lapses defensively, it would seem to bear that out, that this team doesn't possess the proper focus, fire, whatever word you want to use to describe it.
I think the context of that more was, players are superstitious and they think that, they just tend to be superstitious guys. And, so they're looking for something, to break their bad luck or whatever. And he just said, hey, it's not luck. It's none of that. It's just being prepared, like you said, and going out and doing it. It's really hard to say. We get an hour in the locker room before the games, but there's not very many players in the locker room because they're all out on the field practicing or in the cages. It's kind of funny. They allow us in the locker room, but then there's nobody there usually. They got a meeting scheduled.
Right, exactly.
Enjoy your time in the clubhouse. Jack Summers, D-back. Go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, like, when we talk to these guys, I mean, they seem locked in. They don't seem like they're flagging. They say the right things, but the proof is in the pudding on the field, right?
Yes. Jack Summers, D-backs on SA, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Another thing that Torey over the weekend did express some frustration over was this rash of hit by pitch, especially on the hands, up and in, and 2 more on Saturday, and they dodged bullets with McCann and Gurriel both getting hit but not injured. And Torey talked about, hey, you can't. Major League Baseball doesn't want us to take matters into our own hands and start to throw. But how else can the Diamondbacks deal with the frustration of that beyond or besides starting to maybe retaliate a little bit, Jack?
You know how it is, right? This is baseball. If you don't do it, then other teams are going to keep trying to throw, inside. And if they don't have the command to be able to throw inside, then they don't get the right to try to own that part of the plate. That's old school baseball. But the way the rules are set up now, a guy throws inside, hits your guy. Now you throw inside and you come close even. You may not even hit him, and the umpires all of a sudden start issuing warnings. And then a curveball gets away and you hit a guy and you're thrown out of the game. I mean, I don't like the warnings rule, to be honest with you. I think they're better off letting the players and teams handle it themselves. But baseball got tired of all those big, knockdown, drag-out brawls that they were having in the 80s and early 90s, and so they tried to take things under control, and it doesn't seem to work very well.
No, and the fans love it. Look at the YouTube numbers. Everybody's looking at those old fights from the 80s and 90s.
I mean, when the time Randy Johnson put the Dodgers hat on his head, that was priceless. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it, man.
All right. Great talking to you, fellas. Take care.
You too. Jack Summers, D-backs on SI. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the second half of the Monday show kicks off in a big way with the first blast of the week.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'm torn on the Williams thing, the further we get from the trade, because on the one hand, this is a guy that is only 23 years old, was just a first-round pick, 15th overall in the 2022 draft. There's some risk there. I don't know if they meant to add both of them, but they did get 2 NBA players.
To me, I looked at it and thought to myself, they always were going to do it. They were going to go with Mark Williams, whether Malawach was there or not. Suddenly, he fell to him at number 10. It's even more important. You've got somebody, I think, that is actually going to be able to relate to him.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' 3-game series against the Marlins this weekend was anything but encouraging. The Snakes were swept, which included an extra inning loss on Saturday and 2 other gut-punching losses, and they are now 1 game under 500, 5 games back in the wild card, and still figuring out if they should be buyers or sellers come the trade deadline. And here was manager Torey Lovullo after the series.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out, and that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team, and when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving.
Ryan Nelson and the Snakes will go again tonight as division foe, the San Francisco Giants, come to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, NBA free agency will officially get underway tonight, and over the weekend, the Phoenix Suns retained center Nick Richards, and with the point guard position still being a necessity, find out who could fill the need at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
It would be a shame and an epic fail if the only thing the Diamondbacks win in 2025 is their future at Chase Field. If our only consolation prize is that we don't have to fret over our baseball team ending up in another city. But we're getting real close to the end, folks. The Diamondbacks went 4-5 in their easiest 9-game stretch of the season. They're back under 500 with less than a half season remaining. And if my emails are any indication, fans have reached peak anger at the bullpen, at the maddening inconsistency, and of course, at the manager. It's still better than apathy, but after a year like this, apathy cannot be far behind. This is so disappointing. We had great expectations for the Suns, and they delivered one of the most frustrating seasons in franchise history. We had great expectations for the Diamondbacks, a team that spent lavishly on high-end pitching, and we're getting one of the most frustrating seasons in franchise history. Now, twice this season, I believed in turn-the-corner moments that I largely made up in my own head. Once when I thought an injury-riddled team would rally around a group that made the World Series only 2 years ago, and when the team rallied around the tears of Ketel Marte, proving there is crying in baseball. Now, I've kind of lost faith, and I am not sure it's coming back, and I fear for the 2025 Cardinals, who also wear the target of great expectations, and what could possibly go wrong. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out, and that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team, and when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving. So we gotta fight through this. We gotta fight through these tough times. Make sure that we're focused every single day and going out there and doing our job. And when we do, that's when it's going to get better. And it's a collective effort. It starts with me, to the coaches, to the trainers, medical staff, strength coaches, and the players. And there's a common denominator here that we're not winning baseball games, and we got to find a way to win baseball games.
A couple things real quick. That's Torey Lovullo, frustrated after yesterday's loss, the 3-game sweep at the Marlins. Thank you for, and maybe I'm undoing the good that you did by omitting the Sun Devil football team from your blast in terms of expectations.
Yeah. I'm kind of keeping all of this confined to our professional sports teams because ASU is the one shining light we've had in the last calendar year.
But a team with expectations.
Expectations nonetheless.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Secondly, a huge trade went down in the NFL today.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded all-pro safety Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Miami Dolphins in exchange for cornerback Jalen Ramsey and tight end Jonnu Smith.
Wow.
I don't know if that's the whole deal, but if that's,
that's actually a blockbuster trade.
It is a blockbuster trade. That's a lot to get
You
back.
never see player for player in the NFL either.
No,
Very
ever. And to get two players of that quality. Jonnu Smith very quietly had like some of the best tight end numbers in football last year.
Yeah.
That's a big trade for Pittsburgh.
And Jalen Ramsey and his fiery attitude works perfectly in Pittsburgh, and Minka Fitzpatrick is a monster player. Wow. What a
Minka
deal.
Fitzpatrick started in Miami, didn't he?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
The 11th pick, I believe you said he was.
So there you go. We'll get back into that later.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so here's the other thing about the Diamondbacks, and I'm not sure how many blown saves they have right now, Vinny. Or Sammy, you can check that out if you don't mind.
It is. I'll get it for you.
Okay, give me the updated figure on blown saves, because I think the Washington Nationals, I was sent a text on this. The Major League record for team blown saves is the 2021 Washington Nationals. Does Jackie the Jet remember that team, Jarrett? 37 blown saves.
I'm sure I could ask him about it.
So I wonder if the Diamondbacks are...
I think the number of losses where the Diamondbacks actually had the lead is up to 28. I believe blown saves... I don't know, I'm having trouble finding the split here.
All right.
Here we go. It is...
They got to be at like 16 or 17, don't they?
16 blown saves,
Okay.
25 out of 41 as a staff.
Okay, so you've got 16 blown saves midway through. They might threaten that.
They might.
What'd you say the record was?
37 by the Washington Nationals in 2021.
A lot of baseball games.
A lot of baseball
We
games.
just talked to Jack Summers, and we were talking off the air, and Jack does a great job, and I asked him about, culpability on the starting rotation, and he kind of wanted to absolve them, which is fine. Their starting rotation ERA is 4.5. It's ranked 24th in Major League Baseball. The pitching, generally speaking, and I get Jack's point, hey, the bullpen has just been a shambles.
Yeah.
Both from an injury perspective and a performance perspective. But this starting rotation, even without Corbin Burns, has underachieved woefully.
I think the stats he was pointing out were more sort of like the length that they were pitching, like they were pitching deeper into the games than we probably think.
And their
off the top of
starters
our
have
head.
the 11th most innings pitched in Major League Baseball, 451 and a third. But this doesn't look like a Diamondbacks team. The way they boot the ball around.
No.
Mistakes on the base paths. These are things that have plagued this team from very early in the season. We were talking about these issues in week one, in the first series of the year against the Cubs, Ben.
Yeah.
And here we are.
And we're still
Tomorrow's
talking
July
about
1st. We're still talking about it.
And yes, and listen, as somebody who's covered baseball teams full time, I can tell you that the answer is yes, resoundingly yes, that a bad bullpen that blows saves can just undo everything inside a clubhouse. It sucks. And this weekend, it kind of sucked the life out of me. You can imagine being on the team, right? And having all these games that you have had leads in and lost. That number you throw up, that's a huge number.
Here's another stat that stood out to me, too, in comparing this year's team to last year's team, which, again, last year's team ultimately fell short of the playoffs by one.
Mm-hmm.
They used 32 pitchers all last year. That's including position players doing mop-up. 32 total players threw a pitch last year for the Diamondbacks. That number's already up to 30 this year.
Wow.
And you still have all of July, August, and September to go.
And so you're right. I think these issues are working in conjunction with one another. The underwhelming starting rotation based on their pedigree of the staff, and they certainly have underachieved, and you can name them by name, but everyone knows who they are by now, has led to more exposure for a bullpen that has not only underperformed when healthy, but now just decimated to the point where you're looking down there. Who do you even call into a game? I know there were people getting on Torey Lovello about not leaving Kyle Backus into the game yesterday after his brief appearance. And look, you can nitpick at that level, but at the same time, you and I know people want to jump on Torey for everything. I get that. And I know people think that I'm way too soft on Torey, and other people in the media are way too soft on Torey. I know that's a very prevalent, popular belief out there. This has little to do with the manager.
And the connection, the parallels with the Sun season. During the Sun season, we kept saying, well, the Frank Vogel year felt so disappointing. But then we were like, well, they'd have to go like a winning streak just to get back to where they were during that season. The Diamondbacks, after last year's season, was very disappointing. Like you said, they wound up missing the playoffs. They would have to go 48-31 in the second half of this season now to equal the record from last year.
Yeah, but Vic, going back to your Torrey point, and it has been prevalent, as you said, all throughout the year. Torrey Lovello is a pretty tenured manager here in Arizona now, and the frustration among the fan base is great with him and this lack of performance. I tend to agree with you. What are you supposed to do? When you've got nobody to go to, every button you push is going to be wrong. But the one thing that hasn't changed is the messaging, and that's what people start to look at now. Is the messaging stale, and that is what has led to this team-wide malaise. And I think that's a more. I'm still not there, but I think it's a more fair question to ask.
Yeah, no. Listen, I'm not saying that I've been soft on Torrey. I'm saying people think I've been soft on Torrey. I think there have been a number of things this year that I have kind of cringed at, and the messaging is at the very, very top of the list.
You've called him the most proud manager in all of sports several times.
So some of his post-game press conferences it made me want to hurl, to be quite honest. It's not the way I would message an unfocused baseball team. And I think that's a very fair question to ask. Is the constant absolution from the manager, absolving them of everything and taking all the blame himself, is that part of the issue here?
Yeah, but does messaging change this crew? I don't feel confident in that either.
Not at this point. Not when they're injured at this point.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, we may have a little more insight in how the Suns got coming. Malowatch at number 10. Last Wednesday. We'll share it with you straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we know the month of July is going to be smoking hot, but I guarantee you this, it's not going to be hotter than the deals at Chapman BMW upcoming in the month of July. Let me give you a couple of details. You can get 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and X3, a pair of beautiful vehicles. You can lease that all-new BMW X1 for just $499 a month. That's a smoking hot deal, and you always have your hookup at Chapman BMW. More on him later. Here's another cool thing at Chapman BMW. When you need service on your vehicle, you can take advantage of their pickup and delivery service free of charge. They come to you, they pick up your car, they drop off a loaner for you, then they return it to you when the work is done. You're only going to get that at Chapman BMW. Talking about an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. Everything they do from Ted Chapman all the way down is elite. You're going to feel it the minute you walk into either location, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. Take advantage of these great prices in the month of July, and make sure you ask for my guy while you're there. GM Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, hooked up a number of listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to whatever the Suns did or didn't do over the weekend. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Kaman Malawach from Rumbek, South Sudan, the NBA Academy Africa in Senegal, and Duke University.
But how about Phoenix? I mean, what Phoenix was able to do, they went into the draft certainly prioritizing bigs, and they go out and they draft Kaman Malawich, the center from Duke. They trade for Mark Williams, a quality starting center, and then they enter round two. They've got 59 and 52, and all of a sudden they move up to 31 to take Rasheer Fleming, a big wing. They've got length, something that they sorely needed after the Kevin Durant trade. So I really like what Phoenix was able to do in the 2 days there.
Yeah, Kaman Malawich, the 10th overall pick of the Suns back last Wednesday night. Suns also very active on Thursday night in the second round, as you heard Bobby Marks say. They come away with Rasheer Fleming and Kobe Brea in the draft, getting a lot of positive remarks. I think it's not universal. There's still the the faction that are wondering, hey, you added two centers in the course of 3 minutes of each other. If you knew you were getting Malawich, why did you trade for Mark Williams? That's where this next little bit of information gets pretty interesting.
Oh, I agree.
This came out. I'd never heard of this particular outfit before. Homecoming Network. Rich Paul, Clutch Sports, they have this whole series that they're doing on draft preparation for Rich Paul clients. And I think he had like 7 or 8 players drafted or that were in the draft class, including Kaman Malawich, the Suns' first-round draft pick, on Wednesday. And look, nobody really expected the Suns to be able to get their hands on Kaman Malawich. But part of this series that they're doing is kind of behind the scenes. And there's a scene that was released to social media just to set the stage. Rich Paul in the backseat of a vehicle, working the phones on draft night, on his way to the Barclays Center, and a phone call with the Phoenix Suns. And here's what that audio sounded like.
If you guys keep 10, I'm going to mention the name and you tell me how much you like him. Kaman Malawach, if I can get him there.
A lot. That'd be my first choice.
Okay, done deal. That's all I need to hear.
Can you get there?
I'm going to try my best because you're our first choice. If he gets past Brooklyn, then yeah. But let me make those calls so I can let you do what you need to do.
All right, yeah, call me back when you hear.
I will. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, a lot to chew on.
On
there.
both ends. On both ends.
Yes.
That right there further illustrates what I've been hearing from a couple of people and other people have been reading and writing about is that NBA agent interference in drafts and draft days and draft nights, it's at an all-time high.
Well, we talked about it on Friday.
Yeah.
Mostly under the Ace Bailey story.
Yeah.
But what if I can get him there?
What if I can get him there? Meaning you call Brooklyn and you say, hey, look, you might like our guy, but he doesn't really like you.
Yeah. Toronto, you don't want to deal with those passport information, those issues.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, he wants to go to Phoenix.
Yeah.
And also, Rich Paul saying, if you keep the 10th pick, if you keep 10, I mean, they had the deal for Mark Williams worked out.
Right. Clearly. Yeah.
Was that
interesting
in the possibility of trading 10?
Maybe.
That's all right. So that's one side of the conversation.
Then the other is dealing with Matt Ishbia after everything we've heard. Now, listen, nobody should act surprised because we all know that Matt's very, 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 very involved. But that little clip really contradicts everything he said at his press conference about not talking to people about college players. And I know it's different because this is draft night. I know that. He's not talking about scouting and all that kind of stuff.
To be fair, there was the memo saying that he would be more involved this year.
That he would be more involved, right? But still, I think a lot of Suns fans kind of realize, yep, that's the de facto general manager in Phoenix. And listen, I'm not saying that as a pejorative. What they did on draft night, I found to be very impressive.
I do too. But
and
also,
he doesn't say Matt Ishbia's name in that clip. But that did not sound like Brian Gregory.
That was no.
It was a very specific.
Because you would have heard
voice.
the Suns.
Look, I don't know if we like him that much in number 10.
We were.
I mean, he's a good guy. We can see what we can do.
Good job, Jared.
Also, the nitpicking, and I'll admit I'm nitpicking, the use of the language when the voice on the other end, who appears to be Matt Ishbia, says, he's my first choice.
Oh, yeah.
My
first choice. Not our first. My first choice. Yeah, there is no doubt. And the fact that Rich Paul is calling Matt Ishbia instead of Brian Gregory lets you know everything you need to know about the hierarchy and the protocol. But again, I'm not using it as a pejorative because I walked away from the draft going, that's about as good as I could have hoped for. And I firmly believe what they did in that span of 2 days kind of restored a lot of faith and hope that this maybe won't be as bad as a lot of people thought it would be. That maybe, just maybe, if Malowacz, and by the way, can people please start pronouncing his name properly? Adam Silver, you're the commissioner. It's not come on. It's not come on. Come on,
Adam.
And then for his agent to not even know. Come on, Malowacz. Nice try, Rich.
That's not even the worst thing. Adam Silver said that the Rockets drafted Malowacz. That's how bad he did on that.
So that was quite the illuminating clip, Vinny, on a lot of different levels.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how just
that.
like nothing is private anymore? Like everything now is out in the public. Like, do you think that Matt Ishbia wanted that conversation out?
I wondered the same thing, and I would think somebody as savvy as Rich Paul is now, dipping his foot into this whole content piece. He's got to check. You can't just publish,
right,
or post the contents of a phone conversation without the other person knowing.
Yeah, that's kind of illegal, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe he said, like, when he called him, he said, all right, you're on speakerphone, just so you know, we're filming a thing for the home court
Well, it's
network.
it's not like live radio. You don't have to say, hey, you're on the air, but I'm sure they checked with him afterwards. I would hope.
I hope. Right? Because they never say it's Matt, but, I mean, you listen to the voice.
That's the next statement that comes out, Matt.
Right.
Matt Ishbia's statement. That wasn't me.
Wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I didn't say that. So, yeah. So, with free agency beginning, it'll be interesting to see what kind of vets they can talk into playing here. It'll be curious to see what they do about the point guard position. We've heard speculation that Tyus Jones would be amenable to staying here. I don't know why, but I guess that's a good thing. I really like the idea of a return of Chris Paul, but is Chris Paul into it?
Well, let's get into some of these,
right.
the more possibilities.
Love it.
With Kevin Durant traded and the NBA draft in the rear view, what are some of the things on the pecking order of to-do items for the Suns this offseason? We'll tackle that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hello everybody, Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in, plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' three-game series against the Marlins this weekend was anything but encouraging. The Snakes were swept, which included an extra inning loss on Saturday and two other gut-punching losses. They're now one game under 500, 5 games back in the wild card, and still figuring out if they should be buyers or sellers come the MLB trade deadline. And here was manager Torey Lovullo after the series.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out, and that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team, and when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving.
Ryan Nelson and the Snakes will go again tonight as the San Francisco Giants come to town. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, NBA free agency will officially get underway tonight, and over the weekend, the Suns retained center Nick Richard. And with the point guard position still a necessity, find out who could fill the need at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote. Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's 2save.com.
Arizona sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
There is an option where if they can get him to give up enough in a buyout that they would be able to waive and stretch his contract. That's tough, though, too, because you could look at a spot where, all right, we need a lot of money the next 2 years, but 2 years later, we are free and clear of the Bradley Beal experience, and off we go. If you waive and stretch the money that's remaining, even if that saves you a big chunk of money right now, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years from now, you're still looking at a pretty big number in dead salary on your books, and that could really cause you issues as you move forward.
That's Keith Smith from Spot Track, who joined us on Bickley and Murata Mornings last week, talking about the Beal situation. There's a lot of focus on the Bradley Beal situation, how the Suns deal with it moving forward, if they deal with it, if they've got the ability to deal with it, because the hammer belongs to Bradley Beal in all of this. It's up to him to play ball or not. And look, there's been a lot written on the Bradley Beal situation, including what Bobby Marks wrote, how the Suns ace their offseason, find a way for Beal to take a contract buyout. If he's willing to play ball, Bick, it completely changes the future outlook of the Suns.
Totally agree.
Because they do, as Keith Smith did just say in that soundbite, he has to agree to a salary reduction, which makes the buyout / waive and stretch provision possible. It's still tough because you're paying for that for a long time, but it's like a $16 million salary hit as opposed to $50 million plus. So it puts them underneath both aprons. Bradley Beal, in a way, holds the holds the near future of the Phoenix Suns in his hand.
But Keith Smith's point is, might be better just to rip the Band-Aid off entirely if you can, right?
Yes.
Because you don't want to be paying him and dealing with dead cap money when you've turned the corner, if you've turned the corner.
Yeah, but that's still going to be if he's waived and stretched, the dead cap money is a thing. It's unavoidable.
It's a very, very real thing.
Brian Windhorst said this, too, about what the Suns should do if Bradley Beal doesn't waive his no-trade clause. Quote, if they asked me what to do with Bradley Beal, this is what I would do. I would just say, Brad, we really appreciate you. We really respect you. We're just going to send you home. It's not your fault. We shouldn't have put the team together this way. Why don't you go home and see how long he wants to sit home? My bet is at some point there will be a phone call and Beal will be like, here's 5 teams I'll accept a trade to. That's from Brian Windhorst.
Yeah, that's an interesting tact.
I don't know how realistic the end game is there.
Well, listen, because of the history of what went down last year, first the benching of Bradley Beal, which a lot of people thought they're trying to tick him off. They're trying to get into his kitchen and make him want to leave. And then Bradley famously made the comment about his smiling, I'm happy, I got that no-trade clause. Yep. Still got my no-trade clause. Then we know that the trade deadline, they made another run at repeated runs at Bradley Beal, as they should. But Bradley stayed very, very, he showed great resolve and nope, this is in my contract and you're not taking it from me. If they send him home, is that going to further embolden Bradley Beal or will that scenario actually play out? But even if that scenario plays out, as Vinny has pointed out, you need two parties involved here to make this work. Mm-hmm. And you're going to have to hope that the 5 teams Bradley Beal wants to go to are willing to trade for Bradley Beal.
Right.
And we know that he's moved west now, and his family loves Arizona. So I'm guessing if he even gets to the point of being amenable to a trade, that it's going to be somewhere on the left coast.
You would believe so, yeah. Yeah, so a lot needs to happen for that to become a reality.
And does it make, when you're trying to repair an image of a franchise, like sending somebody home to try to force their hand and, not letting them play for you, doesn't that hurt their image, even though the whole league would know what they're trying to do? it's still not a great way to treat a player,
No,
is it?
you're right about that. It's especially when you willingly traded for a guy. It's not like, oh my goodness, we traded for this guy. There's a no trade in the clause in the contract. Did you know that? No, I didn't know that.
How did we not know this?
How did we not know this? They willingly accepted that,
And it's
so
different
that's,
from the last situation too, where the Suns, quote unquote, sent a player home. Jay Crowder, he sat from October to February, if you remember correctly.
Wow.
But it's a different situation. And Jay Crowder was ideally or ultimately included in the deal. It was a multi-team deal, but involved in that Kevin Durant trade. But that lingered to February.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really, really good point.
Now,
if they can pull this off, it would be monstrously huge. Obviously, I don't mean to state the obvious here, but if you're talking about optimism that might have been resuscitated by the NBA draft and by what comes in free agency, showing the skill to get Bradley Beal somewhere else, or the luck, however you want to call it, I think would be interpreted very positively.
Yes. Other possibilities for the Suns, people talk about the absence of a point guard on the roster. There was movement there. They did give the qualifying offer to Colin Gillespie, so he's basically at 9 o'clock tonight, he becomes a restricted free agent, which gives the Suns some protection. Gambo was on record last year saying that they envision a very big role for Colin Gillespie this year. There's the Tyus Jones situation. There are teams interested in Tyus Jones. It has been reported that he has some interest in coming back to Phoenix, which I find surprising.
So do I.
Because it didn't go the way it was supposed to go for Tyus Jones. And I think, obviously, he's not without some responsibility for that. But the situation really was, even though he was starting, it really wasn't what was promised to him either.
No, to stand in the corner and shoot three-point shots?
So maybe that's a situation where a new coach actually would make a big difference in his mind.
Yeah, I think if they were going to talk Tyus Jones into wanting to stay in Phoenix, blaming last year all on Mike Budenholzer is the thing you would have to do. And Tyus Jones would have to believe that was fully a function of the head coach. And I don't know why he wouldn't.
But let's say Tyus Jones comes back. He's not starting.
That's right.
So you're back to where you were because you're going to have Devin Booker, Jalen Green running the point at certain points.
So I'm not sure I'm sure Tyus Jones is saying I'll consider everything, but I doubt he'd want to come back here. He'd have to have zero options. He's probably saying that to protect himself in case he's got Stugatz out there.
There are reports that Minnesota is interested in bringing him back. He had spent some time in Minnesota.
I don't know why they wouldn't.
That's a team that has a point guard. Mike Conley is a great veteran leader.
Yep.
Highly respected, great guy. Not that productive anymore.
No.
And they really they needed a point guard. And now to pair somebody like Tyus Jones with Rob Dillingham, that might be a good move going forward for Minnesota.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that.
On the Chris Paul front, there's been wide reports of Chris Paul maybe having interest. There's a report this morning that's in the opposite direction. Evan Sidery from Forbes reported today that the Suns are not focused on Chris Paul as a top target heading into free agency, per a league source. Paul is prioritizing playing close to his family to end his career, but a reunion in Phoenix appears extremely unlikely. So, are you just limiting things to California teams? Is it going to be the Lakers? Is it going to be the Clippers? Kings? He's not going back to Golden State.
And knowing Chris Paul a little bit, I don't think that interest would have been mutual even if the Suns wanted him. He was not happy with the owner when he got traded.
No.
And Chris Paul doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to come back to a place a second time if the first time didn't end well. It's a shame because, as we know, Chris Paul brings a lot to the table if he's healthy. And, of course, he stayed healthy for all of last season. Of course. Right.
On a young team like the Suns will be next year, that's like a perfect veteran to sort of like get things moving in the right direction.
Especially with these young bigs, man. I mean,
speaking of health, I have to bring this up because I spent some time on it this weekend. I know everybody, and we talked about it too, not just the unavailability of Bradley Beal, but the number of times he was unavailable. I think it was 13 different stretches of last season where he missed games. That's the same number for Mark Williams from last year. He missed the first 20 games of the season with his left foot tendon strain. Played 3, missed 1. Played 3, missed 1. Played 13, missed 1. Played 1, missed 2. Played 3, missed 4. Played 1, missed 1. Played 1, missed 1. Played 5, missed 2. Played 6, missed 1. Played 3, missed 1. Played 2, missed 1. Played 2, missed 1. Played 1, missed 1. And basically, there was only that whole time, and this goes back to the Lakers trade that was nixed because of the failed physical, which really ticked off the whole Mark Williams camp.
Mm-hmm.
All of it was for the same injury, except for late in the season, he missed 1 game for a thoracic muscle spasm. Everything else was due to that left foot tendon injury. That's very concerning.
Yes, it is.
The Hornets were being careful. They wanted to make sure he was ready for the playoffs.
The other thing that I uncovered on Mark Williams, he is the only player in the NBA since 2015 to have a single game with 15 or more offensive rebounds. To put this in perspective, Mark Williams, 15 offensive rebounds in 1 game on November 10th, 2023 against the Washington Wizards. Kevin Durant, all of last season, had 22 offensive rebounds.
Oh, my goodness.
Isn't that not just a mind-boggling number?
Those
are Angel Reese numbers.
Yes, they are. Wow. Listen, that's hopefully maybe does that tendon heal in an off season? The one that was giving him all those issues?
That's what freaked the Lakers out, probably, that they're going to deal with this.
Yeah.
Going back, I mean, I know it's 4 years ago. He was very healthy in his second season at Duke. He played all 39 games, but it's been he had a back injury the year before, and this is obviously of some concern.
Right.
But when he's healthy, he's good.
He's very good.
Yeah. But you just can't count on him for long stretches.
Oh, man.
Coming up next, there was a blockbuster trade involving star players today in the NFL. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
4 minutes next year. Fleming or Malawach?
I think Fleming.
I think so, too. It's interesting.
I think Fleming.
Now, Mark Williams gets hurt because he's going to get hurt.
Right. That's why you just get, what happens with the centers? I honestly think the odd guy out is Oso. Oh. But I know. You like him. You're an Oso guy?
A lot of people like him. Yeah, he had like a fairly productive rookie year for the position that he was put in. Like, didn't get any faith from the coaching staff whatsoever. Look, if they're trying to get rid of him, Gambo, a smart team is going to send like a second-round pick or 2 for him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Maybe you've noticed, maybe you haven't, but I'll tell you this. Artificial turf is the rage in Arizona. You can see it in my neighborhood where many houses have ditched front yards full of rocks with beautiful sparkling lawns. And if that sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters are the company to call. And that is because Turf Monsters is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the mess, without the hassles, without the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. I've seen them myself. They look fantastic, and Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance, making sure the turf is always cleaned, always looking great, always smelling great, always free of debris. Just one of many things Turf Monsters can do for you. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas, whatever you like. They love working on customers to create backyard oases that will make your neighbors green with envy, and people that work with Turf Monsters rave about their dedication, the professionalism. They do what they say they're going to do, and their finished products are outstanding. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh. Did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
He gets the snap. He wants to throw it. Late rush. He throws it down the field. Intercepted at the 30. 25-20. Minka Fitzpatrick goes into the end zone for the Pittsburgh. Well, we got a marker down on the play, so hold on. Oh, Sweet Marie. What a play by Minka Fitzpatrick.
Sweet Marie. It's like I always say, Vic. Good gravy and Sweet Marie.
That's funny.
Good name for a band.
Sweet Marie.
Minka Fitzpatrick in the news today on June 30th. A massive trade going down in the NFL. Player for players. The Dolphins and Steelers getting together on a trade. Dolphins sending Jalen Ramsey and tight end Jonnu Smith to the Pittsburgh Steelers in exchange for Minka Fitzpatrick, where he started his career in Miami, played 2 seasons there. Traded to Pittsburgh at the deadline in 2019. He's been there ever since.
Yeah.
This is an interesting trade for both teams.
Oh, it sure is. Listen, and I know the Dolphins GM said in the springtime that their time with Jalen Ramsey was just about done. But throwing in Jonnu Smith with this for Minka Fitzpatrick, who started his career with the Dolphins, never expected to hear this today. And here you go, the NFL, once again getting into everybody's space. This is supposed to be the NBA free agency. NBA players moving. And you get a big blockbuster NFL trade. This Pittsburgh Steelers team is going to have they're going to have a lot of people looking at them this year and wondering, what are you going to get? Because they've already added Darius Slay to their cornerback room. Didn't they do that earlier this year?
Yep.
Yeah.
And obviously DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
And Schmucko Jones.
What are they doing at quarterback?
He just told you, Schmucko Jones.
Not familiar with him.
But, I mean, they've had as active an offseason as any team in the NFL.
Uh-huh.
And it's very much sort of an all-in offseason.
Yes. It's been the talk of the morning on the ESPN Talking Head shows, including First Take, where Dan Graziano scratching his head from the Pittsburgh standpoint.
He managed to get older on defense, which is challenging because they already probably were one of the oldest ones. The pass catcher, they needed another wide receiver, and Jonnu Smith can sort of effectively be that, right? Mm-hmm. Like as a dynamic pass catcher that Arthur Smith knows how to use. Maybe they go out and get somebody else at wide receiver. But Minka Fitzpatrick is a heart and soul guy on the defense. I just that to me is a very surprising. He had 2 years left on his contract. Unless he was making noise about a new contract, which I had not heard. I'm surprised that they would move on from him.
Yeah, Minka Fitzpatrick's been a 5-time Pro Bowler, 3-time AP first-team All-Pro. Not to sneeze at Jalen Ramsey's resume either. He's also been a 3-time All-Pro first team and a 7-time Pro Bowler. But the point about them getting a little bit older, he's 2 years older than Minka Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
It seems to me like most of the thought is that the Steelers got the short end of the stick, even though they got 2 players for 1. Here's David Dennis Jr. on it.
For the Steelers, this seems like a team that is worse after this trade than they were before. And that's not something you want when you're supposed to be going all in for Aaron Rodgers in this final year. You're supposed to be doing stuff to improve your roster now, even if it means taking on money and taking on contracts, things like that. To move the best player in the trade, I don't think they're better right now. And yes, you get another weapon for Aaron Rodgers, but I just feel like the Steelers' defense takes a step back, the locker room takes a step back, even if they take a marginal step up in offense.
Yeah, it's an interesting trade. You don't see trades like this very often in the NFL.
Quarterback for safety,
No.
and I know Minka Fitzpatrick is one of the best. So this is interesting. And I know that Jalen Ramsey can be a sandpaper guy, that he can run his course with organizations, and I think some of that happened in Miami.
Yeah, you look at it, and Jalen Ramsey is one of those guys that, for as good as he is, this will be his, he started in Jacksonville, went to the Rams, Miami, fourth stop now. He's been in the league since 2016, so I guess that's, not that
unusual.
But,
okay.
We shall see. It has been a very interesting offseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, it's only a matter of time before they trade for Alan Lazard, right? That is coming, isn't it?
Jake Kumaro. What's Randall Cobb up to these
Friends
days?
of Aaron. They're certainly on their way to Pittsburgh.
We played a little bit of Buda Baker's appearance on the Mina Kimes show from last week. Earlier today, a couple of more focusing on the defense. A lot of what we played earlier was Buda Baker and his thoughts on Kyler Murray headed into this year. Buda Baker, very excited about playing in this defense once again.
Yeah, I truly, love this defense because it gives me the ability to kind of be everywhere. And, I always know each and every week I'm probably going to be that red dot that opposing offenses are going to see. And in this defense, it's kind of really hard to know where I'm going. So that's definitely special. And with the collective players that we have now, it's definitely exciting. We're going to create, more one-on-ones and more opportunities for other guys to get to the QB or get tackled for losses, get interceptions. So I'm very excited. And like you said, it was a bunch of different things. And I just, put my hats off to the coaching staff for creating this type of scheme that we have.
Yeah, hearing Buda Baker talk about being excited will raise the excitement level of the fan base, which should be excited about what they were able to do from a personnel standpoint defensively.
Yeah.
I look at, this year you start to get excited every year because, hey, football's almost back. But then once you get past that cursory point, that cosmetic thing, hey, it's just football. What are you actually really jacked about? Seeing this rebuilt defense is what I'm jacked about the Arizona Cardinals.
Without a doubt. Yeah, listen, I think everybody is curious to see how these additions to the defensive front translates, and if the Cardinals are going to go from a team that had to kind of play shell games every Sunday and disguise coverages and play, freakish defenses, whatever you want to call them, to a unit that might just flat out be able to smother teams. That's going to be very, very exciting, and that is the reason why the Cardinals are actually gaining traction as a team that might win this division. I'm a little worried about the 49ers. With all the people sleeping on them, with all the time they've had in this offseason, I'm worried that they're going to come back and be that team. But I think that's just more of a worry than actually based in fact. But I do agree with it.
I think it's fair to be worried.
Yeah. If this defense is as good as we imagine they might be, because again, the rotational pieces they might have in the interior of that line might be filthy.
Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive, happening Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday timeframe is the lowest week of the summer for donations. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. That is straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks are swept by the Marlins as bullpen performance remains untenable. A Chris Paul reunion with the Suns is reportedly a possibility, and the Suns fully guarantee Nick Richards' contract for 2025-26. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and Parker & Sons, they're absolutely fabulous in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, called them at 4:30 in the morning. A live person actually answered the phone at 4:30 in the morning. I couldn't believe that. By 8 a.m. that same day, they were at my house. By the time I got home from doing this radio show, my problem was fixed. The work was done. I was incredibly grateful, incredibly impressed. That's what they do at Parker & Sons. They're also great at preventative measures, and now is a great time to get your air conditioning system tuned up. A tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things, prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, and more than anything, it can prevent and give you that peace of mind, because the last thing you want is the nightmare of waking up in the middle of the summer and finding your air conditioning is broken. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, all of their techs, they're all trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They are the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' 3-game series against the Marlins this weekend was anything but encouraging. The Snakes were swept, which included an extra innings loss on Saturday and 2 other gut-punching losses, and they're now 1 game under 500, 5 games back in the wild card, and still trying to figure out if they should be buyers or sellers come the trade deadline. And here was manager Torey Lovello after the series.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out, and that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team, and when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving.
Ryan Nelson and the Snakes will go again tonight against division foe. The San Francisco Giants are in town for 4 games. First pitch tonight will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, NBA free agency will officially get underway tonight. And over the weekend, the Suns retained center Nick Richards. And with the point guard position still a necessity, find out who could fill the need at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock on a Monday, time for some social studies with Sammy Sabolka. Take it away, Sammy.
Yeah, good morning. Hope you guys all had a fantastic weekend, but you guys know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X. If you want to respond to our daily questions, we're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook. And shout out all those watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. So I had a good weekend, but the Diamondbacks did not. And so that's where we'll start. And our first question is, #Diamondback fans, what, if anything at all, will it take for you to believe in this team and have true optimism, and why?
A 20-game winning streak.
Yeah. No, listen. To me, I'm going to go back to my old benchmark. When they get themselves 10 games over 500, if they can pull that off. But when you go 4-5 against those 3 teams you just did, what are the odds of that?
Yeah, but what was the high water mark over 500 this year? I mean,
not much.
They've been within 3 games of 500 most of the year. I'm looking at their schedule. They're 5 games above 500 on April 22nd. That might be the high water mark. Got back to 4 in May.
It hasn't. I don't think it's been more than 6 or 7.
I think it's 5. Yeah. And that was when the team was healthy, relatively.
Yep.
Yeah, not seeing it.
Not seeing it. That's kind of the responses are mainly can't see it, not a lot. But Adam Rand says nothing. This weekend's performance told me all I needed to know. Sell at the deadline, get younger guys, and get them some reps in 2025 and 2026, and be ready for 2027. We're in it for the long haul now. So he's kind of given up on this year. Eddie V says, last year on this day, the Diamondbacks were also 41-42. They had a 17-8 run in July. They'll have to do it again if they want to stay in the race. And for what it's worth, he says they were 60-60 on August 16th in 2023 when they went to the World Series. So it sounds like our man Eddie V is a little more optimistic than most. Bordertown's Kid says, to quote the great KG, anything is possible. However, when it comes to Arizona teams, we are the exception to the rule. And lastly, Names Are Hard says a time machine. D-backs would be 15 games over 500 and in perfect health if Torrey had started Corbin Burns on opening day like he should have. I mean, that's some serious...
Would Corbin Burns be healthy right now if that was... It's all Torrey's fault.
Right. That's what... there are a lot of people that claim to say that in the comments, and we've talked about it. Like, he's not the one getting outs.
No.
Part of the weirdness of the weekend, too, to me, and I wasn't at the games, but certainly it stood out, was crowds were down this weekend, too.
Yeah.
And I think
I noticed that.
Miami being a part of it, too. The day game on Saturday, I think it was kind of weird.
Probably
there was so many day games in Major League Baseball on Saturday.
I know.
A million.
And I like day games, but I think it affects attendance. But they only had one crowd over 30,000. And it was barely over 30, and that was yesterday.
Yeah. We'll move on to Suns talk. It's a multiple choice answer. We've got Suns fans. Who is most likely to be on the team next season and why out of these 4? Bradley Beal, Grayson Allen, Tyus Jones, and or Royce O'Neal.
And or?
No, not and or.
Oh, my bad.
It's a poll question.
Poll question,
Most likely, I mean, it's got to be one of the three guys that's currently on the roster.
Yeah.
So that would eliminate Tyus Jones,
Mm-hmm.
even though he plays a position that is.
He plays the one position they need out of those four guys.
Yeah, I think two of those guys are going to be on the roster. Bradley Beal is going to be one of them.
I think it's going to be Grayson Allen.
Really?
Yeah. Just because I think his contract is harder to trade than Royce O'Neal.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. I'd go out on
Don't you think he's more desirable to a trade partner than Royce O'Neal, even with the contract, as a player?
No.
After last year?
You don't think
No.
so? Okay.
No.
I'd go out on a limb and say I think 3 out of 4 of those guys are going to be on the team. I think
You might be right, yeah.
I think Tyus Jones, whether you like it or not, will eventually still be a member of the Suns. But
So that's the same team as last year with a bunch of rookies
I don't
and
agree
no
with
Kevin
that.
Durant then.
Yeah.
You guys don't think Tyus Jones is going to be a Sun?
No, I don't.
I don't. No.
Okay.
No.
All right. That's fair.
If there's other interest in Tyus Jones, which there's reported other interest, I don't think it makes sense for him to come back here.
Yeah.
No, but I'm sure that the audience probably agrees with you. What are the poll results on
The poll results are overwhelming. Not as overwhelming as I thought. 34% Bradley Beal, 28% both Royce and Grayson, and 9% Tyus Jones. So Bradley Beal getting a majority of the votes there. And then I don't see a world in which both Grayson and Royce are on the team next year, just out of position overlap.
I think if the Suns have their way, that would be the case, yes.
Yeah, and in the comments, it's a ton. Bradley Beal. Brian V says, while Beal may be on the team next year, I don't think he'll see the court. My guess is that Grayson is the guy they'll keep. He's a guard, and they'll hope he can find his, quote, touch again from beyond the arc. And, just a ton of Bradley Beal, which we've stated all day, is that if he has anything to do with it, he's going to be on the team next year. Lastly, we talked a little bit
Dan started the show with a
dad joke.
With a dad joke.
And
what do you call a couple that shares an Amazon account? Prime mates.
So we asked.
Dad.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his offspring off at school?
Bye, son.
Bye, son.
Hey, there you go. What do you call a cow? What do you call a cow with no legs?
Ground beef.
Oh man. So we did ask, what is the best/worst dad jokes you know and have heard?
All of them.
Can I start it off?
Yeah, go ahead,
With
Jerry.
Mike, just because it's right in. Some might say it's right in my wheelhouse. This joke. Have you read the book about constipation? No, it hasn't come out yet.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I did not have that one on the list.
Okay, well, continue then.
Let's see. Let's start with Justin Pressegards is a good starting point. He said, "How does the ocean say hello?" It waves.
It waves. That's a dumb dad
yeah,
joke.
that is. Bordertown Kid said, "Why do pancakes always win in baseball?" Because they have the best batter. And this one's funny from Nick. I got mugged by 6 dwarves last night. Period. Not happy.
Why don't oysters share their pearls?
Why?
Because they're shellfish.
Platypus has a step ladder, but he never met his real ladder.
Ross Vegas, what is it called when a chameleon can't change colors?
What?
A reptile dysfunction. and lastly, from our man Stephen Reese, what's brown and rhymes with Snoop?
What?
Dr. Dre.
Oh boy.
That's what it's come to on Monday mornings of social studies. Our best dad jokes. But keep them coming. And you know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Thank you much, Sammy. Coming up, a bizarre statement from the Kings spokesperson, and DA's time in Rip City is over. We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Who is the second best player on the Phoenix Suns right now?
Obviously, Booker's your best player.
Yes.
Second best player is Mark Williams.
Okay. Who do you think it is in 3 years?
I'm going to say Malawach. So who are you picking
right
3 years from now?
Man, so I want to say Malawach, but he'll still be 21 years old. I'm going to go wild card here, Gamble. I'm going to say that player's not on the team right now.
Okay, who's the second best player on the roster?
It's Mark Williams, like if I get 60 games of him. But I kind of want to say Jalen Green because Jalen's the opposite. He's going to try and play all 82, and he's probably going to play 75 plus at the bare minimum.
Right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know all about game changers and how important they are, and all over the valley. That is exactly what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people with loose or missing teeth, for people with ill-fitting dentures, for people with dental issues. They are changing the game, and they do that by offering amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. Amazing quality. Each new smile is digitally designed, which means your new smile is going to turn out perfect. There is no human error, and you're going to heal faster with minimal bone removal. Great convenience. That comes from the fact that everything is done under one roof, from lab work to surgery to follow-ups, and they truly vibe on being the most affordable option you are going to find. They want their implants available for everybody, and that includes people of limited means and people with limited insurance. They've got great financing options available to pull it all together, and they are rated as America's #1 all-on-4 dental implant provider. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new you, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Gambo. Burnsy's back. How much better can the Suns be this season based solely on who they drafted? We'll continue talking the Suns' new horizon on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Portland Trailblazers and DeAndre Ayton, their center,
they are finalizing a contract buyout. He will become a free agent. This is a sudden, surprising addition to the free agent market because he had $35 million left on his deal next season, but he's set to become a free agent. This is a fresh opportunity for both sides. We know the Blazers just added Yang Hansen at number 16 overall pick. So they're pretty deep in terms of young, talented bigs. Listen, DeAndre Ayton is one of 4 players to average 10 points, 10 rebounds the last 7 seasons in the NBA. And remember, just in 2021, he was a top 3 player on that Suns team that made it to the NBA Finals against the Bucks. So this is a guy that has a lot of talent.
That was 4 years ago. That's Shams Charania talking about the move in Portland. Writing was kind of on the wall. They drafted Donovan Clingan last year. They went and got Yang Hansen, one of the surprise picks of the first round this year. They agreed to a buyout. DeAndre Ayton bought out, entering the free agent market. I don't think there's going to be any shortage of suitors for DeAndre Ayton, and there's a team.
Because it's an expiring contract, do you think, or because
it's bought out? He's a free agent. There is.
Oh yeah. My bad. My bad.
I think because his stats throughout his career are still pretty impressive. And if you don't watch him closely,
you look last year, he was 14 points per game on 56% shooting. You look at that, you go, oh, that's a useful player.
14.4 points, 10.2 rebounds, which matches his basically the lowest numbers of his career, which were very similar to that year in 2021 when the Suns went to the finals. He averaged 14.4 points and 10.5 rebounds. He only played in 40 games last year, had a calf strain. He is, look, again, I think the talks are going to start with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yep.
They need a center in the worst way. We'll get to the Lakers in a second.
Oh, they might be getting one in the worst way if they get him.
I mean,
I know.
What have we seen from the center position since DeAndre Ayton's been gone?
Not much.
We had the same complaints.
I think Yusuf Nurkic had a really good first half of the season in his first year, and then tailed off in the second half and looked like a different player in the first half last year before they traded him.
So a buddy of mine texted me, and because he's got a friend who's a Lakers fan and is really excited about the Lakers pursuing DA. He sent me the text. He sent him back. He said, I cannot wait to see Luka giving him the stink eye and LeBron James shaking his head in disgust, the bad jumpers, the always doing the same dumb fake spin move to shoot a jump hook that clanks off the rim, the stone hands, the weak screen, the one quarter when he has 12 points and 8 rebounds, only to finish the game with 13 points and 9 rebounds, the soft layups instead of the dunks. There you go. That's where the frustration comes. It's all that stuff.
Yep. Brian Windhorst, Tim Bontemps, Tim McMahon kind of reflected on DeAndre Ayton's bizarre time in Portland. Everything's weird in Portland.
He got to his house and apparently slept on an air mattress for months. I'm not sure. That's still, I'd like the oral history of the DeAndre Ayton home buying experience.
You've got a max contract. Like, pay for a mattress and then they'll deliver it. You just have to pay him a little bit more.
I'm sure that the Pacers or that the Blazers would have outfitted his entire apartment or home or whatever, but he talked about how his back was bothering him because he was sleeping on an air mattress. And then did he miss a game or a shooter? Was it a game?
It was a game.
He was unable to get to a game because he couldn't get out of his house because he was iced in.
We remember that.
Never
very
forget
well.
that.
He was the only Portland Trailblazer. A lot of people were affected in Portland, but he was the only team member that didn't make it to the game.
Ain't that something?
But if he does end up with the Lakers again, that the reality of DeAndre Ayton
and
Luka Doncic being on the same roster would be kind of rich, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And especially if he gets to Hollywood and say in year 3 the light bulb goes on. Not happening.
No.
And for all the Suns fans, the goofy Suns fans who wonder if the Suns want to get him back, the answer is hell no.
You can only have so many centers on the team.
Right.
Now, the Suns did they didn't do anything. They didn't delay the deadline, so Nick Richards' $5 million salary for this upcoming season became guaranteed. Doesn't mean he'll be on the team. I think there's going to be some trade talk with Nick Richards as well. We'll see. The Mark Williams piece and all of it is interesting to me because of the injury history being so vast. Do they want to hold on to Nick Richards at an affordable, as an affordable security blanket, insurance policy, however you want to put it? Because you can't. Mark Williams is your starting center, but if he's going to miss 40 games or a good number of games, how equipped is Kaman Malawach to play extensive minutes as an 18-year-old?
Are we just thinking Oso Guidaro is not going to be on the team?
Yeah, Vinny and I were talking about this, and Vinny seems to agree with Gambo. He thinks there's not going to be a spot because Kaman Malawach is like Oso but better. The shooting touch, scorer. We talked about it. If Oso could play the 4, that might be a solution for the Suns, but you can't have that many shooting liabilities on the floor.
No, and I like a lot of what Oso brings. I think he's a good passer. He's obviously very athletic at that position. The shooting leaves a lot to be desired because he's not even comfortable enough to take a shot outside of 5 feet right now.
Right.
So it limits and I'm sure he's worked on that extensively this offseason. But you also have to remember he's a second-round pick. And you really have to stand out to be a contributor. I hope that's not the case. I root for the kid. I think he's a very likable guy, easy guy to root for, but the numbers just might not match. The Los Angeles Lakers in the news yesterday. LeBron James opted in, picking up his player option at $52.6 million. That was followed by a somewhat bizarre statement from Rich Paul, the agent of LeBron James. Basically, that statement said, look, LeBron wants to win a championship. And then on the other side of it, the Lakers want to start building for the future. Something's got to give. A lot of people think maybe LeBron's future is not in Los Angeles after opting in. Here's Dave McMenamin on that.
Rich said that Clutch Sports and LeBron are going to be closely monitoring what the Lakers do now that he has opted in to make this team more competitive, because he recognizes that whatever time left he has in the league, he wants to be competing for championships. And so this is kind of a to-be-continued situation, because down the line, LeBron could say, hey, Jeannie, hey, Rob Pelinka, I'd like to find somewhere else to play. Please orchestrate a trade for me because I don't like the direction this team is going to. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but based on Rich Paul's statement, they at least open the door to that possibility.
Yeah, and is there a market for a guy north of 40 at $52.6 million? It's LeBron James, yes. It's funny, maybe not funny is the word. It's interesting to me to see two superstars in recent history, LeBron being the second one. You go back to the Kobe Bryant example, and how many people lamented the fact that the Lakers gave Kobe what he wanted, and he kept getting these big contracts at the end of his career, hamstringing the Lakers' ability to put a really competitive team on the floor. And I think the Lakers are torn with that again. You know, they want to start building for the future. They obviously made a big trade. They got younger with Luka.
Yeah.
But then you have one of the greatest players of all time who's not universally loved by the Lakers fan base. Let's be honest.
No, not at all.
But how do you disrespect LeBron James?
He's still really good, though. Like, he's better than Kobe was during that part of his career.
I would agree. But
so it's
also,
not like you can't win
I think
with
the
him.
decision was harder with Kobe because he meant so much to that franchise.
Yeah, and I say this all the time.
I don't think anybody would be that upset. I don't think Lakers fans would be that upset if they worked out a trade for him.
In fact, what I've read this morning is just the opposite, that Lakers and their fan base has basically reacted to Rich Paul's very odd, curious statement with a shrug. Like, okay. And I say this again, so forgive me. I know you guys have heard this, but if you spend time in L.A., you're really astounded about how Kobe and Tupac are like the soul of that city. Anywhere you go, you might just run into a pop-up mural of one of those two guys. Mm-hmm. So the whole Kobe thing, you're absolutely right when you say that him and the money he demanded at the end of his career really held back that team from turning the page. The problem is Lakers fans were all behind Kobe. Whatever Kobe wanted, they were behind.
Yep.
That's not the case with LeBron.
It's easier to do that when you have a boatload of championships to fall back on as a fan base.
But on a LeBron trade, though, if you're the Lakers and all that fan base and the franchise, you would have to get a star back. That can't be like Jalen Green in the number 10th pick for a LeBron trade, even if they would be okay trading him. Do you know what I mean?
See, listen, Vinny said it earlier. LeBron for Bradley Beal. Who says no?
Not me. I'd be the first one to say yes.
It's close to home for Bradley Beal.
Still close to home for LeBron. He can go to LA if he wants.
I don't even want to put that out.
He could play with Luka.
I don't even want to put that out in the universe, really. I'm feeling like I need a shower. Coming up next, it's Monday. We'll hand out some hardware on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
5 years ago when the Suns picked 10th and Tyrese Halliburton fell to them and they let him go. I'm not looking at this saying Malawach is going to turn into what Tyrese Halliburton has turned into. They're going to be asked to do very different things. They play very different positions. But in the moments leading up when like the 8th pick was there and the 9th pick was there and Toronto was on the clock, after Brooklyn made their pick, you're like, wait a minute, is a guy that should probably not be there going to be there at 10? And where I do draw the parallel and then the story parts ways is they actually took the guy at 10 this time. They actually went with conventional wisdom.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Dick's Epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey. That's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' 3-game series against the Miami Marlins this weekend was anything but encouraging. The Snakes were swept, which included an extra inning loss on Saturday and 2 other gut-punching losses, as they are now 1 game under 500, 5 games back in the wild card, and still figuring out if they should be buyers or sellers come the trade deadline. But Ryan Nelson and the Snakes will go at it again tonight against division foe. The San Francisco Giants are in town for a 4-game series. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, NBA free agency will officially get underway tonight, and over the weekend, the Suns retained center Nick Richards, and with the point guard position still a necessity, find out who could fill the need at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Sanderson Ford poll question surrounding the Arizona Diamondbacks. Will the D-backs have struggled to stay above 500 this season? Will they finish the season above or below 500? Our 3 options are below or above, or right at 81 and 81.
That's where I'm going.
Right at 81 and 81?
Mediocrity.
Yeah.
They've been hovering around that mark and reached that mark on several different occasions, so seems about right.
Yeah, that's
All right.
I like what he's thinking.
All right, the results: 51% of the vote say below, 26 say above, but honestly, a surprising 23% of the vote, including us, say right at 81 and 81.
You know who they are? Even Steven.
I'm sure you guys saw the graphic, right? I think it was after the Saturday loss. They were 41 and 41. They were exactly 500 on the road and at home. And in their last 10 games, they were exactly 500 as well. So everything was the same.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's been par for the course. Thank you, Sammy. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings, handing out the hardware.
Hardware. As I jumped the gun and jumped on the production. Yes.
Yeah, harmonizing.
It's our version of the award show. We do it on Monday mornings based on what we saw over the weekend. Could be anything. Whatever tickles your fancy, right, Vic?
Yes.
What tickled your fancy?
My first award is the Phrases That Need to Go Away Forever award. I'm going to give to the ESPN Radio morning crew, who this morning kept repeating a phrase about Aaron Rodgers that made me want to throw up. They kept referring to him as a thrower of the football. As a phrase, thrower of the football needs to be retired the same way scorer of the basketball needs to be retired. Just call him a passer.
I think I heard.
Don't have to call him a thrower of the football.
I think I know what the context was. I didn't hear that particular phrase used, but they were kind of spiraling off of the Ben Roethlisberger comments.
Exactly.
In that terms of arm talent. That's another one that I love.
Right.
That he is arguably the best quarterback of all time and a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That was it.
Thrower of the football.
Thrower of the football.
How about thrower-upper of my lunch? Eh?
I see what you did there.
My first award is the Happy Learned How to Announce Draft Picks Award. And I'm giving it to James Higgins. The Boston Bruins picked Higgins with the 7th overall pick in the NHL entry draft on Friday night. And since movies don't promote themselves, this was the announcement.
My name is Happy Gilmore. How are you? Proud to be part of the 2025 NHL Draft. The Boston Bruins select from Boston College James Higgins. Way to go, homie.
That was Adam Sandler in a Boston Bruins jersey making the announcement.
Which he wears in Happy Gilmore.
He does. Higgins was born on November 3rd, 2006, 10 years and 9 months after the original release of Happy Gilmore, so it's very possible he had no idea what was going on as Sandler's video played. But with the weirdness of the NHL Draft House videos all night during the first round, this is not close to the strangest thing that happened at the draft over the weekend. And remember, Happy Gilmore 2, streaming July 25th on Netflix. Did you see that NHL Draft House thing that they were doing?
I did not know.
So they would get picked, and then they would put them in this little room where they were just standing there in front of this gigantic screen where it was the war room of the team that drafted them, and there was so many glitches and delays in the communication. It was basically like one kid was, "Thanks for drafting me." It was the weirdest thing ever.
Wow.
The NHL
they try stuff, the NHL. I'll give them that.
Try stuff.
They were the first ones that like radically changed their all-star game, and they've changed their divisions all different ways. They try stuff. You got to give them that.
It just never works.
It just never works,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Just never works.
All right, my first award is Talk About a Rocky Start award, and it goes to the Colorado Rockies, who over the weekend became just the 5th team in Major League Baseball history to have less than 20 wins in the first 81 games of a season. Wow. They were 18-63 through 81 games, which is halfway through a season now. And to illustrate, they're also the first team in 121 years to do that. 121 years, by the way. And to illustrate the point of how long that is, the other 4 teams no longer exist as the names that they were. So let's see if you can guess. In 1886, the Washington baseball team was named...
I'm going to go Senators.
The Colonels.
It is not the Senators. It's actually the Nationals. But it's not these Nationals.
Okay.
In 1890, Pittsburgh.
The Alleghenies.
Yes.
Ooh, Vinny.
Wow, the Pittsburgh Alleghenies. 1899, Cleveland.
Spiders.
Correct.
Oh, you're in his wheelhouse.
I know.
Right, wheelhouse right now.
Pre-1900 baseball history is his wheelhouse. And then 1904, Washington.
That was the Senators.
That was the Senators. So how about that? Congratulations.
Cleveland should have gone with the Spiders. I think that particular record that you just mentioned prevented them from going to the Spiders when they renamed their team.
The Nationals went back to the Nationals.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the Senators also were terrible, so they couldn't go back there.
All right, my first award is the NBA Offseason Winner Award, and it's going to Victor Wembanyama. So he's been seen playing basketball in China's Shaolon's Temple. He's been playing chess in New York with random people in Central Park. He's been even seen playing soccer in Costa Rica with kids. And today a video is circling Twitter of him participating in some French soccer. And you can see him. He's towering over everyone. He hit an absolute unbelievable free kick on these guys. And it was one of the craziest things. He's been all over the world. And it's really hard not to like this guy. So he's winning the NBA offseason.
Why isn't he working on his game?
Because it's still pretty good. I think he's in gyms. It's just he's
that guy.
Yeah, you had to. It's fine. But he's winning the offseason currently.
All right.
Yep.
All right, my last award, Vinny, is the Back to the Future Award. I'm giving it to the PGA Tour. For those who watched the Rocket Classic over the weekend, my apologies. I was one of them. It was about as low wattage of a golf tournament as you were going to find.
You and 4 other guys.
Yeah. The winner was Aldrich Potgieter, who is very, very chubby, the way golf used to look like on television.
He puts the pot in Potgieter.
Yes,
Am I right?
He does. Yes, he does. More like pot eater. He's a very good player. Great hands, by the way. But in terms of marquee wattage, top 5, Potgieter, Chris Kirk, Greiserman, Thorne Bjornsson, and Jake Knapp finished and tied for 4. Jake's a great dude and a great player, but it was like golf before Tiger is what it looked like to me.
So you answered your own questions about your level of addiction to the sport.
Yes,
and you are helpless.
I am 100% dork. Yes, no doubt about it.
My last award is the If at First You Don't Succeed, Scrap the Whole Damn Thing award. And I'm giving it to the Big 12 Conference. Did you see what they did? As a result of the preseason media poll being so bad last year, in which the Arizona State Sun Devils were picked 16th and won the conference in the first year, they have scrapped the preseason media poll.
That's fantastic.
They're not the first conference to do it, but there's also a lot of people who say kudos, and there shouldn't be preseason polls at all in conferences or the AP or the coaches poll.
Oh.
So maybe this is a little bit of movement in that front, but yeah.
Interesting.
They've thrown their hands up and said, nope, not doing it again.
I can't believe your award was the Back to the Future award, because my award is the Great Scott Award about Back to the Future, because this week marks the 40th anniversary of Back to the Future coming out. This week, 40 years ago, the original Back to the Future came out, meaning that movie is 10 years further away from today than the point in history where they went back in time was in that movie, 1955.
They only went 30 years
they went
back,
30
you're right.
years back.
So when did that movie come out?
July 3rd, 1985.
If you went from the first Back to the Future movie to the second, where they actually go into the future, what year did they go into?
2015.
2015, 30
They did
years
30
in the
years in the
Okay.
future.
You could make an argument that the difference in what the world looked like was incredibly different, right? Flying cars, all that stuff. Reality, not much has changed from 1985 to 2015 in the way we live.
Except for...
Do you know what I'm saying? So in 80...
I don't know if
I don't know about that, but to your
look at this thing in your hand right here. That's a humongous difference.
That's one thing.
But that's how so much of your life revolves around the technology of either social media, the internet, texting, all that stuff that didn't exist in 1985.
Yeah. Okay.
But no flying cars, you're right.
No flying cars. My last award real quick is the
There's a baseball team in Miami, though, which they predicted.
My last award is the She Did What Award, and it's Caitlin Clark, who's received 1.29 million All-Star votes so far. And just to put it into perspective, in 2023, the top 30 vote getters combined for 1.1 million votes.
Not
so
surprising.
Far.
So are we alleging voter shenanigans?
No, just a lot more voters.
And probably slightly loosely related, the WNBA announced today that they are expanding 3 new teams.
That's
they're adding.
crazy.
And then they have a fourth. Toronto's getting ready to start.
Right.
And then 3 more teams announced today.
Yep, and they just added Golden State Valkyries this season.
Yes. I'm not sure that's a great idea.
Yeah, well,
that's just me.
Yeah, me neither.
I didn't know. I'm stupid. I
What?
didn't know Detroit.
Coming up next.
I didn't know Detroit didn't have a team anymore. Wasn't Detroit a very successful WNBA?
They've been gone for a long time, Jerry.
What's his name from the Bad Boy Pistons? Was
Bill
their head coach.
Laimbeer.
Yeah. That wasn't last year.
I still think
10 years ago.
I think the Houston Comets are going to win the whole thing.
Can't control that Cynthia Cooper.
That's Hardware. We do it on Mondays. Final thoughts straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with another real-life success story courtesy of Life Changer Loans. So one of our listeners is a fireman. His wife's in education. They had a mortgage rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Converted to a Life Changer loan, they're going to pay off that mortgage, the credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Proof again of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear whatsoever, because you always have access to your equity. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You likely pay off your home in a matter of 5 years. That's the average length of time. And as I said, you get 24/7 access to your equity. Lots of great things with the Life Changer Loan, saving a ton of money for lots of Valley clients, but there are caveats. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit, great credit score, all of that. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
What if we get
the same deal that Ford employees get. Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Can't believe Jared gave an award in hardware based on the anniversary of a movie. Wow. And it wasn't his favorite movie of all time. So related and unrelated. This song is called Chocolate by a band called the 1975. This was like one of their first big hits. And it's very, very catchy.
It's kind of earwormish.
It is. Jarrett, did you know that your favorite movie, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory,
54 years ago?
54 years ago today. Making it just older than me by about 2 weeks.
Wow. I didn't realize that was, I knew the year it came out. I didn't realize that this was
June 30th, 1971. Oh my goodness. And a movie that's been creepy for all 54 of those years.
I have the 40th and 50th anniversary DVD box sets.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the difference between the two?
The
4 and a
50th anniversary has like a whole spiel of doohidgets and what do you call it with it.
Hey,
came with like a poster
with the
and
technical terms. Chocolate 1975, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
We have to update a story that was a while in the making, because we talked about it. The project by Last Week Tonight by John Oliver, where they had a contest for minor league baseball teams to be rebranded.
Love this story.
By the show. And they were flooded with these requests, like, we want to be rebranded. And they're talking about uniforms, logo, theme nights, everything. So a while back, they went through all the entries, and they determined it was going to be the Erie Seawolves that were going to be the team that's rebranded. Well, last night on Last Week Tonight by John Oliver, they unveiled the new identity of the Erie Seawolves. And the story that I'm reading on MLB.com. In the summer of 1991, a scuba diver named George Moon was combing the depths of Lake Pleasant in Erie County, Pennsylvania, When he broke the surface, he was carrying with him an almost 3-foot-long bone. Moon had no idea that what he'd stumbled across was the shoulder blade of a creature that had walked the land in Erie something like 12 millennia ago. He also had no idea that his prehistoric discovery would one day somehow become a part of baseball history. So the bone that he found belonged to that of a woolly mammoth, ancient creature.
Yeah.
Moon, the name of the guy who discovered it, the mammoth. So the new baseball team, the new identity, the Erie Moon Mammoths.
I like it.
The uniforms were unveiled on the show. The mascot, this big purple mammoth thing, they're making their debut on the field on July 19th.
Wow.
But that just goes to show you, we talked about it when we first mentioned this story. The thing that always stands out to me about that show in particular is the level of research. It doesn't matter what the subject matter is. The research is impeccable.
Oh, yeah.
And there you go.
And part of the deal was if you signed up for this, if you made yourself eligible for John Oliver, you had to accept everything that they deemed necessary. You couldn't pick and choose. You couldn't say, oh, you know what, we don't want to do that.
Yes.
You had to do it.
Yeah, you were all in or you were not in
exactly,
at all.
Exactly. And I don't think that should have been an issue for anyone because, as you say, they put a tremendous amount of research into what they do. The Moon Mammoths, not bad.
And people said, well, it's a stupid name. It's minor league baseball.
Yeah,
That
they're
stuff
supposed
sells.
to be right. Yes,
you can get the merchandise on their website now. It's already for sale. But John Oliver on the original show said, the Erie Seawolves, there's no water over
Wow.
I love it. I think
Where
it's
did this
awesome.
guy find the woolly mammoth bone, by the way? Would you say
At the bottom of Lake
That's
Pleasant
what it was.
in
Okay.
Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
So you learn something new every day. I kind of like the logo too.
It's not bad.
It's like this purple mammoth with
kind of goofy.
Since we're talking
a moon helmet.
We're talking about goofy minor league baseball. This is not really minor league baseball. What do you think about the Savannah Bananas? That whole concept and phenomena.
I'm for it. Like,
it's like the Harlem Globetrotters for baseball.
It is.
I wonder how it took so long for somebody to think of something like that.
To come up with that idea.
Well,
the Harlem Globetrotters have been around for,
Yeah.
what, 60 years?
Longer than that. They
Yeah.
go back to like the 1920s, I think.
Yeah.
The Savannah Bananas started out as a independent minor league team and then started doing this barnstorming thing. Their popularity is off the charts.
It's unbelievable right now.
When they were starting to tour, they would play in minor league state. They're filling football stadiums now,
Yeah.
wherever they go.
And
they're
there's-
basically like the Taylor Swift of novelty baseball.
And there are other teams too. I want to say there's like
They're up to like 4 or 6 teams.
I was gonna say there's more teams.
Yeah, they're just not losing or playing the party animals every game. There's the firefighter
Generals every game.
Yeah, it's entertaining. They've been showing some of the games on like the ESPN networks.
Yeah,
and if you get past the goofiness of it, they're really talented individuals. Like because they entertain. They're decent baseball players. You ever seen a guy try to hit a ball while wearing 8-foot stilts? You'll see it at the Savannah Bananas game.
Yeah. That's interesting because it's an interesting question you posed, Vinny. That why did it take so long for this idea that was Jared's point to manifest itself? And maybe it's just the nature of baseball. You think you can control more 5-on-5, and I don't know, but their popularity is just incredible.
Yeah, my son went and saw them when they were in town in the last couple of years. He said it was fun. He was like, I don't think I'll ever go again, but
okay.
Yeah, but they the merchandise they sell. Supposedly a good time.
Yeah.
Shams Charania put this out about a half hour ago. Guard Colin Gillespie intends to sign a guaranteed 1-year contract to return to the Phoenix Suns. James Dunleavy and Jordan Gertler of Excel Sports tell ESPN. Does that take care of the point guard situation? And if you had to pick between Tyus Jones, Chris Paul, and Cam Payne, who are you bringing back?
Oh, I would take Chris Paul.
Yeah. I think most people would.
Yeah.
Cam Payne might be a possibility.
Cam Payne
too.
wouldn't be a bad idea.
If they're going to add another point guard.
Good
We shall
energy
see.
guy.
Yeah. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Jack Summers for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning, and we should have a slew of NBA news to share with you. And a full recap of D-backs Giants. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Diamondbacks baseball. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and a swing and miss. Herrera strikes out. The ball game is over. And the Marlins sweep the Diamondbacks in large part of a 5-run top of the 8th inning in which the D-backs surrendered 4 walks in the frame, and all 4 walks came home to score.
Swept by the Marlins, no bueno. Now the Giants come to Chase Field for a crucial 4-game division series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602 2, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' 3-game series against the Marlins this weekend was anything but encouraging. The Snakes were swept, which included an extra inning loss on Saturday and 2 other gut-punching losses, and they're now 1 game under 500, 5 games back in the wild card, and still figuring out if they should be buyers or sellers come the trade deadline. And here was manager Torey Lovullo after the series.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out, and that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team, and when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving.
Ryan Nelson and the Snakes will go at it again tonight against division foe. The San Francisco Giants are in town for 4 games. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, NBA free agency will officially get underway tonight. And over the weekend, the Suns retained center Nick Richards. And with the point guard position still a necessity, find out who could fill the need at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Monday, the last day of June 30th. This is the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke. Never fear, the Wolf is here.
Oh, what's going on, Mitch? How are you today?
Well, I was feeling better until yesterday when I thought for sure that the Diamondbacks would do something to make me feel better about the way the weekend went. And then they did the same thing that they did the entire rest of the weekend.
Okay, first of all, Basinonians, I've got to get some business out of the way right now. I know Minch wants to talk about the Diamondbacks, and we're going to be talking about the Diamondbacks. We're going to be talking about a lot of the Arizona Diamondbacks, of course, Basinonians. June 30th. Is it June 30th? Ask yourself that question right now. June 30th. Can I just say this, Basinonians? 25 years ago today, the Warrior Queen and I were married on June 30th. 25 years!
Big 2-5.
Oh! Happy anniversary to the most wonderful lady on the face of the planet. I love you, Stephanie Rachel. Thank you for all that you have done and the wife that you are. 25 years today. Now, shall we get to business in regard to the Diamondbacks?
Well, I don't know, actually. You had mentioned it to me last week that it's yours and the Warrior Queens' 25th anniversary. Yes. Now I feel terrible for even bringing up the Diamondbacks in the same conversation.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm upset. Torey Lovullo is upset, too, after a 6-4 loss yesterday.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out. And that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players. But the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team. And when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving. So we gotta fight through this. We gotta fight through these tough times. Make sure that we're focused every single day and going out there and doing our job. And when we do, that's when it's going to get better. And it's a collective effort. It starts with me, to the coaches, to the trainers, medical staff, strength coaches, and the players. And there's a common denominator here that we're not winning baseball games, and we got to find a way to win baseball games.
And where do you begin on that one?
Well, a 9-8 loss on Friday. That was one where it felt like the Diamondbacks were in it for most of it, and then the Marlins blew the doors off late. The Diamondbacks tried to claw back in, but they just couldn't. The 8-7 loss and the 6-4 loss really bother me because those were games, as you had pointed out, the Diamondbacks had leads. And not only did they have leads, they had leads late. And in the continuing story that is the wacky bullpen that we've been dealt with in the year 2025, it just seems like there is no easy solution for this. And it's getting to a point now where we just mentioned it's the last day of the month of June. A month from now is the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And if this team is not in a better position to compete, they're going to be a seller, like a really hardcore seller, and probably one of the bigger sellers across the entire league.
Yeah, no, you're right about that, Minch. There's no doubt about that. I wonder if Torrey yelled last night. Do you think Torrey was screaming last night? Did he say, I don't know, screaming? I don't know. I can't envision Torrey screaming.
Was it like he yelled something in the room, fell
I just
silent?
wonder if his voice was elevated. I just wonder if, I do. I wonder if he yelled, Basin audience. By the way, it feels so good, doesn't it, when you're competing? When you go out on the basketball court, I don't care, you're at the Y. When you go out onto the football field, I don't care, whatever it is you're doing, you're competing. You're trying to be better than the other guy. Yelling sometimes is really good. It's an excellent release. I'm just wondering, after this series with the Miami Marlins, and yes, I understand the Marlins are playing much better. They're playing much better, yet at the same time, I don't care. I don't care. You still had the opportunity to win games and you didn't get it done. That's the problem. You had leads in every one of these games. You did not get it done. And the Diamondbacks right now lead all of the National League in leads blown. Not saves blown, leads blown with 28. Think about that. 28 times you had the lead and you couldn't get it done. It's just there's so many areas that you would look at right now. But I find it really interesting that Torrey said, it starts with me and then the coaches, and then he mentioned the medical staff and the trainers and everyone. We all got to be better. And he mentioned the players last. And for me, that kind of tripped a little nerve in me. And the reason being is because, again, players, you know me. You know the way I am on this. I want the responsibility. I'm the guy that's out there playing, Minch. You're not playing, Skip. Sorry about that. You're not. Yeah, you're creating the lineup. Yeah, you're going ahead and you're determining who's going to play, who's not. You're making moves in the bullpen. I understand that. And a manager affects a baseball game, I think, more than any other head coach type will actually impact. I do. Football, basketball, I think it's baseball because you play so many games and there are so many decisions in a game of baseball that will impact it. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Yet at the same time, it's not up to Torrey to get the player ready to play. It's not his responsibility. It is their responsibility. And it's unacceptable to me to see them go out there and not be prepared to play. Isn't that right, Gino? And it starts with you going out there and fielding your position and doing it right and being prepared and locked in. Gino's having a great year. There's no doubt about it. He's beloved in the clubhouse. Yet at the same time, you can't go out there and play with a lack of concentration and focus. And he did, if you ask me.
I know the spread of news wasn't as instantaneous back then as it was now, but like when you were a player, do you remember how many times, you don't have to have an exact number, but do you remember how many times that your coach fell on the sword for a bad performance or a game where it was you were in a position to win and you lost?
Yeah, I don't know. I do know this. You need to tell the truth. You always need to tell the truth. When you say fall on the sword, you're saying he would take the blame.
It's on me. He's
Yes.
doing exactly what Torrey did this whole weekend,
Okay,
basically.
yes.
Where he's looking at a situation of these guys didn't play up to the standard that we set, but that's on me because I need to do a better job. My question, though, playing off of that is, how many times does it become just ad nauseum? How many times do we have to hear an expression like this after a series where they should have played significantly better than they did, and for whatever reason, it's either a repeating aspect of what we've seen most of the year, it's some sort of mental error that just happens at the worst possible time, it's a bullpen that cannot close out a game, as you had pointed out already, that they can't finish games. At what point does it become ad nauseum? And it does become the responsibility of the manager. At what point does it become his responsibility?
See,
and when do the players stop listening? That's what I'm worried about here.
I know, and yet I hear what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying and your point of view on this. But boy, it just brings up this. Oh, where are my dogs? I want to know where my dogs are in this clubhouse right now. Diamondbacks. No, Rick, don't bring it down with that goofball song. I'm feeling the intensity right now. I want to know, where are my dogs? Where are they in here? Walk up on somebody. Let's go. Hey, listen to me. You know, sometimes it happens when you compete at the highest level our species can generate. Sometimes it happens. You've got these dogs that are inside the clubhouse, and sometimes you're going to go up and say, dude, what are you doing? Let's go. You're not prepared. Forget about your concentration level, your focus. You're not prepared. You can't will yourself to be successful, but you can will yourself to be prepared. You're not doing the little stuff. Where are my dogs who are going to walk up and say that to somebody? And oh, by the way, he's got a problem? He might throw a haymaker. Be prepared. Where are my dogs?
I wonder if there are any. And more so, I think there are individuals who can play the dog role in that locker room, Josh Naylor in particular. I wonder if he's looking at the situation as equally as everybody else and is just wondering, is it going to get any better regardless of what I say? Or if I say anything at all?
If I'm going to be here.
That's another point, too. By the way, speaking of the Diamondbacks, I know we were just somber about it, but we've got this awesome opportunity that we're doing for the few days we're here this week. If you text firework to 620, listen during the 11 a.m. hour today for your chance to win tickets. See the Diamondbacks take on the Royals on 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours now through Wednesday. So don't miss your chance. Text firework to 620 now.
Midge!
I know.
That was a good job.
That's what I do, baby. All right. Coming up next, could Bradley Beal actually be traded? Is he going to waive that no-trade clause? Well, there's one guy who has a little intel that we would like to ask him more about. He is the Athletics' Fred Katz. He writes about the NBA. He's going to join us next here on the Wolf and Luke Show, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
4 minutes next year. Fleming or Malawatch?
I think Fleming.
I think so, too. It's interesting.
I think Fleming.
Now, Mark Williams gets hurt because he's going to get hurt.
Right. That's why you just get, what happens with the centers? I honestly think the odd guy out is Oso. But I know. You like him. You're an Oso guy?
A lot of people like him. Yeah, he had like a fairly productive rookie year for the position that he was put in. Like, didn't get any faith from the coaching staff whatsoever. Look, if they're trying to get rid of him, Gambo, a smart team is going to send like a second-round pick or two for him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Maybe you're tired of not being able to smile at the family gatherings because your teeth are all jacked up, Basinonians. Well, don't worry about it. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center. Aria Dental will give you the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. You can have a brand new set of beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The all-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. I have had the all-on-4 Basinonians, and I can tell you it is a game changer. It's a game changer socially, professionally. Maybe you want to smile real nice. Maybe get a sale because you got a good smile. Well, you know what? Aria Dental Implant Center can help you do that. They're locally owned and operated. They pass savings on to their customers as well. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, Millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gamble. Burnsy's back. How much better can the Suns be this season based solely on who they drafted? We'll continue talking the Suns' new horizon on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke show on a Monday. Mitch Varel, this in for Luke. Wolf's here, though. And we're expanding the room to invite in our next guest. He is with The Athletic. He does a great job covering the NBA. And yesterday he released a piece that had some good little info regarding one of the members of the Suns. So we figured, well, why don't we just talk to him directly? He's Fred Katz. He's joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Fred, Mitch, and Wolf here. Thanks so much for taking the time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you having me on.
Of course. So I want to ask you specifically with your portion in your article yesterday about Bradley Beal. What are you specifically hearing about the matter? And then how does what we've been hearing locally about the waive and stretch option play into the difficulties of the Suns offseason?
Yeah, I mean, basically what's going on with Beal is I think that the team is in somewhat of a similar space to where they were leading into the trade deadline, which is obviously if they have their preference, they'd like to find him a new home. But that's more difficult said than done because he's got the no trade clause. I think there are, from what sources have told me, there are places he'd be willing to consider, but he's obviously not just going to get out for the sake of getting out. I think if the Suns came to him and said they wanted him, then he would be happy to stay. I don't think the Suns are going to go to him and say that to him, but they're going to have to find a place. If they want to trade him, they're going to have to find a place that he's willing to accept. And as we've seen over the last year, that's a lot easier said than done. On the waive and stretch standpoint, there is this very niche rule in the collective bargaining agreement that says basically the stretched money cannot exceed 15% of that year's salary cap when it's on your books. And Beal's salary is so large that if you waive and you stretch him, which means you're basically taking the $110 million that the Suns owe him and you're just placing it over 5 years instead of 2, and you're waiving him from your team, so it's about $22 million a year. That comes out to about 14.3% of next year's salary cap. So technically you're still under 15%. However, because the Suns also waived and stretched Mr. Little and EJ Liddell in August, that puts you over 15%. So you need to be able to give back money in order for you to waive and stretch him and for it to be legal. And that obviously presents complications too, because he has to be willing to give back money in that scenario, which maybe he makes it back in another place, maybe not, but that's a complicated situation trying to convince the guy to give back money for no reason from his end whatsoever.
Yeah, that is a nightmare, actually, right there. Fred, thank you so much for joining us. In regard to Bradley Beal and a possible trade, I know there are some rumors that are out there right now, but what teams do you think might actually have an interest in Bradley Beal?
You know what's amazing? You know what's amazing about the Beal situation is that I think the question has to be what teams does Bradley Beal have interest in, right? Because as we've seen, the Suns can find other teams to have a conversation, at least about Beal. Obviously, he's got a very expensive contract for a guy was coming off the bench for portions of last season. And, he and the Suns have just been, such a terrible fit for each other without question. And anyone who has watched 2 minutes of the Phoenix Suns has seen that very obviously. And I think both sides feel the exact same way and would agree very adamantly on that point. But you got to find a place that he wants to go to. And at least so far, I haven't really found a place that I think he would want to go to that really makes sense for them to take him in from a basketball perspective. I think winning is an important thing to him. I've heard wanting kind of to be in a place where he's actually wanted and feels comfortable is important to him. But at the same time, I know a huge thing for him, I've been told time and time again, is, he moved his family from D.C. to Los Angeles his first year when he was with the Suns. Mm-hmm. He moved them full-time to Phoenix. He's got 2 kids. They're both in school locally. And, being a good father is the most important thing to him. And he doesn't want to pick up his kids and move them from Phoenix after he just moved them from D.C. to L.A. to Phoenix when he has stability as a family. And he also doesn't want to leave his family if he doesn't have to. So I don't think it's so black and white as he will not accept anything. But I think there's got to be something that is good for him and also good for his family. Mm-hmm. And then also you got to find a team that's actually willing to, take on that money.
Seems like there's a lot of steps that you have to get through first in order to get this done.
And that is how you get a stalemate, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly. Fred Katz with The Athletic joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Okay, so let's zoom out a bit. Let's pretend that we just remove Bradley Beal to the side. Let's look at the rest of the Suns roster. From your view, how much better do you think they are, or how different do you think they will look now that Kevin Durant is out, Jalen Green is in, Dylan Brooks is in, and the 3 draft guys that they brought in as well? How different do you think this team will be next year?
I think they're in a better position for the future in all likelihood. I really struggle to see how they'll be better, to be honest. I mean, you look at what their record was when they didn't have Kevin Durant last year, and they just couldn't win without Durant. Look, I get it. There was a lot of talk about the quality of player that Kevin Durant has become during this, transaction cycle. I don't know. I watched Kevin Durant. I still think that guy is unbelievable. Their entire crunch time offense was Kevin Durant, please save us. It was him just killing dudes from the elbow. You look at the advanced numbers, the Suns averaged, not Kevin Durant, this is not an individual stat. The Phoenix Suns averaged, I think, 1.21, I want to say it was, points per possession directly off of Kevin Durant isolations.
Wow.
That means on shots that came off of Durant isolations, fouls that came off Durant isolations, even passes that came after Durant isolations, they averaged 1.21 points per possession of Durant isolations. Think about that. The Cleveland Cavaliers had the second best, most efficient offense in the history of play-by-play era this year, and that was how many points per possession they averaged. Kevin Durant was doing that in the least efficient type of offensive strategy you're supposed to be able to get. ISO ball is thought of as inefficient basketball, and Kevin Durant was producing the best offense you can get out of ISO ball. It was the highest number that a player has averaged since Second Spectrum started tracking that stat in 2013.
And Fred, don't you think that's exactly what the Rockets needed as well?
Totally. Oh, I loved it for Houston. I think it's a great balance for them of being able to bring in a win-now guy who is going to really help them and make them way better, while also not necessarily having to part with all the stuff that's going to make their future so bright in terms of the picks they have for Phoenix and all of that. So I think losing Kevin Durant you're just going to get worse when you lose Kevin Durant. I think that's just what's going to happen. The West is unbelievably difficult. It's possibly going to be even more difficult next year. You've got teams kind of loading up. So I'm not incredibly optimistic about the Suns' prospects. Maybe they sneak into the play-in. I wouldn't have them necessarily higher than that. Maybe you get a great year from Devin Booker and Jalen Green makes a real leap, which is possible. He's an incredible talent, and he plays really hard, and he cares a lot. And maybe just, having some centers really helps you. Mark Williams maybe has a season where he stays healthy and you're in good shape. Maybe you make the play-in, but I struggle to see how they could be higher than that, given how deep the West is, and the fact that, you lose one of the 15-ish best players in the history of the game. Tough to get better.
Yeah, exactly that. All right, last one that I have for you, because in your piece you had also written about the second apron and what's going on with some of the teams across the league that are dealing with that. And the idea that was thrown out there was, does the second apron just become the quote-unquote hard salary cap? And a lot of the teams seem to be going in that direction. Do you think that there will be another change to how this operates in the future, or is this the norm that we just have to get adjusted to from here on out?
I think it'll be the norm for the near future for sure. I do think we'll see some teams that aren't currently in the second apron. I think it's extremely possible that Cleveland is the only team in the second apron next season. And I do think it's possible that we see some teams that aren't going to be in the second apron climb into it because they end up having to re-sign their guys, and that drives them into it because they have so much talent on their roster. You know, a couple years from now, it's possible the Knicks have to go into the second apron. If they make a real run, they're going to want to keep the group together. Mikal Bridges is going to be a free agent, and bringing him back, if they keep the roster similar, is going to drive them into the second apron in all likelihood. We could see some other teams do it. OKC down the line is probably going to have to go into the second apron, even if their guys take discounts. It's probably going to have to go to the second apron in order to keep even part of its core together because they just have so many awesome players. Houston could face a similar thing where they've got like set up next year for, I want to say, it definitely just the 7 guys drives them close to the luxury tax already, assuming that Kevin Durant goes back on a salary that would start at around $60 million. So that's going to be something that could help them. That's going to make them super expensive too. I think we'll see teams go into it from re-signing their own guys, but I also think this kind of stuff where teams are trying everything they can to stay away from it, to delay having to go into it, that is absolutely going to be a thing moving forward. I imagine it's going to be a thing all the way through the end of this CBA cycle, which expires in 2030. And then we'll see how they decide to negotiate it when, the CBA expires 5 years from now.
He's Fred Katz. He's with The
Fred,
Athletic.
thank you.
He does a great job. Thanks so much for the time this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. You guys are awesome. I appreciate it.
No, you're awesome. Thank you so much. Fred Katz, again, senior NBA writer for The Athletic, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we're going to switch from the hardwood to the gridiron. What does Kyler Murray have to do this season to avoid being traded? Well, we'll find out next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind, as my clock starts? There we go. Happy birthday, America. That's right. My brothers at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate, Basinonians. You know what I'm talking about here. You do, because I've told you about our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. We got it at the Wolf Lake compound. Absolutely love it. Right now, though, Brooklyn Betting, we're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 4th. 30% off everything in-store and online. And check this out, I love this, an additional 5% off for active and retired military. That's right. So here's the move, Basinonians. You go to brooklynbetting.com. Or better yet, you stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever,
Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard Colin Gillespie on a one-year standard contract. And other Suns news are John Gambadoro reports that the Suns are not retaining forward Cody Martin. It was a disappointing weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they were swept by the Miami Marlins. The D-backs are now 41-42 in 5 games back to the final wildcard spot in the National League. They start a 4-game series tonight at Chase Field against the struggling San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury had their 6-game winning streak snapped by the Las Vegas Aces yesterday in front of 13,247 fans at PHX Arena. Phoenix mounted a comeback in the fourth quarter but ended up falling 84-81. The Mercury are off until Thursday when they take on the Dallas Wings. And a big trade went down in the NFL today. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Pittsburgh Steelers traded safety Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Miami Dolphins for cornerback Jalen Ramsey, tight end Jonnu Smith, and a 2027 seventh-round pick. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
I want to know who my representing here tonight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will there be any big changes in the NBA today? We'll discuss beginning tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
I feel great. Personally feel the best I've ever felt. As far as the unit goes, I love what obviously JG, Amani, and the guys upstairs have done. I believe the game starts in the trenches, and I think we attack that area for sure. For me now, it's just about going and doing it on the field during the season.
That, the unmistakable voice of QB1, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals. That was from June 10th, if I'm reading that correctly. Mitch Varel in for Luke today. Wolf is here. We're going to have an uncomfortable, well, maybe it's uncomfortable conversation about Kyler Murray and his status with the Arizona Cardinals, because you, in your email, had found a story that Donnie Druin had written with SI on Cards that he found from a Fox Sports article about the best and worst case scenarios for every quarterback in 2025.
Okay.
This one in particular is focused on the NFC, the entire conference, excuse me. And they said that the Cardinals' best case scenario for Kyler Murray is that Trey McBride becomes a safety valve in the red zone, which, that's hilarious because he's a safety valve. He just only had 2-3 touchdowns last year. So that seems easy enough. What could go wrong is that Murray could get traded, is what this article says.
Yeah.
Let's just start there. Where would this have to go for him to end up being on the trade block?
Yeah, for me, I think it's really easy Basinonians for the most part. I think it's a situation where the Arizona Cardinals do not get into the postseason, do not make the postseason, and Kyler Murray doesn't play great. And if Kyler Murray doesn't play great and they do not get into the postseason, there could be some changes as well. Now, listen, JG, this staff, I absolutely love this staff, Basinonians. For me, this is one of my favorites of all time because of their attitude, because of the culture that he has built. I absolutely love it. It's, I don't want to say a smarter version than Bruce Arians, but it's very, very similar.
It's a fun comp.
It is, it's, BA was, I love BA, and I love BA, and it was because BA was just, we're going to go out there and we're going to hammer the ball. We're going to attack the line of scrimmage. We're going to throw the ball down the field. He had this very basic understanding of what it was he was going to do and was myopic about it and believed in it. It was all about culture. And I love that kind of conviction. Well, you know what? To me, this is all about culture as well. And yet it's got this very intellectual approach that they take because of JG and who he is. Now, Basinonians, you don't need to be intelligent to be a great coach. You don't. Trust me on that. You do not. I've seen many, many great coaches that weren't hyper intellectual. I've seen many great coaches that were just emotionally superior to everybody else. And because of that, it would drive it home. Well, I think JG's got a little bit of both of it. And it's because of this culture that I love where they're headed and my expectation for Kyler Murray and this team. But there's a real possibility. Make no mistake about it, Basin audience. There's a real possibility. They go and win 7 games this year, they win 8 games this year, don't make the postseason. There could be changes. Absolutely. That'd be 3 years into the rebuild. It's funny because so much of the time, the Arizona Cardinals rebuild here with Monty Ossenfort and JG, it's compared to the Detroit Lions of a few years ago. And the Detroit Lions, how they went from being a 3-win team to actually being a 9-win team, and then actually going into the postseason.
And they won
with
15 games last year.
Yes. So that is the arc that everyone really is comparing the Arizona Cardinals rebuild to the Detroit Lions. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means they've got to go out, and if everyone stays relatively healthy, and when I say everybody, I'm really talking about your quarterback. It's my quarterback, man. Talking about your quarterback, your teammate. Talking about Kyler Murray staying healthy. Because if that happens, the expectation is Kyler Murray's going to lead this team to the next step, which is the postseason, which means the second half of the season, most likely you're not going to go nosedive. He's going to play well, and everyone else is going to feed off of that, and he's going to lead this team into the postseason. If that doesn't happen, and if it doesn't happen and they win, like I said, 6, 7, 8 games somewhere in there could be changes. Not just to Kyler Murray being traded, but people being fired.
So if I may, I want to create sort of a sliding scale because I think you and I would agree that the playoffs is an absolute must this year for this team and for this individual. So let's pretend we put the playoffs. That's number one. That has to be done for him to remain a member of the Arizona Cardinals in this hypothetical situation. Slider number 2 is how they perform in that first playoff game. Can he go in there and lose but perform well and you would still be okay keeping him? Or is it they have to win this game?
I'll know it when I see it.
Okay.
So
you're going to base it purely off performance then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I would agree. He can't go out there and do what he did against the Rams back in 21. If he has a performance like that again, then those same questions are still going to be raised, in my opinion, because it's, okay, you got there again, but you are faltering on the biggest stage. And this has been
so interesting.
A recurring problem for him.
Yeah. I love the way you're thinking about this, Minch. I do, because you're talking about the what. You're talking about what will happen. And I love that because you're right. But for me, it's the how that is going to happen that has got me so jacked on this. Because, again, this is my expectation. You've got Marvin Harrison Jr., and Marvin Harrison Jr. in year 2 is going to be a difference maker to me. And I think his development, his evolution as a player is really going to help this team right the ship. And if I've been saying this, I don't know if I've talked to you about this, Minch. I don't know. I think maybe when you were filling in one time, you heard me say this, but Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray and the chemistry thereof, that is the key, the passepartout to the entire season for the Arizona Cardinals, in my opinion, in a gross simplification of the truth. Because if you told me that chemistry improves and they're able to throw the ball down the field, what does that do for the Arizona Cardinals offense? Oh, my goodness. It opens up a world of badness on the other team. If you can throw the ball down the field to Marvin Harrison Jr., because now all of a sudden you can also run the ball. And many times you'll be throwing the ball deep off of play action down the field. And James Conner attacking the line of scrimmage. And oh, by the way, if you can throw the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. down the field, here comes Trey McBride working the middle of the field as well. Oh, that is a bad combination. Those 3 names, those 3 guys against a defense. That's trouble if you're able to do all 3 things. And how much better might this defense be because of that?
Text firework to 620-620. Listen during the 11 a.m. hour of this show for your chance to win tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals on this 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m. That already happened today. The 11 a.m., that's coming up soon. And then 4 p.m., that's coming up later today. Now through Wednesday. Listen in those 3-hour windows all 3 days this week. Don't miss your chance. Text firework to 620-620 now. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, can they turn things around against the San Francisco Giants? And have you looked at the Giants lately? Oh, my God. We'll ask D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson next. Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke. Wolf's right there. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's my team. It's my quarterback.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
Mitch Vareldes in for Luke today. We got Wolf in studio here on this Monday. Last day of June, a pivotal 4-game set against the San Francisco Giants start tonight, so no better way to get us set for this series than to talk with Diamondbacks broadcaster and one of our favorites, Jody Jackson, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. What's up, Jody? How are you?
Hey guys, I'm all right. I'm traveling, and I wasn't there over the weekend, and that was really tough. It's really tough when you have a couple leads. We know this has been the bugaboo for this team, right? The blown lead losses, and they did it twice in a row, and they have to pick themselves up and dust themselves off. I know, everyone wants to, I'm sure you guys want to ask me, buyer or seller.
Let's just ask you right now. Go ahead.
Jody, what are you talking about? I had no idea we were going to ask you that.
Real estate? About my house? No. But here's the thing. When I've been thinking a lot about all this today, and I've been looking at a lot of the numbers and looking at a lot of the things, and you don't make that decision today. You don't make it. You have to get to the All-Star break, and then you have some games coming out of that, and so they have to continue to press. And that's just what baseball teams do. And let's be honest, as much as the heartbreak has been, there's been a lot of heartbreak this year, but this team has shown the ability to come back from these time and time again, as tough as it is, to take these body blows, to take these blown lead losses, and they're doing it without, they won't talk about the injuries, but when you think about, we all know what the bullpen looks like. There are some guys there that are trusted and they're struggling, but there are a lot of guys just missing. So, look, if I sit here and say, they should sell, this isn't going anywhere, it's too much, but you still go out and play the games. This is like, they have nothing to lose but to go out there and try to win games. And with that said, and you guys know I'm the eternal optimist, and even I am being challenged right now. But I still think if you look from a national perspective, and I've been talking to a lot of people on that national level, even here, I'm in North Carolina right now and talking about baseball. And, it's just from the outside, it feels really, really bad when you're, and I wasn't in the building, but when you're there and this is happening. But from an outside perspective, I think a lot of people still see this team as, are they going to buy? Are they going to sell? They still, the rational thought is even though they're 5 back in the wild card now, they still have a chance to make this right. And the problem is, guys, and I know that you know this, is we've waited and waited. Are they going to go on a run? Are they going to go on a run? And they, can they win? Can they take 3 and 4 from the Giants? Will we feel a lot better? Yeah, we will. But then will they take another step back? So all they can do is keep pressing on. And I think, that's all we can do watching them is just, hope that the good things show up more than the bad, because it was unacceptable. I mean, when you don't, at the heart of everything this team is about, as good as the offense is, and it's good. I mean, you can get drunk on the offense and you can dream up visions of a World Series. That's how good they are. But when you don't prevent runs, and that is good defense and that is good pitching, especially late in the game, if you can't get those outs, that's where the hope starts to erode. So, we'll see what can happen here, because the Giants are reeling too. Giants got swept by the Marlins. Giants lost 2 of 3 to Chicago. And they have been the other thing is that this is going to be a real matchup of which strength wins out, because they are the best at pitching. They literally are, have the best ERA when it comes to relievers. And I believe starters are up there too. And this is the Diamondbacks have the 4th best offense. So, and tonight is Logan Webb, Ryan Nelson. This is going to be a good one because Ryan Nelson's been pitching well.
Yeah. I just look at the Diamondbacks when you have 5 errors in a series and, think of how good this team was last year in terms of fielding their position. I think of guys inside the clubhouse walking up to other guys and saying, "What are you doing?" You know me, Jody. I'm big on accountability right now. I just want to know where the dogs are. And if there are dogs inside that clubhouse, who do you think they are? More than just one. Give me guys that you think take that responsibility on themselves to hold each other accountable.
Well, Wolf, I think in my answer lies the problem. I think it's some of the guys that are making some of the mistakes. And how do you do that? How do you become that leader and try to hold everyone to the standard when you aren't doing it? Because I think it's Perdomo, and I think it can be Suarez, and he's struggled. And, the team, the amount of errors this year are kind of mind-boggling. Yes. And then the amount of plays that haven't been made. I mean, I don't think Pavin was charged with an error on that one, but I think we all feel like that should have been a play that was made. This is 2 games ago. But, I just think there is leadership. But, they've lost some guys, too, that are like, for example, I'll throw this out there. When you lose some players, okay, Corbin Burns, he's a pitcher. He's not a loud guy, but I think his presence alone was a factor that contributed to this is our standard. This is what we expect. We are going to go out and we are going to play a clean game. We're going to have it organized. We're going to be buttoned up. I think Corbin Carroll's another one of those guys, and he leads that way too. It's their presence. And then I'll say Gabby Moreno, maybe not from the leadership, but just he's the catcher. He's the guy that controls a lot of things. And those are just 3 guys that are out right now. Corbin and Gabby will be back. Corbin Burns, no. But so these other guys do have to pick up the slack, and they have to all hold that. That's why Torrey uses that word standard. This team in the past, last year, World Series year, and it wasn't perfect, but they did play to a standard defensively, preventing runs, things like that, especially that you felt like this is the identity of the team. And as a collective group, they did that. And, Josh Naylor is the one that's a little more fiery of a guy, but, he's struggling in that, when he's amazing to me because I think he's been struggling with this shoulder thing all year, or really like going back to May. I remember him kind of wincing and dealing, and he's dealt with it and batting 300 and continuing to really hit the ball well. But he's a guy that, also has made some mistakes on defense. And they're not going to be perfect. But it is, I think, when you're Torey Lovullo and you've had guys you can lean on, whether that was Christian Walker before, whether it was, I even go back to 2 years ago with Longoria, I think right now a lot of guys are going to have to step up and be that person. And, immediately I think of and it's everybody.
Yeah.
The guys in the infield, Perdomo, Suarez, Naylor, Cattell in his own way. I mean, Cattell's been playing well. It's a hard combo. I mean, Wolf, as a player, when you're struggling, how do you do that? How do you, if you're making a mistake here and there, how do you lead when you're worried about, like, what's my game looking like?
Yeah, Jody, can I just interrupt and ask you, do you think some of these guys, some of these players for the Diamondbacks are thinking about the trade deadline and being traded?
I mean, Wolf, it could be in the back of their minds, but I think more than anything they're worried about, I think the weight of the games right now is really what's causing the issue. Is just one, things are going well and then they're not in these games, and then they just, how do you get it back on track? And I mean, it could be, Zach Gallen, I think mentioned that I don't remember exactly what he said. I think it was on your station, but kind of admitting to knowing it's there, but they've most of these guys have dealt with that before. Josh Naylor's been traded, before, Suarez too. They've been through it. I get, Merrill Kelly.
But this team
really
seems to really like each other. And I think about that all the time. And now the added pressure of, hey, are we going to be buyers or sellers? Go win. And if you don't win, there's a large likelihood you're going to be a seller. And that means there's a lot of guys in that locker room that could be moved.
Yeah, and it's tough. And how do you replace him? I know people say, well, bring up Lawler for Suarez. I mean, Lawler's hurt. He's not, Eugenio Suarez is one of the great power hitters in the game. I mean, there's a lot of changes. If they sell, it's not going to be easy to replace guys, and I think there is maybe a way to do it where you can tweak the roster. But can you get, I think clearly, again, we go back to, can you fix the bullpen? And we just haven't had a stretch where multiple guys are going in the right direction. And that's what's different. That's what's weird. We're not used to that. And when you don't pitch well, it makes everything look like it's disjointed. But you're right; these guys, they love each other, and they want to win, and they want to pull for each other and make it happen. And I know it gets tougher and tougher as they sink, and that Marlins series was very tough to watch. But it's a tough pill to swallow. If you're Mike Hazen and you look at all these teams salivating over Naylor and Suarez. Mm-hmm. And you have one of the best offenses in the league.
Right.
It's a tough pill to swallow to say we're going to blow up this offense because we don't have the pitching. But I think his mentality is probably can we fix the pitching? Can we get there? Can we survive? Can we bounce back against the Giants, against Kansas City? These are teams struggling on offense. Giants, Kansas City, and then you go Padres, Angels. Can you do enough before the All-Star break to be in it? To be within 2 or 3 games of the wild card, or maybe even better than that. Mean, this is a 41-win team. The Giants are 45. So look, if you win all 4, you're matching them. But we know winning all 4 is really difficult in this game. But they have to have the right mindset, and I'm sure that Torrey and the coaches are doing everything right now as we speak to get these guys in that right mindset to continue to fight, because we have seen them fight.
Jody, stay safe for the rest of your travels.
Thank you,
Thanks so much
Jody.
for taking the time, okay?
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Take it easy.
Jody Jackson, Arizona Diamondbacks broadcaster, joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. All right, coming up next, hour number 2. Should the Phoenix Suns bring back Chris Paul? Wolf's got a thought on it next, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, brothers. Ron Wolfley here from my friends over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, Basinonians, also known as DISC. As a former professional football player, man, I suffered a lot of damage to my neck, to my back. The spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation If you are battling spine or back issues, maybe you're all jacked up in the back, Basinonians, whatever it is, you need to go see Disc. Disc treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica or herniated discs, bulging discs, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease as well. Disc offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients that are suffering from back and neck pain. You got to get back to enjoying life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for Disc.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at pound law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hello everybody, this is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next 2-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard Colin Gillespie on a 1-year standard contract. And other Suns news, our John Gambadoro reports that the Suns are not retaining forward Cody Martin. It was a disappointing weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they were swept by the Miami Marlins. The D-backs are now 41-42 and 5 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. They start a 4-game series tonight at Chase Field against the struggling San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury had their 6-game winning streak snapped by the Las Vegas Aces yesterday in front of 13,247 fans at PHX Arena. Phoenix mounted a comeback in the fourth quarter but ended up falling 84-81. The Mercury are off until Thursday when they take on the Dallas Wings. And speaking of the WNBA, the league announced it will expand to Cleveland in 2028, Detroit in 2029, and Philadelphia in 2030. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will there be any big changes in the NBA today? We'll discuss beginning tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Hour number 2, the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke today. Got Wolf to my right.
What's up?
So NBA free agency is going on right now, which, by the way, slight disclaimer, I'm super annoyed that they started doing all of the legal tampering stuff on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Like, especially early enough in the day where it's, okay, I guess I just have to spend my entire Sunday paying attention to Shams Charania's Twitter account. That was mildly annoying.
Wondering why they do that. Why Sunday?
I don't know.
You know,
why not just today? Because then we could just be in all of a frenzy reacting to everything as it comes down.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this little tidbit that we got yesterday, or I think a couple of days ago, courtesy of Mark Stein and Jake Fisher, who do a great job covering the NBA. As the Stein line reported Friday night, easy for me to say, Chris Paul is determined to play closer to his family in Los Angeles after a successful season in San Antonio. Paul, of course, quarterbacked the Suns to the NBA Finals in 2021, his lone finals appearance in 20 NBA seasons. And league sources tell the Stein line that a reunion with the Suns is indeed possible if Tyus Jones leaves Phoenix in free agency, close quote. Chris Paul back in the Valley? Are you in or are you out on that idea?
Oh, my goodness. Honestly, I think that ship has sailed.
Really?
I am a Chris Paul fan. There's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, you're establishing a culture here that is going to be built around youth for the most part. Now, I know that you can say, well, they're going to need leadership, and you're right about that. They need Devin Booker to be that guy. See, if you bring in Chris Paul, now all of a sudden it's going to be Chris Paul. I'm sorry. CP3's not going to walk in there and say, okay, Book, I'm going to follow you. He's not going to do that. He's going to walk in there and he's going to be Chris Paul. And Devin Booker, this is something that I've talked about for the last 2 years with Kevin Durant. Book is such a class act, such a good dude. He respects Kevin Durant so much that he defers to him, in my opinion. Now, that's just me. He defers to him. And why wouldn't you? Because that's one of the greatest players in the history of the game. And because of that, that did not help Devin Booker grow as a leader. Going into last season, Book was asked the question, what do you want to get better at? Book said, leadership.
Without hesitation.
Without hesitation. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Leadership. He's got to. Basin Onions. This has got to become Devin Booker's team. Book has to embrace it, acknowledge the fact that, you know what, just leading by example isn't enough. Sometimes you've got to walk up and say, what are you doing? Sometimes you've got to hold yourself to a standard you'll hold nobody else to so that you can walk up and say, what are you doing? Devin Booker has got to be that guy, and everything else has got to be built around him from that point on.
It's just wild to me that based on everything you just said, it would feel like bringing in Chris Paul would be kind of a pivot as to what the goal of the offseason was. And I don't mean that in terms of Chris Paul's basketball ability, but it's exactly what you just said. Why prioritize Devin Booker being the focus of your team if you're going to go out there and bring in a guy who's, I don't want to put levels to it, but I would say a more respected NBA player, somebody who's looked at as a leader, somebody who's been a face of a franchise over his many years with the Clippers, with the Hornets early on. And then to your point, when he even came in with the Suns, he was in charge. He was the one that was directing. He was delegating. And I'd find it wild that they would all of a sudden decide to pivot and bring him back in after being so aggressive to go after Bradley Beal just to get rid of him. There is some basketball sense to it, I think, but I don't think there's Team Phoenix Suns sense to it. And a majority of it is everything that you just said. If you want this to be Devin Booker's team, you need to tell him that it's Devin Booker's team.
Yes.
Period.
Yes. And you need to stop if you're if you're his coach, Ron Wolfley reporting, if you are his coach, Devin Booker's coach, you also need to encourage him. You need to encourage him.
Jordan Ott, are you listening?
I'm just saying right now, encourage him. Devin Booker, this needs to be you. Now, once again, you don't need to go out, yell and scream and do stuff out of character. You don't need to do that, Book. You don't need to do that.
There's different ways to lead.
Don't be that guy. Accountability is what leadership is all about. And Devin is so respected inside that locker room by his teammates because he's a class act, because he is a good guy, because he's a great player. He's respected in that locker room. And because of that, he's looked at as a leader. Now, all you need to do is embrace that and acknowledge the fact that guys look at you as a leader so that you can hold yourself, again, to a standard you'll hold nobody else to. And your teammates know it. They know that in their heart so that when you do walk up to them and say, hey, man, we need more from you. You know you're better than this. What are you doing? Let's go. All of a sudden, Devin Booker says that to somebody. That matters and means something to the guy. Accountability is what leadership is built on.
If for whatever reason they do end up deciding to bring back Chris Paul, the other aspect of it is he's going to start. He was an 82-game player last year and a starter for San Antonio, a year after being the sixth man off the bench for the Warriors. Like, is he really going to accept an opportunity behind, basically, Devin Booker and Jalen Green? I would expect that those two would be the starting front court, at least to begin the season. I don't know. By the way, do you think that if they bring back Paul, would they bring back the center?
We didn't even get to that. DeAndre Ayton.
Would they bring back this guy?
He got to his house and apparently slept on an air mattress for months. I'm not sure. That's still, I'd like the oral history of the DeAndre Ayton home buying experience.
You've got a max contract. Like, pay for a mattress and then they'll deliver it. You just have to pay them a little bit more.
I'm sure that the Pacers or that the Blazers would have outfitted his entire apartment or home or whatever. But he talked about how his back was bothering him because he was sleeping on an air mattress. And then he missed.
Wow.
Did he miss a game or a shooter? Was it a game?
It was a game.
He was unable to get to a game because he couldn't get out of his house because he was iced in.
Yeah, for those who missed it, maybe the surprise so far of NBA free agency, the Portland Trailblazers and DeAndre Ayton are agreeing to a contract buyout. So
more on this as the show unfolds.
Oh, definitely. This is that's a fascinating one. So, coming up next, other than getting swept, what was the worst part of this Diamondback series against the Marlins? Wolf and I will get to the bottom of it next. Wolf and Luke Show, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and a swing and miss. Herrera strikes out. The ball game is over, and the Marlins sweep the Diamondbacks in large part of a 5-run top of the 8th inning in which the D-backs surrendered 4 walks in the frame, and all 4 walks came home to score.
Swept by the Marlins, no bueno. Now the Giants come to Chase Field for a crucial 4-game division series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better, and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you, and it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in, plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
Oh, you hear the sounder. That means it's time to tell you who our potential winner is of Diamondbacks tickets.
Oh.
So if you're listening right now and your name is Sally Zane from Chandler. Again, Sally Zane from Chandler.
Sally!
You have 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870 to win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals this 4th of July. We're only wanting Sally Zane. Sally Zane. If she does not call within the next 10 minutes, we'll open the phone lines to someone else. If you did not hear your name, you can still qualify by texting the word firework. You can hear them right now to 620-620. Listen for your name during the 4 p.m. hour today with Burns and Gambo. Once again, Sally Zane. 10 minutes. 602-260-9870.
Let's go, Sally.
Also, just putting it out there, this is a me. This is not on the piece of paper that I have to read. If you're friends with Sally Zane and you also like going to baseball games, would you hit up Sally Zane? Maybe she'll take you.
I see where
just
we're
putting
going.
it out there. Anyway, the Diamondbacks. I hope that they play significantly better on the 4th of July than they're playing right now. Because and I'm trying to do the zoom out thing where I look at this month of June and I'm like, it's actually way worse than you think it is. It's way worse than you think it. But it's not. They've won more games than they've lost in the month of June. It's not by much. It's only like 4 or 3 more games than they've lost this month. But what's eating at me right now is they just had 3 series against 3 of the worst teams in baseball: the Rockies, the White Sox, and the Marlins. They went 4-5 against the Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins. They went 4-5 against the Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, right now you have to look at the Diamondbacks and wonder, where is all of this going? And, Basinonians, I know when a season is going south at some point in time, because I was in a locker room many, many years where the season was going south. It was going south in October. Are you kidding me? We still have November and December, maybe even January. We still have those months left. And in October, it was going a little bit south. What are you going to do about it? What are these players inside the clubhouse going to do about it? Well, we're going to find out. Right now is an excellent time to really look at individuals that might step up and step out and define themselves in regard to who might be players, who might be guys who really want to actually stay here, who might be ballers for the Diamondbacks, because things right now are a little south, I would imagine, inside that clubhouse. Things aren't going well. To your point right there, the last 3 series that they've played, to be 4-5 in those 9 games, when we thought maybe they would actually make some hay in those 9 games.
Right. That was supposed to be the stretch where you're getting yourself back into it, and instead they're basically right where they were.
So now is the opportunity for guys who want to be here to lead. Step up and do. Doesn't mean you're always going to be successful. It doesn't. It just means you're going to be prepared to do your job. Doesn't mean you're going to be successful. It just means you're going to be ready. Not going to make a bunch of unintentional mistakes.
Well, speaking of those unintentional mistakes, that, among many other things, is eating at Torey Lovello. This is him yesterday.
We have a certain standard here. I don't like expectation. We use the word expectation, so we have a certain standard here. When we fall below that standard, that's what really bothers me. And I know we've taken on a lot of injuries, right? With some excellent players that some will be missing for weeks, some will be missing for a year. But we gotta play up to our standard. If we do that and we lose a game, I'm fine with it. But if we don't, I'm gonna get frustrated. So, yeah, I'm certainly frustrated because this year was supposed to be totally different, and we're right there. We could just start playing our game. We're gonna be okay. So when I watch things happen like they happen today, night after night after night, I'm not going to say that. They're going to hear that and get frustrated. It's not every night. Occasionally, I see games like this where we beat ourselves, and that's really frustrating.
It's fascinating, that part that he said that this was not necessarily verbatim, but like this was supposed to be our year, or they were supposed to be better than they were. I looked it up yesterday because I was just curious, because it seems like it's the same story again with the Diamondbacks. Did you know that last year, 83 games through the season, they were 40-43? Last year.
I did not know that.
Do you know what their record is this year, 83 games through?
41?
And 42. They improved by a game from year to year.
Wow.
And I get it, there's a lot of factors that go into that, but given the amount that was spent on trying to make certain areas of this roster better, injuries happen. It happens all the time. But for them to keep making these boneheaded mistakes night after night, that's why you're only 1 game better than you were a year before.
Yeah.
You're not improving in the areas that have to be improved in. No one new player is going to fix that.
Yeah. I love the fact that you focused on that and did not think of the clubhouse and what Torey just said, because I thought of the clubhouse and what Torey just said when he said night after night after night. Oh, I don't want to say that because they might hear that and get frustrated. I was like... When I heard Torey said that, I was like, listen, I love Torey. I'm a big supporter of Torey Lovello and think he's an excellent manager. I think he proved that. He proved that in the World Series. He proved that on that run in the postseason. He proved he's an excellent manager. Now we got to give him the tools. I get that. But to me, you've got to have the right minds inside that clubhouse. Because honestly, Tori, if night after night after night, you're saying that, you don't want to frustrate them, if they hear that, hey, you know what? Wear it. Has this team underachieved? It has underachieved. It has. And you know it. We all know it. Now listen, the injury thing is real. You know me. It's not an excuse. It's a reason.
They lost their
At
ace.
this point in time, it's a reason. The injury bug is real, and it happened. But, once again, you can never accept that. As a player, you cannot. You can't accept it. 5 errors in a series against the Marlins. Something tells me that there might be some wandering minds inside the clubhouse. And you're talking about guys you depend on. Perdomo, of course. Gino, 2 errors over this series. It's just, I get it. I understand how difficult it can be, yet at the same time, Tori, I wouldn't worry about guys who might hear you say something about them. Because sometimes, as long as you're telling the truth, they got to wear it.
Can I tell you my fear? Do you remember a couple of years ago when Frank Vogel had enough with the Suns and he just lashed out at them after one game in April where they lost?
I'm trying to remember, but
so what I'm trying to get at is here. There was reporting after the Suns got knocked out by the Wolves that essentially Vogel had lost the locker room, right?
Yes, I remember that.
So my fear is if Torrey has managed these things the same way that he has through his entire tenure or even through this year, if he has some sort of lash out moment at this point in the season, is it going to rub people the wrong way? And just as importantly, should it rub people the wrong way? Because doing it now as opposed to doing it at the end of the season feels like more of a just time to be having some sort of a lash out at the locker room, does it not?
Well, to me, can I just tell you right now, who cares if it's rubbing them the wrong way? Do something about it.
But my theory is if you get mad at them now and they're already struggling on the field to stay in it mentally, how is yelling at them going to make them better? How is lashing out at them going to make them any better than they already are?
Because sometimes you need to just up the intensity level on your team. And this is the thing that, Minch, I talk about it all the time. Baseball and the fact that you're with them 162 games you're playing, and the fact that you're living with these guys basically for the most part every day. The dynamic of that changes. And I know football, Basinonians, it's a hyper-aggressive alpha male game. I know that, and because of it, I know what it's like inside that paradigm, inside that locker room. A baseball clubhouse is always a little bit different, but the one thing I would say is this. As long as you're telling the truth, I don't care what sport we're talking about. I don't care if it's basketball, baseball, soccer, lacrosse, I don't care what it is. You've got to tell the truth and not worry about it if somebody's going to be offended by you telling the truth. And if that means you get jacked up and you get fired up and you say it, as long as you're speaking what is true, they got to wear it. And you know what, Minch? For me, there's no exception to it. I don't care, again, what sport you're playing. If your coach is telling the truth about you, and you're not doing your job, you got to wear that and embrace it. And if you're not, if you're trying to deflect it, you got the wrong dude inside that clubhouse. You got the wrong guy inside that locker room. You need dudes who are going to be responsible and accountable and accept it. Not try to deflect it or get offended because you're going to point it out. No way. Don't line up next to me, please.
I've got good news for you before we hit the timeout. Sally Zane called.
Oh, no way.
She did.
Oh, Sally.
At least that's what they told me behind the glass. So
that was our first attempt at that, right?
Yeah. So we're 1 for 1.
Nailed it.
We'll try it again tomorrow in the 11 a.m. hour, but you still have a chance to win if you're listening in the 4 p.m. hour of Burns and Gamble today. So don't be upset. You still got a chance later today. All right, coming up next. The NFL's top 100 list is soon to be revealed, I'm sure piece by piece. How many Cardinals are going to be on that list?
Oh.
Wolf, we'll try to figure that out next. Mitch Varel, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Who is the second best player on the Phoenix Suns right now?
Obviously, Booker's your best player.
Yes.
Second best player is Mark Williams.
Okay. Who do you think it is in 3 years?
I'm going to say Malawach. So who are you picking 3 years from now?
Man, so I want to say Malawach, but he'll still be 21 years old. I'm going to go wild card here, Gambo. I'm going to say that player's not on the team right now.
Okay. Who's the second best player on the roster?
It's Mark Williams, like if I get 60 games of him. But I kind of want to say Jalen Green because Jalen's the opposite. He's going to try and play all 82, and he's probably going to play 75 plus at the bare minimum.
Right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You've heard me talk about Tim Hovik, Santan Ford, for years now. Tim Hovik, what a great guy. I've known him for over 2 decades, Basinonians. Huge sports fan. You want to sit down and talk sports? You need to see Tim Hovik over at Santan Ford. The people are awesome, and they don't leave. Once they actually go to work for Santan Ford, they don't leave. It's more than a great place to work. Santan Ford is where you can build a career, Basinonians, and they're hiring right now, looking for a few good salespeople. Maybe that's you. Experience or no experience, the requirement is to be a good person. If you're interested in joining the Santan Ford sales team, just give them a call and ask for a sales manager. That's right. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard Colin Gillespie on a one-year standard contract. And other Suns news, our John Gambadoro reports that the Suns are not retaining forward Cody Martin. It was a disappointing weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they were swept by the Miami Marlins. The D-backs are now 41-42 and 5 games back to the final wildcard spot in the National League. They start a 4-game series tonight at Chase Field against the struggling San Francisco Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury, their 6-game winning streak snapped by the Las Vegas Aces yesterday. Phoenix mounted a comeback in the fourth quarter, but ended up falling 84-81. And a big trade went down in the NFL today. The Pittsburgh Steelers traded Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Miami Dolphins for corner Jalen Ramsey, tight end Jonnu Smith, and a 2027 seventh-round pick. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Sit tight, I'm gonna need you to keep time. Come on, just snap, snap, snap your fingers for me. Good, good. Now
hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday. A recap of the early movement in free agency in the NBA. And can the Diamondbacks get it together against the Giants? We'll explore starting at 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Great song. Love some old school Panic at the Disco. So good.
What is this, Mitch?
Panic at the Disco.
Oh, okay.
This got me through my my emo middle school years.
You said it wrong, Mitch.
Huh?
It's Panic at the Disco.
I said it right. Brendan Urie. I said that right, too.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, we're not talking about bands from my childhood.
Panic at the Disco.
We're talking about the NFL. So their top 100 list is said to be released relatively soon. We got an inkling of that earlier in the week. I will mention this before we get into it because it does involve a top 100 player. I think a couple, actually. The Pittsburgh Steelers acquired both Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith, as well as a 27 seventh-round pick, in exchange for, this is the part I'm more surprised by, in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 27 fifth-rounder to the Dolphins. So Minkah goes back to Miami, and Jalen Ramsey, who had wanted to trade, goes to Pittsburgh, and Jonnu Smith, who is somebody that the Steelers had their eye on, also going to Pittsburgh.
Yes.
A fascinating trade.
That is fascinating, and we're going to get into it a little bit more, but Minkah Fitzpatrick, one of the smartest individuals. You watch him play the game of football. You watch him. How many passes, how many throws does Minkah Fitzpatrick get his paws on? The pig is being batted all over the place when Minkah Fitzpatrick is your safety. This is a guy that he reads route combinations better than anybody, I think, in the National Football League. More times than not, watch how many passes defensed he gets. Not just picks, but passes defensed. Why is that? It's not an accident, Basinardians. He knows what's coming. Super smart. I love that guy. I don't know if, in fact, the Steelers got better on this trade. Jalen Ramsey, great corner. And I think that Mike Tomlin is going to be able to do a great job with Jalen Ramsey and his personality because there is that issue. And yet Mike Tomlin is the master of actually coaching that. So to me, it's going to be interesting to watch that develop.
He does seem to find a way. But I only bring that up because it involves a couple of guys that have seen themselves on a top 100 list before. Jalen Ramsey, of course, colloquially known as one of the better cornerbacks actively in the league. At one point was the best cornerback in the league.
Long and whippy, man.
Everything that you just said about Minkah Fitzpatrick, I agree with. One of the better safeties. But the Cardinals, last year on the top 100 list, if I'm not mistaken, they only had one. Budda Baker.
Buddha.
So the question now is, how many should we expect to see on this year's top 100 list? And I'm just curious, where does your mind go first when I say, does an Arizona Cardinal reach the top 100? Like, where does your mind go first?
What's amazing about this, it's Trey McBride.
That was me. That was also me.
Okay, Trey McBride is the first thing I think of, the top 100, and yet Budda Baker is the Budda Baker, to me, I've said this many times, but it's the truth. You're not going to find a better football player than Budda Baker. It's impossible. Watch him play. Watch the way Budda Baker goes about his business. Every play, he does it time and time and time again. Every play is the same. He gives you everything he's got, and then you watch how fearless he does it. Play after play after play after play. No, don't play it. Don't play it, Rick. I saw you doing it. We don't need Marshawn.
And over.
We don't need it. That's Budda Baker. And nobody's done it better. There's been thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of guys that have actually played the game of football. And yet nobody plays it better than Budda because of how he plays. Budda Baker is incredible. Having said that, Trey McBride he has stepped on stage, has he not, as one of the finest tight ends in the football universe. So Trey McBride, where he's going to be, I don't know. But those are the first two guys that I think of.
I think we can both agree that those, if the Cardinals get anybody on the top 100, those are the first two names that we would go to collectively. Some other ones that I'm curious about, and I'm curious where you stand on them too. Josh Sweat, the notable addition this offseason.
Yeah, I really like him. I love Josh Sweat. I love the signing. I just don't know if he, maybe somewhere in the high 80s and 90s.
So you would predict he makes it? Okay.
I could
or you
see that
a
happening.
Scenario.
Can I tell you my next pick after Budda and Trey McBride? Would be Paris Johnson Jr.
Ooh.
Paris Johnson Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you haven't been noticing, Paris Johnson Jr. is developing at that left tackle position. Remember, he played right tackle his rookie year, and they flipped him over to left, and he's done an excellent job. And because of that, he's in the process. It was like his rookie year all over again at the left tackle position. That's a big difference, playing right tackle to left tackle. And now it's a matter of just developing and getting better. And I think Paris Johnson Jr., man, I think the Arizona Cardinals have found their left tackle for the next 12 years, Lord willing, unless we nuke each other into oblivion.
I just hope we don't get to that point either. Okay, so if we do our small little recap here, we've listed 4 guys that we could see making the top 100. Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2, I think, on the outside looking in. And maybe you can make a case for James Conner just because of the player that he is. He's coming off of a 1,000-yard season as well.
First of all, there's nobody in the league I respect more than James Conner. Nobody in the league I respect more than James Conner. There are guys that I respect as much as James Conner, but nobody I respect more, and it's because of who he is as a man and how he competes. You watch him compete. Everything he does, everything James Conner does is hyper physical, in your face. Bring it on. And he gets up with a smile on his face after he trashes you on a blitz pickup. I love that. This is the area Trey Benson has got to really grow in. Sorry, I know I'm getting off track.
No, you're good. Keep
going.
But
I think Trey Benson has got to grow in picking up blitz, just like James Conner. Does an excellent job. Stick your face into the fan. That's what it is. James Conner knows all about that. Don't get me started. Got all jacked up in that segment.
I was going to say, I kind of got you started a little bit, don't you think? A beautiful part of the program.
I think you did, yes.
Well, my apologies.
I blame you.
Here, let's give you a not-so-beautiful part of the program to cool off. Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday timeframe is the lowest week of the summer for donations. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details. All right, coming up next, could the Phoenix Suns pick up a notable shooter? And then what are some of the other moves league-wide that have piqued our interest? We'll hit on a few next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and a swing and miss. Herrera strikes out. The ball game is over. And the Marlins sweep the Diamondbacks in large part of a 5-run top of the 8th inning in which the D-backs surrendered 4 walks in the frame, and all 4 walks came home to score.
Swept by the Marlins, no bueno. Now the Giants come to Chase Field for a crucial 4-game division series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Point guard Colin Gillespie agrees to re-sign with Suns on a standard contract. The Diamondbacks are swept by the Marlins as bullpen performance remains untenable, and a Chris Paul reunion with the Suns is reportedly a possibility. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
NBA free agency is already busy, as Wolf and I had already talked about. Sunday was a day where a lot of the big moves had been reported. LeBron James, one of the chief ones, opting into his player option. We had a couple of trades over the weekend. I saw Lonzo Ball going to Cleveland. And then there was what happened later on Sunday evening, which I don't know how you feel about it, but when I saw the news, it was one of those, well, I mean, it tracks with what they've been doing, but also I'm kind of surprised, but I don't know. DeAndre Ayton and the Portland Trailblazers agreeing to a contract buyout. So between now and end of business day Wednesday, he will be on waivers. And then assuming he clears waivers, he will be a free agent. Basically, it's, does any team want to pay him the $30+ million for the season? Hint, I don't think any teams want to do that.
Yeah. Oh, boy. You know, you just stop and think about it. First of all, let me just say this, Basinonians. You know the way I feel about DeAndre Ayton. I absolutely love the guy. Love his personality. Love who he is as a man. And that's really, really important for the most part. As far as I know him. Okay, it's not like I play cards with him every Wednesday night. I do not. But as far as DeAndre Ayton, the person goes, I'm a big fan. As far as the player goes, man, this was pretty expected. It did not work out for DeAndre Ayton.
No.
And once again, he's got to understand what it means to be able to compete at the highest level. And that is to bring the passion, bring your intensity, bring your energy, bring it consistently, night after night after night. And I think that has always been the Achilles heel of DA.
I mean, we saw that stretch in the 21 playoffs where it felt like, oh, this is what we've been waiting for, right? Then when he was a big reason as to why they ended up in the NBA Finals, we were all thinking the same thing, right? Oh, this will be the summer. This will be when they finally decide to pay him. And then things got kind of awkward. They let it play out. And then the weird Indiana has given him the offer sheet. And then literally 2 seconds later, the Suns match the offer sheet. And then after a year, he's gone. It's a wild saga. I'm glad that locally we're past it. I get it. They screwed up by not taking Luka Doncic. Can we agree?
Yes.
They had the number 1 overall pick, and they did not take Luka Doncic. We agree that would have been the pick. But I'm glad that there's closure from this perspective, that we can just watch from afar and be fascinated as to where
I
he
really
goes.
don't want to say yes. I really don't. I don't want to say, yes, you're right, Minch. Yes, Minch, you're right. They should have taken Luka Doncic.
What am I, Paul
yes,
now?
You're
Jeez.
right. I seriously did not. I don't want to agree with that. Hindsight is always
clear crystal vision.
Correct. So, I mean, you can look back and say that. Fine, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. Well, if I said they should have taken Luka Doncic, okay, great. That's good. You know what? You're in the wrong business. You should be a general manager in the NBA. Having said that, DeAndre Ayton, would you be interested at all for the Phoenix Suns?
No.
This is what I see in our show sheet here, Basin audience.
Thank you.
Should the Suns go after DeAndre Ayton, Basin audience?
No.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Just a fascinating move and a lot of moves, really.
Even if they didn't go ahead and acquire 2 centers in the last month.
Right.
Okay?
They drafted 2 centers with lottery picks. Well, almost a lottery pick this past one, but still. As far as other moves, how about another Suns center? This one drives me nuts. The Utah Jazz traded Colin Sexton and a 2030 second-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Yusuf Nurkic, which, reminds you,
Big Nurk
was a player that had to be attached with a first-round pick last year just to get rid of him. And as a reminder as to who came back in that trade, Vasa Micic, who just went back to Charlotte in the Mark Williams trade, and Cody Martin, who Gambo is saying they're not guaranteeing his salary. So they got a 2026 second-round pick for Yusuf Nurkic and a first-round pick, while the Hornets were able to get Colin Sexton and a second for Nurkic.
Yes.
That makes zero sense to me.
Why?
Because the Suns look foolish for making that deal when they did, when now apparently Nurkic, it's not sky-high value, but it's like they got a pick out of this.
Yes. Well, they've got a new regime, the Phoenix Suns. They have a new regime right now, and hopefully they're not going to make that kind of mistake in the past, or in the future, I should say, because they have made mistakes in the past. You've got to learn from those mistakes and move on. Coach Bud, whatever happened, that has got to be ESPN's got to do a 30 for 30 on that one at some point in time.
I don't know if I
Bud
want to watch
and
that,
Yusuf
but yeah.
Nurkic. Honestly, I want to know what really happened behind the scenes.
Right.
Because somebody looked at somebody and said something on a very personal level that really cut that relationship in two.
Well, that would be truly ironic because I thought the big precursor was the fact that they weren't talking to one another.
Yes.
So if somebody had said something, that would be the surprise of the
summer.
Well,
no. If somebody said something, that started the no talking to each other. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I wonder what that was. I really do. Because it happens all the time in a locker room. It does. A coach and a player where suddenly you're gonna get jaw to jaw. You're gonna say something. Yeah, that will happen. If you say it to the wrong guy, now it's problematic. And that's why I think it did get personal at some point in time to have that kind of schism where suddenly you're going to go ahead and move him and pack up a first-round pick to do it. Brutal.
I got to say, I love what Houston's doing. They acquired Kevin Durant. I don't know if you heard about that. They have retained the rights to Fred VanVleet, Jayshawn Tate, Aaron Holiday, Jeff Green, and they handed out extensions to their head coach, Ime Udoka, to Steven Adams, and the most recent one being a 5-year, $122 million extension for Jabari Smith Jr., who you and we were talking about in the not-so-beautiful part of the program. Boy, we would have killed if he was in this trade and coming to the Valley instead.
You know what? Absolutely. This is what we were talking about earlier. But for me, Babes and Orleans, if you would have just taken Jalen Green and removed him and put in Jabari Smith Jr., everything else was the exact same. Everything else was the same. Man, I looking back at what Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns did in the NBA draft, I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by what I saw because there seemed to be a plan that was there. If you told me they somehow, some way would have got Jabari Smith Jr. instead of Jalen Green, no offense to Jalen Green, he's a young guy. He's still developing. He's a talented guy. He was taken number 2 overall when he came out?
3.
Okay, number 3. I thought it was number 2.
He went right behind Chet Holmgren.
Okay, that is my bad.
No, it's okay.
Good correction by you.
It was a fun draft.
But we're talking about a hyper-talented guy, and yet at the same time, he's got a lot to prove here. What if he
you were referring to Jalen Green. I'm sorry. Yeah, he went 2. I was thinking Jabari. Jabari went 3. Jalen went 2.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
I've just derailed this. I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry about it. Are you kidding me? But you get my point.
Yes.
Now we know why Jabari Smith Jr. was not part of that deal.
Because they wanted to keep him.
They were eyeballing him for an extension.
Some other ones that caught at least my eyes. Bobby Portis re-upping with Milwaukee, 3 years and $44 million. The Clippers.
Boy, you know what? You think about that. Bobby Portis right now. Yeah. Do you see him as a role player? He's a role guy.
Well, we had the conversation earlier.
Pro is what he is.
About dogs?
Yes.
Bobby Portis is a dog.
He's a dog.
He made a dumb mistake taking something that he shouldn't have, but either way, he's still a dog. What about the Clippers? They have a declined James Harden's player option, and they're doing a new 2-year, $81.5 million contract, and the player option, there's a player option in the second year that's partially guaranteed, which, okay, so it seems like they're trying to run it back. I saw they have a new deal for Nicholas Batum. I don't know why they're trying to run back with a team that lost in the first round, but by all means, go nuts. And then this one you're intrigued by. Duncan Robinson declined his $20 million early termination option. So he's either going to work out a new deal with the Miami Heat, or do you want him on the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah, I just don't, honestly, with their second apron and what is going on with the second apron, who's going to be here and who is not.
Right.
Because don't you think, Minch, right now, they still have to make some moves.
The Suns?
Yes.
They do.
They've got a lot of moves that I think we're still going to, I mean multiple moves that will be done before the summer's over.
They've done a couple. They've retained Nick Richards for his. I know they're not like the big free agent ads, but they retained Nick Richards and they just signed Colin Gillespie to a guaranteed contract. 1 year though.
Yes.
So they have those two guys coming back into the fold. But I agree with you. They can't just bank on hoping that the draft talent is going to keep them afloat. They need at least one more guy, maybe 2 more guys. All right, coming up next, we're at the halfway point. It's time to get caught up on all the top sports stories. Wolfing down your lunch is next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Reported that the Suns are not focused on Chris Paul as a top target heading into free agency.
Knowing Chris Paul a little bit, I don't think that interest would have been mutual even if the Suns wanted him. He was not happy with the owner when he got traded. And Chris Paul doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to come back to a place a second time if the first time didn't end well. It's a shame because Chris Paul brings a lot to the table if he's healthy. And, of course, he stayed healthy for all of last season.
Especially on a young team like the Suns will be next year, that's like a perfect veteran to sort of get things moving in the right direction.
Especially with these young bigs.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know, they say that moving can be the third most stressful thing in your life. I don't know about that, Basinonians, but I do know that it can be stressful. Well, Moving Team 6, they want to remove that stress from the equation for you. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. This is a family-run business, and I know Tim Lee myself. He is a good friend of mine, Basinonians. We are like-minded in many, many things, but he's going to treat you right. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. I talk about it all the time, and the reason why I love that and know that Moving Team 6 is built on that because they're built on the shoulders of the Lee family. That's right. Tim Lee, he runs the company with his sons, Garrett and JT, right here in Phoenix. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard Colin Gillespie on a one-year standard contract. In other Suns news, our John Gambadoro reports that the Suns are not retaining forward Cody Martin. It was a disappointing for the weekend for the D-backs as they were swept by the Miami Marlins. The D-backs are now 41-42 and 5 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. They start a 4-game series tonight at Chase Field against the struggling San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury had their 6-game winning streak snapped by the Las Vegas Aces yesterday in front of a big crowd at PHX Arena. Phoenix mounted a comeback in the fourth quarter but ended up falling 84-81. The Merc are off until Thursday when they take on the Dallas Wings. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's the halfway point of the Wolf and Luke Show, which means it's time now to catch up on all the top sports stories of today. And for that, we turn things behind the glass to Rick.
What's up, guys? So, the D-backs were swept by the Marlins over the weekend. Arizona is now 41-42 on the season, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at arizonasports.com, which asks, the D-backs have struggled to stay above 500. Will they finish the season above or below 500? Your choices are above, below, or right at 81-81.
Oh.
Well, you love a good poll question, don't you?
Yeah, because I'm an optimist, I'm going to go above. I'll go above 500.
I mean, last year, that's when they got hot, was after the All-Star break. They turned it on, and they got to the 89 win mark, but they slipped at the end. They could have had more, et cetera, et cetera. I will play optimist as well and say above 500.
I still have belief in this team as well. I'm going to say above. Below leads 51%, above 25%, right at 81-81, 23%.
Wow. So it's that much of a split.
You know, for me, once again, we all understand the bullpen is a complete mess right now, and the rotation still has got to perform better, in my opinion. And yet at the same time, they score a lot of runs. They do. It just seems like in clutch moments, they have a hard time scoring runs.
I was looking at Zach Gallen's line the other day. He's been awful in the month of June, but he's also had a lot of starts where he's gotten a healthy amount of run support. And his record is what it is still. Like, to your point about the offense, they're still providing, but they're just not winning games. And he needs to be the one where he's on the mound, that's a guaranteed win. They need him to be that guy down the stretch.
Sticking with the D-backs, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs signed House Bill 2704 on Friday. The bill will allocate $500 million in public funding to renovating Chase Field. Your thoughts on the D-backs remaining in Arizona for sure? And if you guys could fix one thing at Chase Field, what would it be?
The air conditioning?
Yeah,
yes.
I'm going to go with the air conditioning.
I think we're all going to say the air conditioning right there. This is well done. This is the Diamondbacks, of course, part of the fabric of this city, part of the fabric of this state. I think it's imperative that cities continue to work with professional sports organizations. Now, the organization, of course, has got to contribute as well. It should be a partnership. because of the benefits for both the city and the organization, of course. And because of that, I stand and applaud. This is excellent. And the security of the Arizona Diamondbacks being in downtown Phoenix going forward, critical to the entire state.
I don't think I could continue living in a state if they don't have a Major League Baseball team. So I'm glad that they're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, so Mitch is staying here at Arizona Sports is what
you're welcome
he's saying
to
right now.
Myself.
Yeah. All right. According to NBA insider Mark Stein, along with Jake Fisher, I believe that's
correct.
The other one on his site. Former Phoenix Suns star Chris Paul could reunite with the Suns if Tyus Jones moves on from Phoenix in free agency. How would you guys feel about Chris Paul returning to the Suns?
It would be cool for nostalgia, and I was excited when he came here. I was excited with what he was able to do for the franchise when he was here. And you brought it up earlier. It just feels like the ship on that has sailed at this point, and they're headed in a different direction, and they need to stay on that direction right now.
Yeah, I love Chris Paul. I'm a big CP3 guy, Basinonians, as you know. Yet at the same time, Devin Booker is the leader of this team and needs to be the leader of this team. If you go ahead and bring CP3 in here, that's not going to be the case. Chris Paul is going to be the leader of this team. And Devin Booker needs to grow in that regard. And because that's the case, I'm going to say no. I don't want to see them bring CP3 back here because we don't need to decapitate the metaphorical leader of this team. And that would do it.
A huge trade went down in the NFL today. The Pittsburgh Steelers traded safety Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Miami Dolphins for cornerback Jalen Ramsey, tight end Jonnu Smith, and a 2027 seventh-round pick. What do you guys make of this trade?
Fascinating trade to happen when it did, but it does also feel like the reporting around Jonnu Smith to the Steelers was out there. The reporting around Jalen Ramsey asking for a trade was out there. Maybe I'm just surprised that it's the Steelers, and secondarily surprised that they gave up Minkah Fitzpatrick to do it. That's where I stand with it.
Yeah, I love Minkah Fitzpatrick. I've gone on the record as saying I think he's the most he's the most talented in terms of deciphering route combinations. He's the best safety at doing it in the National Football League. I don't think there's anybody else that gets his hands on more pigs than Minkah Fitzpatrick. And yet, Jalen Ramsey is very intriguing to me because I've heard this, Basinonians, that he's a bit of a mystery as a person, bit of a mystery. And yet I think of Mike Tomlin, and I think of Mike Tomlin, the coach that he is, with Jalen Ramsey, and how much he's going to be able to help Jalen Ramsey as a man and therefore as a player. That's going to be fascinating to watch because Jalen Ramsey is as talented as it gets at the corner position. But Minkah Fitzpatrick, man, that guy going back to the Dolphins, that guy is, it'd be hard to trade Minkah Fitzpatrick for anybody.
Did you see what former Dolphin Raheem Mostert said on the matter, by the way?
No.
Specifically in reference to the Jonnu Smith aspect of it, he quoted the tweet reporting the Jonnu Smith part of the trade, and he said, hot take, be a Pro Bowler on the Dolphins, get treated like bleep. Happy for my guys, though. Go ball out. Close quote.
Okay.
So I wonder if Minkah going back to Miami is going to bring back some bad memories, but it seems like there's bigger problems going on there. Thank you, Rick. That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. When we come back, Wolf proposed a true or false question. True or false? The next 11 Diamondbacks games are going to decide what Mike Hazen does at the trade deadline. Ooh. We'll tell you true or false next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. Listen, occurrences like inflation, changing economic policies, new laws, and interest rates, they can affect the financial markets in the short term, of course. But it doesn't make sense to keep changing the way you invest, Basinonians, in response to the daily news. Instead, think about this. Trajan Wealth will help you review your strategy and make sure that it's right for your goals. Make sure it's right for your risk tolerance and your time horizon. Trajan Wealth will help you decide what to do. And they're all fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth, Basinonians. The better you do, the better they do. Pick up the phone and give them a call at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it. Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday, a recap of the early movement in free agency in the NBA. And can the Diamondbacks get it together against the Giants? We'll explore starting at 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're hitting all my nostalgia points with the music today, for what it's worth. A little Rise Against. Here, punch it.
To the sound of a heartbeat pounding away.
Oh, yeah. That brings me back. Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke today. Wolf's here. The Wolf and Luke show here on this final day in the month of June. June 30th on this Monday. A lot going on. NBA free agency, even NHL free agency is happening right now. And then this Diamondbacks team that we cannot seem to wrap our heads around as to whether they're good, bad, or just kind of in the middle. And you posed a question in your prep email that you sent last night that we talked about today. And I'm just going to phrase it exactly the way that you wrote it. And I expect you to have a hardcore answer for me when I'm done. This is a true or false question.
Yeah.
The next 11 games will decide what Mike Hazen does at the trade deadline. True or false?
False.
So you think there's more time?
No. I think he already knows what he's going to do. That's just me.
Why?
All right.
So you think he's seen enough then?
I think he's seen enough. I also wonder I think he knows what he's going to do based on earnings, but I don't think we know what he's going to do.
Right.
I think he does. I think he's seen enough. Listen, you've got 4 games against the Giants coming up. And then you have 3 against Kansas City. Those are at home. And then you go to San Diego for 4. Those are the 11 games we're talking about right now. Think about those 11 games and how big that is. If his mind wasn't made up, I think you're right. Those 11 games will decide it. I think I'm right in regard to that. But you know what? I think he has made his mind up. That's just me. I don't know that for a fact. I just think he has.
Well, we've heard Mike Hazen on the record recently, and I saw that he's going to be speaking with John Heyman and Joel Sherman, I think today, but probably later tonight. So I don't think we'll get to react to that. But we can react to when he was on MLB Network Radio. This was the 15th, so a couple of weeks ago. And he doesn't necessarily want to sell out on the season just yet.
As long as we're playing well, and I believe that this team has the gas in the tank to go get it, we're going to try to add to this team. I don't really find it all that fun to sit there in August and September and go to the ballpark every day knowing you're going to get your butt kicked. Like, that's not really exciting for me, to be honest with you. I've done that for a few seasons, and that stinks. And I have no real intention to go and do that, in all honesty.
I mean, think about the seasons that all of us, Mike Hazen included, have had to suffer through in his tenure. Like 2020, we didn't really get to experience it in person, but that was a bad season. That was a season that had a fair amount of expectations, I would say. They signed Madison Bumgarner. They got Cole Calhoun. They traded for Starling Marte. There was a lot of moves that they made that set them up to be contenders. And
That's
then
good memory right there, Minch.
It's me and baseball, let me tell you. 2021 was an absolute bleep show. We forget about it. We put it behind us. 2022 was the starting point of what I think was the turning point of this organization, right? Specifically after the All-Star break in August, when they finally called, or it was late August, early September, when they called up Corbin Carroll. And Diamondbacks fans got their first taste of Corbin Carroll and what it was going to look like. Then 2023 happens, and that was a great ride.
Incredible.
Unfortunate the way that it ended, but it was a fantastic ride.
Yes.
2024 was supposed to capitalize on what 2023 was. It didn't. They didn't even make the playoffs. They won 5 more games, but it doesn't matter. They didn't make the playoffs.
Yes.
Where they are right now, I'm worried is another part of this, to use a metaphor, down the roller coaster.
Okay.
But it's taking a lot of ticks to get to that top point before they just absolutely fall. It feels like, in my view, there's still time, but every time I watch a game where it just seems like they're not locked in or they're making a mistake that should have gotten them out of the inning and they just don't make the right play, I don't know why you keep holding on. At this point, it feels like the rope is about to snap.
So, Minch, go ahead and tell me, what do you think, Mike Hazen? Do you think he knows what he's going to do, or do you think he's going to wait for these 11 games?
I think he'll know what they are at the All-Star break. That's my guess. Because you said it. They're going to play the Giants for 4 at home, then the Royals for 3.
Okay.
Immediately hit the road, the Padres for 4. The Padres. And then they're going to close out the break with the Angels on the road. This is all, by the way, part of a 17 games in 17-day stretch right before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
So if this doesn't tell you how good your team is, then I don't know what will.
Yeah. You know, and I could be wrong on this once again, but I do believe that 83 games, I think that he's got a good feel for what he's got here. And I think Mike Hazen knows what he's going to do. I could be dead wrong on that. But I think he knows what he's going to do. You already played a cut. He sounded pretty convinced in what he was going to do.
Didn't seem like a guy that wanted to punt, per
It
se.
did not seem like that at all. And, because of that, I think they're going to proceed under that pretense that we're just going to go out there. No, I think this team is good enough to actually make some noise and get us into the postseason. That's what he believes. I believe Mike Hazen when he says that. So because of that, I think they're still going to move forward considering, now look, could a disaster, if they lose 10 of these 11 coming up, could that change his mind? Heck yeah. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think this team is a 500 team. I think it's a 500 team. It was kind of a 500 team last year, as a matter of fact. You already said it.
Literally
one game off. One game off last year. And, hey, listen, they went ahead and tried to make a couple of moves that was going to get them into the postseason. Didn't work, but, there were more buyer than seller.
So if we're using last year as an example, at the All-Star break last year, they were 49-48. Not necessarily giving the hint of one thing or the other. By the end of the month of July, they were 58-51. And they bought AJ Puck.
That's right.
They bought Dylan Floro. And they put themselves in a position where they had a chance.
Yes.
They very much had a chance.
How much of last year do you think is going to impact this year? That is a question.
I mean, he's been a buyer for the last 2 seasons.
Correct.
He bought in 23, Tommy Pham and Paul Sewald most notably. He bought last year.
You said that wrong, Mitch. It's Tommy Pham.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Rick.
Well, do you want to say it for me?
Yeah, so Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham.
Yes.
All right.
You got to say it with Pham.
They bought last year. They're in an interesting situation where they're probably the most notable seller option. Like Buster Olney came on Big League Murata a couple of weeks ago. He said they could be trade central if they decide to sell.
Think about it. Eugenio Suarez.
Yep.
Zach Gallen.
Yep.
Josh Naylor.
Yep.
Merrill Kelly.
Yep.
Merrill Kelly. Man, please don't let it be Merrill. I love Merrill.
Can I throw Shelby Miller in there too?
Shelby Miller. Yes, you can throw him in there. But, man, can you imagine? Is there any scenario you see where Mike Hazen threads the needle? Where he's kind of buyer and sell.
He's done that a lot.
He has.
I just don't know if this is the year to do it.
You know what? Eugenio Suarez is the guy I continue to look at. I love Eugenio. Eugenio, I just like saying his name as well. Eugenio. I love him. But you listen to the Diamondbacks talk about him. You listen to Torrey talk about him. You listen to his teammates. Everyone says this is one of the toughest guys you're ever going to see. He's one of the toughest guys, and not only that, he's one of these guys who walk around with a smile on his face. And that means something as well. He's a great clubhouse guy. He's a leader in that clubhouse. Yet at the same time, think about this, Basinonians. Have you seen Eugenio Suarez and his numbers? This guy has 25 home runs and 68 RBIs.
And his average is above 250, too.
257, hitting 257. 68. I mean, Gino is having this unbelievable season. This production is stunning. Wave it around. Does it look like a wave it around? Because we all know 2 for 40 is coming. And it's okay, Gino. It's the way that it goes for you. But, man, that would be tempting, I would think, for Mike Hazen to move.
I would be more tempted if Jordan Lawler would stop getting hurt.
True.
Because he's the easy succession plan. And he's probably still going to be the succession plan, but he keeps getting hurt.
Yes.
He's dealing with a hamstring injury right now. And you can't just move off your third baseman if you don't have an immediate replacement. At least that's my opinion.
Hey, do some hurdlers, please.
Just
stretch it out.
Do yoga. I don't know. All right. Coming up next. Could the Suns somehow, some way, trade Bradley Beal? That's next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. And check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them, brothers. I kid you not. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades in the basin. They'll work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button, man. It's super cool. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabrics as well. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard Colin Gillespie on a one-year standard contract. In other news, our John Gambadoro reports the Suns are not retaining forward Cody Martin. For more on both those moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs are going to try to get back to 500 tonight against the Giants at Chase Field. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And a big trade went down in the NFL today. The Pittsburgh Steelers traded safety Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Miami Dolphins for cornerback Jalen Ramsey, tight end Jonnu Smith, and a 2027 seventh-round pick. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll give you our biggest takeaways from the D-back series against the Marlins and get you ready for a pivotal division matchup against the San Francisco Giants. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Great job hitting the post, Rick. Give you props for that. Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Varelda's in for Luke today. Don't worry, Luke will be back tomorrow, but then I heard Wolf's going to disappear for a little bit.
Yeah.
Not for long, though.
That's right.
So Wolf and I are chatting today. There's a lot going on. NBA free agency, probably the chief among them in terms of top of the storylines list of things.
Yeah.
And locally, there's conversations to be had about individuals. Like we talked about the draft picks last week. We mentioned that Nick Richards and Colin Gillespie, they're going to be back with the Suns. They did just make official the Mark Williams acquisition as well. So Mark Williams is officially a Phoenix Sun. There's this Bradley Beal cloud that's kind of hanging over the team right now. And what I mean by that is he has a no trade clause.
Yeah.
He's getting paid a lot of money over the next 2 seasons at least, maybe a third.
Over $100 million?
Yeah, 110, I believe it is, over 2 years. It's a lot of money. And it's not really a movable contract. And he's struggled to stay healthy. When he's played, some of it's been great. Other times, it's not been great. So you're kind of stuck right now.
Let's face it, it's pretty much been a disaster. It has, when you think of Bradley Beal. And the only reason why I say that, Basinonians, is because of the production or lack thereof of production and the consistency thereof of his production. It just hasn't been consistent at all. And it was never a fit. It never really ever got off to being a good fit with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. The big three never came close, at least in my opinion. Command and Control, how do you feel about that? Never came close to actually fulfilling its potential.
Yeah, like it was a disaster.
Okay. Yes, from a production standpoint, that's the word I'm going to use, disaster. But the only reason why I temper that, Basinonians, is because of Bradley Beal himself and the kind of locker room guy that he was. Everyone talked about what a great guy he was inside that locker room. He was the fun. He brought a lot of the fun to the locker room.
That was the one thing he said he wanted to do most when he talked with you guys last year.
That's right. And it was his upbeat personality. That matters to me. It does. Because, again, I played with a lot of guys where things didn't go well for them on the field, and they would bring it into the locker room every day as well. Well, you know what? Bradley Beal, at least by all accounts, was not that guy. Now, maybe it's because we're talking about guaranteed contracts here, right? Yeah, and if you know you're getting paid $110 million over the next 2 years, you're going to be okay. We're going to be all right on this thing.
Yeah.
We'll get this worked out.
In my opinion,
It'll change your attitude.
The contract is like 70% of the frustration here. If this was Bradley Beal was playing the way that he was, contributing at the level that he was when he was available, and he's getting paid, I don't know, if it's like 25 or 30 a year, not 50. 50 a year?
I know.
For what they've gotten has been an absolute albatross for this team.
Yes.
And I don't think there's a way to fix it with him still on the roster. I mean, there isn't. Everything Gambo's been saying is that he's not going to be on the Suns this time next year. But the methods of going about trying to get rid of him are next to impossible, if you ask me.
You know what is so amazing about this? That the Suns know, right, Basinonians? They know. They know if Bradley Beal is going to be here or not. You know they're trying to move him. We all understand that. Maybe they can waive and stretch him, but the more and more we look at that, that doesn't look like that's really a viable option either, unless he works with the Suns.
And even just a regular waive, you're still paying that same money. So you're paying the money and you're not getting the player, which seems way worse than just trying to stretch it.
I just wonder what kind of impact he has inside that locker room. Because, can you imagine if he came back? What would you liken that to, Basinonians? What kind of analogy would you offer that up to when you think about this?
I have one, maybe. How did you feel about Patrick Peterson after he got suspended, came back, did the apology tour thing? That's the one that sticks out to me. But then he was gone after that year.
Yes. for me, I don't know, but it would be so weird coming back as a player, playing for an organization that doesn't want you, that they're willing to eat it.
Yeah.
Think about that. They would be willing to actually eat your salary, millions and millions and millions and tens of millions of dollars, just so you weren't playing for them. What would that be like inside that locker room if Bradley Beal did come back and was playing for the Phoenix Suns? There would have to be some type of meeting, high-level meeting around that rectangle before that happens.
Well, here's my other problem. Is he even going to play if he's a part of this roster? Like, forget the fact that we both believe he's not going to play on this team this year. I'm looking at it from the perspective of everything they've done to shore up this roster this offseason. I was listing names out. Beal was the last person I got to. The last person. Behind like 9 or 10 names. I just don't see how he could help this basketball team, because when he can't help this basketball team, he's hurt.
Yeah.
And when he tries to help this basketball team when he's healthy, it's either inconsistent or it's just not there. It's been a real strain with Bradley Beal here in the Valley.
Especially with Jalen Green. The acquisition of Jalen Green.
We got a lot of wings. A lot of wings.
A lot of two guards on this team right now. By the way, I have not asked you this, and I want to.
Okay.
Do you think Jalen Green can actually play point? Do you think he can do it?
No.
I don't either.
I think his version of point is he'll just respectfully saying,
what
hog
does
the
that
ball.
What does that mean? If in fact Jalen Green is here on this team going forward, what does that mean for Book?
It doesn't make basketball sense to me right now. Something's
Point
missing.
Book, here we go.
But is that going to make Booker better?
I don't think
it
so.
makes Booker better.
No, I don't think so. But
and the whole reason.
What is the option? It's not Jalen Green. He's not the option.
No.
All the metrics say that as well. You look at the analytics with Jalen Green, they do not say he is a point guard. He's not even a high quality 2, if you ask me, in regard to going out and doing it efficiently.
His efficiency numbers are dreadful.
It's brutal is what it is when you look at it. Now, look, the guy is talented. He's got a ton of talent. Averaged 21 points a game last year.
Have you seen some of the dunks he's had? My goodness.
But I'm just going to say, how many shots does it take him to get the job done? He takes a lot of shots.
Can I stir the pot a little bit
Yes.
and have a unconventional suggestion for next point guard of the Phoenix Suns?
Okay.
I first want to thank King Nacho for bringing up this trade suggestion
in
our YouTube chat. By the way, we're on YouTube. See? I'm waving at the camera right now.
What up, YouTube?
King Nacho proposes this. Bradley Beal and Oso Ighodaro for LeBron James and Bronny James.
No.
So let me make one thing clear. Do I think that this type of trade can happen? No. Do I think this type of trade will happen? No.
Just let the LeBron James thing go.
Okay, hold on, though. He's a really good point guard if you want him to be. And if you want this team to be Booker's and he's just looking to win, and the Suns, by all accounts, think that they have a team that can compete this year, LeBron James as a point guard sounds pretty darn nice. He's not a conventional point guard, I understand. But as he's aged, he's become a much better passer and floor general.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Minch.
Just swap a couple of
LeBron
trade
James,
clauses.
he's going to stay in L.A. That's where he belongs.
You think so?
Yes. He's going to stay in L.A.
I don't know. There's a lot of noise around.
Man,
And
there's
maybe-
always a lot of noise around
LeBron loves attention.
Yes.
That's at the root of it.
There's a lot of noise around LeBron James, and there always is going to be a lot of noise around LeBron. That's who he is. But to me, that's never going to happen, ever.
We're just going to live on that cloud for just a couple more weeks. And then when the report comes out that it's, LeBron James is happy, he's good, it's fine, we'll start
Can't
questioning.
wait for that day.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day. All right. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. We had a huge trade go down in the NFL today. What does it mean for the Arizona Cardinals, and what does it mean for the rest of the league? That's next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and a swing and miss. Herrera strikes out. The ball game is over, and the Marlins sweep the Diamondbacks in large part of a 5-run top of the 8th inning, in which the D-backs surrendered 4 walks in the frame, and all 4 walks came home to score.
Swept by the Marlins, no bueno. Now the Giants come to Chase Field for a crucial 4-game division series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Gambo. Burnsy's back. How much better can the Suns be this season based solely on who they drafted? We'll continue talking the Suns' new horizon on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
I'm loving the music today, I must say. This is a great finish to the month. If we're just speaking about the music that's bringing us back into each beautiful part of the program. Mitch Varela is in for Luke today. Wolf's there.
Yeah, what's up?
What is up? As it turns out, on this busy NBA free agency day one, frenzy, if you will. NHL free agency frenzy is going on right now as well. We got a baseball team that is playing middle of the road, but they just got sunk by some fish over the weekend. And then we have this NFL trade that came down earlier today as I was getting ready to leave my apartment this morning. The Pittsburgh Steelers have acquired both cornerback Jalen Ramsey and tight end Jonnu Smith, as well as a seventh rounder in 2027. And they are sending to the Miami Dolphins safety Minkah Fitzpatrick and a fifth rounder in 2027. So a pick swap in 27, like a pick adjustment, whatever. And then Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith going to Pittsburgh, Minkah Fitzpatrick going to where his NFL career began in Miami. A fascinating trade to happen in general, and a fascinating more so to happen when it did, I think.
Yes. So where do you begin on this one? For me, it's Jalen Ramsey going to play for Mike Tomlin. That's where I start. Minkah Fitzpatrick, to me, one of my favorite players in the league. I think he's got this incredible ability to decipher a play, to smell out, if you will, a play and what an offense is trying to do and then go ruin it. He's got a great vision. He's got a great sight of the play and the route combinations that an offense is trying to execute. And when that happens, you can see him. He does a great job getting his hands on a lot of passes, whether he's picking the ball off, of course, or just a pass defense. He does a great job getting his hands on a lot of pigs. At the same time, it's Mike Tomlin with Jalen Ramsey. That combination, Jalen Ramsey is an incredible talent. Long corner, too. Long and whippy, hyper athletic guy. Just exactly what the prototypical cornerback should be in the National Football League. But he's got some issues as a person, don't we all, Basinonians? We all do. He's got some issues, and I think Mike Tomlin is going to be able to mitigate a lot of those issues that he has. And because of that, I'm interested to see how much better Jalen Ramsey could be as a player because of Mike Tomlin.
Would you say that the best player in this trade then is Ramsey? Like, so the Steelers got
I think
best
so,
player.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just fascinated by the Minkah Fitzpatrick inclusion, but then I also think about the rest of the Steelers roster and wonder, okay, well, who else would you give up if this is what you're trying to do? Especially when you add on Jonnu Smith to that, who was a massive part of the Miami Dolphins' offensive success last year. Wasn't a ton, don't get me wrong, but Jonnu was a success in that Dolphins offense last year. He's reuniting with Arthur Smith, who he worked with in Tennessee, who he worked with in Atlanta, and now he gets to pair with Pat Freiermuth as well. I also just look at this as the Steelers continue to do this thing where this isn't necessarily a bad thing. I would want my teams to do similar. They continue to compete despite some of the glaring weaknesses that they have looming, right? They sign Aaron Rodgers. They go after and trade for DK Metcalf. They get away from George Pickens. They've now brought in Jalen Ramsey. They've brought in Jonnu Smith. They signed Darius Slay this offseason as well. This doesn't seem like a team that's just ready to take a year off, despite the fact that I think they're the weakest team in that division outside of the Browns. Like, I think the Ravens and the Bengals will be better than them this year.
Yeah. I would say their payroll doesn't reflect that.
Of course not.
Yeah, their payroll doesn't reflect that.
A lot of money to Jalen.
I know. I kind of feel like this could be it. This could be the Steelers and the ownership and the Rooney family saying, hey, Mike, we're going to provide you some talent, and we want to see some type of return.
Interesting.
On this. This is just me. The Rooney family in Pittsburgh, very provincial people. And because of that, they love Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, we all understand Mike Tomlin's unbelievable string of never having a losing season. Do you have any idea how unbelievable that is in this day and age in the National Football League? Stunning to me. And it was one thing when my brother was alive, we used to go back and forth all the time about it. You got to be kidding me. You guys, you never have a losing season, and I've been through all of these. It was just brutal. And at the same time, this is what Mike Tomlin has done. I think he's one of the finest coaches to ever have coached in the National Football League. And I know everybody goes, Wolf, what about his playoff record? Hey, listen, don't tell me about that, man. Don't tell me about the Storm. Just bring the ship in. Forget about playoffs. Mike Tomlin is one of the finest coaches to ever have been a coach in the NFL, in my opinion. It takes players making plays and executing plays. Players like Jalen Ramsey. Ooh, you know what? A long, long time ago, Basinonians, there was a corner for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know who he was? His name was Mel Blount. Have you ever heard of Mel Blount? Google it, my young crunks. Mel Blount was this hyper-long, athletic stud of a corner that played for the Steel Curtain, the Pittsburgh Steelers, years ago. He still comes out here every now and then to Arizona. I've run into him a couple of times. It's been awesome to see him. He still looks like he could line up and play. Incredible. But Mel Blount reminds me an awful lot of Jalen Ramsey. And Jalen Ramsey of Mel Blount. It's going to be interesting to watch that and how Steeler fans will latch on to that. And let me say this, too. Aaron Rodgers, this is going to be one of the best stories going into this season. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. To watch this unfold.
I'm already nauseated.
Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, did you see his longtime left tackle, David Bakhtiari's tweet today?
No.
Love is love. Congrats to the Loves. So he was at Jordan Love's wedding, I assume.
Yes.
And he said, just happy at least one of my quarterbacks invited me to their wedding. Eyeball emoji.
Oops. Oopsie.
Okay.
Wonder which quarterback he's talking about.
So he was kicking Aaron Rodgers in the cradle on the way
like
out the door. Yeah, it does seem like that. But that combination of Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, this city, man, I know that city, Basinonians. I do, and I just wonder how that is going to work. How that is going to work. Aaron Rodgers, is he going to conform to Pittsburgh and the provincial town that it is, or not? That's going to be fascinating to watch, especially if things get a little dicey.
A lot of dice rolls going to be made that season. There's one more thing that I wanted to bring up, and I don't know if you've seen this yet, so I'm kind of springing this on you. But I also don't know how to decipher what I'm about to read. So
okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
This is from Adam Schefter of ESPN.
Shefty.
This is shortly after the trade was reported. He says, sources. In recent weeks, multiple teams have been discussing whether they can trade for Steelers standout TJ Watt, who skipped the team's most recent minicamp. Pittsburgh hasn't shown any willingness to deal Watt so far, but he's unhappy with his contractual situation, and sources believe outside team interest is likely to increase given today's trade. He did also add that the Steelers are adamant that they want Watt to finish his career in Pittsburgh. But here's an example of a Steelers team that is trying to keep everybody happy as they possibly can. Well, now it looks like somebody's upset again, and this is probably the last guy that you want to upset.
Wow. Okay, so right now I think TJ Watt, one more year is what the Pittsburgh Steelers would like and the ownership thereof. Hey, TJ, just please hang in there one more year because this is it. I think this is the Aaron Rodgers all-or-nothing season for the Steelers and for Mike Tomlin. Once again, even though it's hard for me to imagine the Steelers not being coached by Mike Tomlin, there's a real possibility the Steelers might be forced to just say, Mike, it's not working. And I think we're seeing it all line up right now where they're pushing their chips, metaphorically speaking, into the center of the table for just that.
I got slightly triggered because you said all or nothing. Wasn't that the name of the Cardinals
Amazon
series?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay. Moving on from that.
Yes.
Coming up next, final hour of Wolf and Luke show. We talked earlier about whether or not the Suns should bring back Chris Paul. Well, there's another former Sun who's now available. I don't know if we're going to feel the same, but we'll tell you how we feel next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel
to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content.
From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard Colin Gillespie on a one-year standard contract. And other Suns news, our John Gambadoro reports the Suns are not retaining forward Cody Martin. For more on those two moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. It was a disappointing weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they were swept by the Miami Marlins. The D-backs are now 41-42 and 5 games back to the final wildcard spot in the National League. They start a 4-game series tonight at Chase Field Field against the struggling San Francisco Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for Arizona. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Gamble. Burnsy's back. How much better can the Suns be this season based solely on who they drafted? We'll continue talking the Suns' new horizon on the Burns and Gamble Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Portland Trailblazers and DeAndre Ayton, their center, they are finalizing a contract buyout. He will become a free agent. This is a sudden, surprising addition to the free agent market because he had $35 million left on his deal next season, but he's set to become a free agent. This is a fresh opportunity for both sides. We know the Blazers just added Yang Hansen at number 16 overall pick. So they're pretty deep in terms of young, talented bigs. Listen, DeAndre Ayton is one of 4 players to average 10 points, 10 rebounds the last 7 seasons in the NBA. And remember, just in 2021, he was a top 3 player on that Suns team that made it to the NBA Finals against the Bucks. So this is a guy that has a lot of talent.
All right, what's popping?
Shams.
What's going on, man?
Shams, I'm sorry, but I just can't help but laugh when you get to the gas up the client section of the reporting. Average 10 and 10 for most of the years. Yeah, it was a stressful 10 and 10. He helped with the Suns of the Finals team. That was 4 years ago now.
Yeah. Okay.
I couldn't help but laugh. That was obviously ESPN's Shams Charania yesterday, talking about maybe the surprise report of NBA free agency so far. DeAndre Ayton and the Portland Trailblazers agreeing to a buyout in the final year of his contract.
Yeah. Don't know if I saw that coming, but not shocked that it's happened.
There were signs. I think I would agree.
Okay. Well, for me, once again, there may have been signs. Things weren't going great for DA up there in Portland. And at the same time, to buy him out of his contract, I did not see that really coming. DeAndre Ayton, here's the problem with the Mad King. This is it. I've talked about it for years.
God, I forgot about that
Even
nickname.
when he was here. Even when he was here with the Phoenix Suns. I love him as a guy. He seems like he's an excellent guy. Many people liked DeAndre Ayton as a person. Many of his teammates liked DA. As a player, though, many of them could not understand him. And I get their point. He's a mad king. He's got so much talent. If you were to go around and ask every one of the guys that play with DeAndre Ayton, who's the most talented guy on this team? I think the majority of them would say DeAndre Ayton is the most talented guy on the team in terms of his skill set and his raw athleticism off the hook. Yet at the same time, he can't bring that talent to the floor on a consistent basis.
No.
Now, I know you could say, well, Wolfie was 14 and 10 all of last year. And you're right, but that's nowhere close to DeAndre Ayton and his talent level. And that's the problem. He's a mad king in a locker room because of that.
The big frustration has always been just the ability to perform consistently.
Yes.
It seemed like even going back to that finals run, a lot of the regular season was, he's getting his numbers. He's getting his numbers. Why are we getting upset about it? When you watch him, it seems like a stress to get to those numbers, A. And B, it felt like he was being dragged on a leash by Chris Paul to get to said numbers, right?
Yes.
And there's already conversation about the Lakers are looking for a center. Oh, DA would be perfect for them. Look what Luka Doncic did with Jackson Hayes. Look at what he'll do to DA. You're going to run into the same problem. If he hasn't changed now, he's not going to change.
Right.
Sorry. And not as a shot at Luka Doncic, but I think the last person who's going to make DA actually wake up is Luka, with all due respect.
Yeah. Again, the old saying goes this way. You can have a young king, you can have an old king, but you can't have a mad king. And that makes so much sense to me because, again, DeAndre Ayton inside that Suns locker room, I remember Devin Booker looking at him and saying, "Don't you want this?" Do you remember when he did that? when Devin Booker looked at him, don't you want this?
I mean, there are a lot of those moments.
When you've got guys inside the locker room that are feeling that way to actually voice their opinion to DeAndre Ayton, there's a whole iceberg behind the tip of that. Don't you want this? There is. And yet that told you all you needed to know about DA. Mad King. There are problems inside a locker room because guys don't understand. Why can't you bring your talent consistently? You have it. You possess it. All you got to do is be determined to bring it night in and night out. Guys don't understand when you can't do that. And that becomes problematic. Dare I say a cancer, metaphorically speaking, inside the locker room.
I'm fascinated to see where this leads. I'll tell you right now, I think you and I would agree, and everybody that's watching on YouTube, listening on the radio, anyone out there that is even having a thread of thought of DeAndre Ayton coming back to Phoenix, I think we can all agree that that's a hearty no.
Yeah.
They have a lot of centers already, first of all.
A ton of centers.
Second of all, I don't think that's the kind of reunion that you would want to create here. Just... we're saying it like he was a bad person, but he's not.
He's not.
He's not a bad person.
He's not. I love DA.
He's a very curious case. I think we would all say based on his time here and even based on his time in Portland. It was a very curious case. We were just replaying earlier, talking about the story. Remember when he was trapped in his house and he couldn't go to the game because the entire road was covered in ice?
Yeah,
I remember. He couldn't drive to the stadium. It's just stuff like that where you're just wondering how the heck did this guy get from point A to point B?
Yeah.
We saw it at Arizona.
Well,
and it just did not translate at this level.
I mean, from the Bahamas? I mean,
I don't know. The Bahamas games,
at
that
some
was
point
like,
in time,
look at how much better he's doing.
Don't you have to chill? That was the problem. You just can't really be desperate if you're from the Bahamas.
I don't know.
I
think
it feels that way.
I think Buddy Hield would beg to differ.
Yeah,
Gordon
might be.
I don't know. There's some Bahamians that know what they're doing out there, I think.
Here's the one thing about it, though. You would never bring DeAndre Ayton in. You would never do this. Even if you wanted to, you would never bring DA in when you've got an 18-year-old kid. You would not do it.
It doesn't make sense at all.
There's no way in the world you would bring in DeAndre Ayton when you got an 18-year-old kid because you would worry about him looking at DA in any way, shape, or form and learning anything from what DA might be doing or not doing, if you know what I mean. That's not the model you want this young kid to have.
You know, you say that, and then I realize the state of the center room on the Suns.
Yes.
And now I'm trying to do the thing where you like to point out, all right, well, who's going to be the leader of men? Or who's going to be the guy that's taking under his wing? You mentioned Mark Williams already, but he's 24 and he's finishing up his rookie deal, so he hasn't had a ton of time in the NBA. You got Nick Richards, who's also finishing up like his initial deal. He hasn't had a ton of time in the NBA.
Sure.
Oso Ighodaro is entering year 2. I don't even know if he'll play center specifically for this team next year.
Yeah.
So then I know this is a tangent from where we were, but now my attention turns to Jordan Ott. It seems like there's a lot of faith in Jordan Ott specifically to capture the best possible Kaman Malawach, Mark Williams, Nick Richards, and Oso Ighodaro that you can get based off of the success that he had with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen last year, which it could work, but I don't know. There's a lot of youth and inexperience in that room now, just thinking about it.
Yeah, for me, again, I would love it if Kaman Malawach would get in the back pocket of Devin Booker, or more importantly, Devin Booker getting in his face. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Book has got to get to a point where he's not afraid to walk up and say, hey, dude, you got a minute? Let's talk over here. You know what? Let's talk about your intensity level. Let's talk about your approach to the game. Let's talk about how you do it. It's one of these things that you've got to mentor these young guys, especially when we're talking about an 18-year-old kid. And Book can relate to that. He can relate to that because he was that 18-year-old kid.
Just hopefully there's no war between Kentucky and Duke in trying to take him under his wing. All right. We already gave our qualifier for the day is what I mean to say. But coming up in the 4 p.m. hour, you have a chance to win tickets to the Diamondbacks game against the Royals on July 4th. Text FIREWORK to 620-620. Listen to Burns and Gambo during the 4 p.m. hour, like I just said. for a chance to win tickets. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m. hour, 11 a.m. hour, and 4 p.m. hour today through Wednesday. So if you didn't get it now, maybe there's a chance at 4, or you'll try again tomorrow or Wednesday. But don't miss your chance. Text FIREWORK to 620-620 now. All right, speaking of the Diamondbacks, what are the biggest issues that are plaguing this team right now? We'll ask in-house our Arizona Sports Diamondbacks reporter and host of the Ain't No Fang podcast, Alex Weiner, going to join us next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varell is in for Luke. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
4 minutes next year. Fleming or Malawach?
I think Fleming.
I think so too. It's interesting.
I think Fleming.
Now, Mark Williams gets hurt because he's going to get hurt.
Right. That's why you just get, what happens with the centers? I honestly think the odd guy out is Oso. But I know. You like him. You're an Oso guy?
A lot of people like him. Yeah, he had like a fairly productive rookie year for the position that he was put in. Like, didn't get any faith from the coaching staff whatsoever. Look, if they're trying to get rid of him, Gambo, a smart team is going to send like a second-round pick or two for him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary. Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Diamondbacks.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Precision decision with Precision Air. Nobody pray for me.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday, a recap of the early movement in free agency in the NBA. And can the Diamondbacks get it together against the Giants? We'll explore starting at 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pivotal 4-game series coming up here starting tonight at Chase Field. The Giants are in town for 4 against the Diamondbacks. We're talking Diamondbacks baseball here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Vareldis in for Luke today. Wolf is here. And we're now joined in studio by our lead Diamondbacks writer and one of the hosts of the Ain't No Thing podcast, a great Diamondbacks podcast for what it's worth. Just saw the conversation you had with Todd Walsh in the last episode. Alex Weiner joining us in studio right now. Alex, how's it going? I heard you were in a slight rush to get over here on time.
I'm well, yeah. I was just at the Chick-fil-A on 7th Avenue. We're close to downtown because a few Diamondbacks players are there, like campaigning for Ketel Marte All-Star votes since Phase 2 started today. So
that's right.
It's Tommy Edman of the Dodgers versus Ketel Marte for the starting spot for second base.
I will say, as a known Dodger hater, I know who I'm voting for in that race, just to make things clear.
Yes.
Do you want to start? Because I liked your question that you had before we turn the microphone.
Yeah, I said to Alex, what's wrong with this team, Alex? What's going on?
Unfortunately, it's a lot of what we've been talking about all season, right? I mean, once A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez both went down, I know J. Mart came back and then went back down and came back and then eventually went back down with elbow surgery. But once they went down after that Miami series back in April, the bullpen just hasn't been able to, come up with any solutions on how they can limit runs late in games. And Saturday's 7-3 blown lead. I mean, it was just an extreme example, but not one we haven't seen this season, really. And then yesterday, the offense just couldn't quite build on its lead. And at that point, you're kind of playing with fire with the state of the bullpen. And so obviously bullpen is first and foremost, but defense didn't help them out yesterday either by making a few defensive mistakes. They elevated Erod's pitch count, and he had to come out of the game probably an inning earlier than you would have liked him to, considering he was pitching really well.
Right.
So it's a lot. I think the bullpen's still the main thing, but it's just not a clean brand of baseball that we're seeing consistently from this team. I know that's frustrating for Torey Lovello and everybody involved.
Where it stands for me, like if we connect all of the problems together, we could say that the bullpen is the main issue. That's fine. But to your point that I really liked is the struggles defensively trying to back up these starting pitchers. Like Erod really labored yesterday. He got up to 100 by the time the 5th inning was done. And I'm just thinking to myself, if you could get him that extra inning, like you were saying, maybe it's less on the bullpen. Maybe it's more for the offense to give themselves enough cushion. And I just don't think they really give themselves those opportunities because they make those mistakes earlier and earlier in the game where it's a tone setter for the rest of the night, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they don't give themselves any room for error at all when it comes to sometimes late in this games. They did on Saturday, but that's kind of a different situation. But yeah, yesterday, I mean, they could have turned 2 in the 4th inning and gotten Erod out of there, and they weren't able to do it. And then in the 5th inning, that ground ball to Suarez, which he wasn't able to come up with. I mean, Erod threw like 21 additional pitches because that's an inning that you could get deeper into your bullpen. And the bullpen was in a tough state because Juan Murillo was down and Kevin Ginkel was down. Beeks was, pitching on a back-to-back after he'd given up 3 runs the night before. Miller had thrown 17 pitches the night before. I mean, it was just a tough situation to be in. And this offense has been good. I know they went quiet yesterday. They'll have moments in games where it kind of quiets down a little bit, but for the most part, it's been good. But defensively, you can't put yourself in situations where you're elevating the pitch count of your starter, given you have such little room for error in the bullpen.
Alex, when you talk to the Diamondbacks players, do they ever talk about Torey yelling at him or getting fired up? Do they? I know Torey is not a screamer for the most part. We all know that he's not. But I was thinking to myself as I was watching, especially over the last 3 series for the Diamondbacks, I'm just wondering if he was screaming at any point in time. Do you think he he has done enough of that, letting his players know this is unacceptable.
I think part of that was when he came out. It was on Saturday, right in the first inning after they just botched 2 ground balls. And then he's like, that's it. Everybody come to the mound. I know we're only 3 batters into this game or whatever it was. But you guys got to wake up. I think that was kind of a version of that. We don't usually see him screaming, although he can have that side to him when it gets to that point. I don't know if that's what's needed. It's kind of hard to really pinpoint what's going on defensively because as a team, they work at it. I mean, spring training, that's a huge emphasis throughout the entire spring. Before the game, you get there early enough, you see a lot of guys taking ground balls, taking fly balls, working on different stuff, and so it's just kind of strange that it's not translating to the game, and I think that the coaches are also struggling to figure out why it's just not translating to the game, because these guys work at it before every game.
Yeah, you know what's amazing, though? You think about it. Last year, 62 errors on the season. 62. That led all of baseball. 62 errors. And when I say that, they were number one. They were the best defensive team with only 62 errors. What do they have already? 43?
Oh, I'd have to go in and check the exact number after this weekend, because this weekend it elevated this weekend for sure.
It's really, really bad. What is going on with their fielding? That's a lack of intensity to me.
Yeah, it's that could be. I think focus can certainly be part of it. Suarez is a capable defensive player, but the errors have really stacked on him a little bit, and maybe certain plays where he needs to get down and get his glove down there quicker, and instead of just kind of stabbing at the ball, where you're kind of hoping the ball goes in your glove instead of watching it go into your glove with some glove presentation there. I'm not entirely sure why that's the case, because he's one of those guys who's out there before every single game working at it, and then in games, I'm not entirely sure how many errors he has, but I know he had 2 yesterday, and they were costly. Outfield, I think the outfield defense has for the most part gotten a little bit cleaner. I think Alec Thompson's had a great stretch defensively out in center. But again, just these miscues here and there where it's just not clean, it's troublesome, because if that doesn't get fixed, then you're just not going to be able to go on runs like this.
Alex Weiner, our lead Diamondbacks writer and co-host of Ain't No Fang, an Arizona Diamondbacks podcast, joining us here in the Arizona Sports Studio. All right, you got this big 4-game set with the Giants. They're in the middle of a 17-17 stretch before the All-Star break. The Giants have been slumping a bit, but something that Jody Jackson had told Wolf and I earlier is this is kind of battle of best and best, where the Giants have maybe the best pitching staff in all of baseball, while the Diamondbacks have one of the hotter offenses in all of baseball. So what side needs to find that little, where do you see cracks in the Giants foundation that would allow the Diamondbacks offense to succeed here?
Good question. This is not a hot Giants team right now, as you mentioned. They just lost 2 out of 3 to the White Sox. And before that, they were swept by the Marlins, because the Marlins don't lose games anymore for whatever reason.
Marlins love playing on the road or something.
I guess so, yeah. But so you're catching the Giants kind of at a good time in that sense, but you are going to face Logan Webb. You are going to face Robbie Ray at the end of this series. You're right about their pitching. The bullpen is very good. I mean, the Diamondbacks went into Oracle and won 2 out of 3 earlier this season. And yeah, they were a little bit healthier at that point in time. But this is a lineup that's still capable of, putting up big numbers. And even like last night when they went silent, they get hit in the mouth with that huge 5-run inning by the Marlins, and they come back and they rally a little bit. So I think as long as they string them together at bats, as kind of generic as that sounds, and play to their strengths, they should be able to do enough offensively against this Giants team to where then you're putting the onus on, your starting pitchers. Ryan Nelson goes tonight. He's had a really good season. And then you got Gallen. We'll see what you get out of Gallen. Then you have Kelly. So it lines up decently well for you pitching-wise as well. As long as they play clean baseball, as again we've been saying that all year, this offense should be able to do enough to put you in position to win games, even against a good pitching staff.
Alex, how much of these 11 games that are coming up right here, how much do you think it's going to influence Mike Hazen at the deadline?
I think it could immensely, right? Because, there's always the possibility that you go into the All-Star break kind of around 500 and you're still not entirely sure. But if they come out and they continue to lose games, if they lose 3 out of 4 to the Giants, if they lose 3 out of 4 to the Padres, and you get to the All-Star break and you're 6-7 games back of a wild card spot, you could play yourself right out of it. On the flip side, if they can come together and knock out a couple of division rivals whom they've already won series against this season, in 4 games, it's a good opportunity to kind of climb your way back in. Then you can kind of put a little bit more pressure on, we're not out of this quite yet. So I do think it's a huge stretch, not only because you're right up against the All-Star break, but because it's 2 4-game series against division rivals whom you're chasing in the wild card race.
You going to be out there for this 7 games left in this homestand for all of them?
Maybe not all of them, but at least 6 of them. And then the plan is to go to San Diego for that too.
Oh, nice. All right. So, look, if you want great coverage of Diamondbacks baseball, Alex has got it, and it sounds like he's going to be covering the team leading up to the All-Star break, especially in San Diego. Fantastic ballpark, by the way.
Love that park.
Alex J. Weiner on X is where you can find him. Alex,
City's not bad either.
Oh,
no, pretty good.
Fantastic.
Just saying.
Thanks so much for the time, Alex. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Alex.
Appreciate it.
That's Alex Weiner joining us in studio. When we come back to football. A final move that the Arizona Cardinals could make before the season? We'll tell you what that move is next. Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Vareldis in for Luke. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona, the heat is here, is it not? We can feel it, and it's only going to get hotter, as we all know. If you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now is the time to act. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're building fast. That's what they like to say, building fast, which means you can still be swimming this summer. That's right, you can get it done. Don't wait till you're sweating through another hot day. Let's turn up the cool in your backyard, Basinonians. And not only that, think about this. Presidential Pools is offering free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance, free landscape packages as well, path lights and uplights while supplies last. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined, and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard Colin Gillespie on a one-year standard contract. In other Suns news, our John Gambadoro reports that the Suns are not retaining forward Cody Martin. For more on those two moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. It was a disappointing weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they were swept by the Miami Marlins. The D-backs are now 41-42 and 5 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. They start a 4-game series tonight at Chase Field against the struggling San Francisco Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the ball for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will there be any big changes in the NBA today? We'll discuss beginning tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Mitch Varellis in for Luke Lipinski today. Wolf is here, though.
Minch!
Got half of the Wolf and Luke show here with you. So, you had pointed out an article in our prep emails today, and it was an ESPN article written by Aaron Schatz.
Yeah.
Or Schatz. I'm not 100% sure. Right. Apologies, Aaron, but he put out a story on the 26th, so last Friday, I think that is, or Thursday. And he proposed one final move for each of the 32 NFL teams. Right. And he also made a point in there not to repeat a name. So, like, if he already put a name on one team, he's not going to put that for somebody else.
Ah, I see.
If I were to give you a guess as to the name that he gave the Arizona Cardinals as to their one final move to help shore up their roster, where would you go?
Well, of course, I know what he said.
I know, but
about the gas.
Play to the bit for 5
but
seconds.
I definitely, I'm trying to be honest here with our listeners.
No, it's fine.
I honestly would have said Amari Cooper.
Well, good news.
Yes.
If that's what you were looking for, that is what Aaron Schatz
I would have said that because that's so popular with everybody. That's what everyone thinks. If there was one signing for the Arizona Cardinals, it'd be at the wide receiver position. I'm not okay with that. I'm not.
You don't want this move.
Now, once again, if they happen to sign Amari Cooper, that's only going to make him better in the wide receiver room. There's no doubt about that. I just already trust the guys that are in there. I do.
That's fine.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to take a big step forward. I don't want anybody coming into that room who might actually diminish what Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray might be able to do. I want to give them full reign on that. I want to give them the opportunity to go out and prove that they can increase their chemistry and actually get better at throwing the ball down the field.
You know who else I think trusts the group that's there right now? The man that drafted and signed them all. Because don't you think he would have made a move by now if a move was out there to be made?
Well, if the price was right.
Yeah. Do you think the price is better now than it was a month ago?
Here's what I think right now. I don't think Amari Cooper is going to come off whatever he's asking for until training camp opens. That's right. A
couple more weeks.
Amari
right?
Cooper, exactly right. A couple more weeks. But why would you? That's the pressure point. Teams are going to want to get you in. They're going to want to get you in before training camp starts. That's the pressure point. So Amari Cooper, I think, is going to take this to the end.
And I think he has every justification to do so. He's probably the best available wide receiver on the market, like next to Keenan Allen. But then we're talking about a bunch of guys in their early 30s who are coming off of seasons where they either didn't do a lot or the team is going in a different direction. There is a former teammate of Amari Cooper's on the Arizona Cardinals right now, Jacoby Brissett. He joined you guys back in March, and you asked him about Amari Cooper.
Oh, man, Amari's special. He's been one of the top receivers in the league since he's gotten in the league. I remember my time in Cleveland, just to be able to sit and learn from him as much as I could, and his approach to the game, it was second to none. I thought he did a really good job of communicating. I think that's one of the things that, been in this league for a while, is just you can get a guy that's good at football, but then a guy that can communicate what they're doing and trying to do. I think that sets him apart, and I think Amari did that very well.
He's had a very interesting career, too, talking about Cooper. Drafted by the Raiders, 4th overall, I might add. Somebody else on the Cardinals was drafted 4th overall.
Very good.
Then gets traded to the Cowboys, where he becomes part of what was supposed to be their new quote-unquote triplets, right, with him, Zeke Elliott, and Dak Prescott. Then he gets traded to Cleveland, where he's supposed to help out, I believe it was still Baker Mayfield at the time, but then Jacoby Brissett played some games. That Deshaun Watson, gross. And then he gets traded to Buffalo midseason last year. Was supposed to help the wide receiver room, and I don't really remember his time in Buffalo.
So
this is not necessarily the lowest point of Amari Cooper's career, but it is a low that he's trying to bounce back from, at least from my view.
Here's the one thing about Amari Cooper. He is wildly talented. He's very talented. He's a capable wide receiver. He's a guy that I think in the right offense could still be a true number 2 wide receiver at this point in time. But think about this. Amari Cooper, this will be his 5th team.
Yep.
In how many years now? I don't have the number.
He's going to be 31, 32.
But this is going to be his 5th team. Ooh, by the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. I'm wondering, what is it? You don't see a lot of wide receivers, especially wide receiver ones, and that's what he was at the beginning of his career. A true wide receiver one. You don't see a lot of them being shipped all over the NFL to their 5th team.
No.
So I wonder what it is. I'm sorry, but that is something that I think other general managers, especially at this point, might be looking at as well.
So he's 31. He actually just turned 31 back on the 18th. So happy belated birthday, Amari. Drafted in 2015. So this would be year number 10.
Okay.
And to your point, that
would be year 11, actually.
Year 11, excuse me. And to your point, it would be team number 5.
Yeah, team number 5.
So what does that tell you? From the offset, we obviously know nothing about the character that is Amari Cooper. We've not heard anything in the news.
Exactly.
We've not heard anything off the field that would lead us to believe he's a problem.
Correct.
But then why does he keep changing teams?
5. Team number 5. You just don't see a lot of talent. General managers, Basinonians, they don't like a lot of talent. Unbelievable talent and an unbelievable teammate. They don't like seeing those guys walk out of the locker room. You don't get better when you got a guy who's talented like Amari Cooper is, and yet a guy that is a great guy and a team leader as well. You don't like seeing those guys walk out of the locker room. 5 teams now for Amari Cooper. So immediately I'm looking at him with, what's going on there? I don't know. And I could be way off on that, Basinonians. And yet at the same time, I know that's been my experience. A guy that moves around a lot, there's something there.
So I want to do a small exercise. I'm going to read you receiving targets that are currently on the Arizona Cardinals. And I want to tell you, or I want you to tell me, would you rather Amari Cooper or blank?
Can I tell you this right now? I don't want a wide receiver. They have everything that they need right now.
So you don't want one
They
at
have
all.
everything at the skill positions that they need. They got Marvin Harrison Jr. The one thing you don't want to do is bring a name like Amari Cooper, a guy who's done stuff in the league and posted some really impressive numbers. The one thing you don't want to do is bring a guy like that in the door when you're trying to get Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. to build this chemistry. You've got to have those guys advance their ability to take over games. You have to have that. You don't want to bring somebody in here where now all of a sudden he might be, hey, look at me, I'm over here too. You don't want any of that. You want Kyler focused on building chemistry with Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't want a wide receiver. I think the Cardinals have all the skill they need right now.
What do you
I
want?
want Will Hernandez or somebody like him. Now, again, I don't know the condition of his ACL. I don't know the condition of his knee. But, man, an interior offensive lineman is what they need. somebody a butt got who's not going to get pushed back into Kyler Murray.
Big butts and I cannot lie.
It's true.
So you're comfortable. I just want to name all these guys that they currently have. You're comfortable with the likes of Marvin Harrison Jr. We're both comfortable.
Yeah.
Trey McBride.
Yeah.
Michael Wilson.
Yes.
Greg Dortch.
Yeah.
Zay Jones.
Yeah, Zay Jones. I'm fine with that.
And then I'll throw a little bit of love to Simi Fehoko.
Ooh. I got to get on top of that name.
And Xavier
Fehoko.
Weaver. Well, you don't have to announce them all.
I know. I know. It's kind of cool. Except I'm going to be dreading it on game day.
I just look at that room.
Walking around. Seriously. What are you doing? You walked away from that job? Are you kidding me? You idiot? It's the blood sport. Okay.
It was just to avoid saying Simi Fehoko.
I feel better. I feel better right now.
Okay, good. My closing argument is that I would not mind Amari Cooper on this team.
Okay.
While there is a seemingly set wide receiver or group of pass catchers, Amari Cooper makes them better. That's my take on the matter.
Okay.
All right, coming up next. Can the Diamondbacks take advantage of a struggling Giants team? We'll preview the series next. Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Vareld is in for Luke. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll give you our biggest takeaways from the D-back series against the Marlins to get you ready for a pivotal division matchup against the San Francisco Giants. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Mitch Ferrell, in for Luke. Wolf's here. Final beautiful part of this program on this Monday. Final beautiful part of the program of June as well. June 30th.
That's right, June 30th.
Only 30 days in June, no 31st of June.
Happy anniversary, the Warrior Queen. 25 years of bliss. Well, not all of it was bliss, but 25 years was very blissful,
Yeah,
can I just say.
Couples argue.
Of course. It does, Masononians. It's always going to happen, but I love you, baby girl, and you're on vacation right now. So I'm at home with a big L on my forehead. Loser, alone at the compound. You loser.
I'm sure the beautiful Miss Stephanie is still thinking of you on this day.
Of course,
as well,
yes.
Naturally.
What do you got for me, Minch?
You know, now that I realize it, not to totally steal the attention away, did you know that today is also my parents' anniversary?
Are you kidding me?
That just hit me today.
June 30th.
They also got married on June 30th in 1990.
How about that? The last day in June. We like the idea of that, June 30th, as we elope to Savannah, Georgia. That's where we went. We eloped there, man. It was unbelievable. The Savannah. Suddenly went down to the courthouse, and they were like, hey, all the judges are gone for the weekend. It was near the 4th of July. They were all gone. So we couldn't even get married at the courthouse.
Oh, no.
We had to call 1-800-JUDGE.
That's a thing?
And that's what we didn't know. It was real. Called 1-800-JUDGE. Got married. And it was awesome. It was the best experience we've ever had. Don't get me started right now.
All right.
Telling anniversary stories.
Do you want me to just end it right here?
Yes.
Do you want me to transition to something less exciting to talk about?
Yes. What are you going to talk about, Minch?
The Arizona Diamondbacks, they have a 4-game series that starts tonight against the San Francisco Giants. In a battle of who's got it worse, at least it seems right now, Giants are coming into this series on a 2-game losing streak. They've lost 5 of their last 6 to the Miami Marlins, who we're recently familiar with here, and the Chicago White Sox, who took 1 game out of the 3. They couldn't get the sweep on that final game, but the Giants are also struggling. 4 wins in their last 10 compared to the Diamondbacks, who are right down the middle, 5-5. These 2 teams have played once already. The Diamondbacks took the 2 games out of 3 in Oracle, but now you're here. It's a different time of the year.
Yeah.
Both of these teams are looking for some good news tonight, and we're hoping it's the Diamondbacks, obviously, but I'm worried. You don't want to be the team that gets the other team back into the groove that they've been seeking.
No, that's a good point. And this is a 4-game set coming up right here, so it's going to be huge. Let me just say this. 28 blown leads by the Arizona Diamondbacks. That is most in the National League. 28. And I'm not talking blown saves here. I'm talking blown leads. Once they have the lead, they give it up 28 times. That's most in the National League. And then there's this, Basinonians. Last night was the 8th time they went into the 8th inning with a lead and lost the game.
That's wild.
That is the most in baseball. That is the most in baseball. The 8th time last night where they went into the 8th inning with a lead and lost the game. Man.
I mean,
so who's got it worse right now? To me, the Diamondbacks.
This has been a year of wild statistical anomalies for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They've had a bunch of games where they've scored 10 runs or more and lost. This year, it was in their entire history of scoring at least 10 runs in a game, they were like something and 1. And then this year, they've tacked on 3 losses to it. This team has been wildly inconsistent, but they're somehow almost 500 again.
Yes, I know.
I saw the stat on the television. You want to know how almost 500 they are, or how wildly 500 they are?
Yeah.
They flashed the stat on the television broadcast yesterday, and it's one of those in their last this many, in their last this many, in their last this many. In their last 10, they were 5-5. In their last 20, they were 10-10. In their last 30, they're 15-15. This team has literally played, excluding yesterday, this team has played literally middle of the road for the last 30 games.
Man, you know what? I love that. I call that broadcast bacon. Okay, like when you listen to BB and Bert when they're talking about this stuff and they throw it out on the broadcast, I call that broadcast bacon.
Are you sure you just don't want bacon?
No. I'll give you an example of this. Eugenio Suarez. Okay, he's played 83 games. He has 25 home runs and 68 RBIs. He's hitting .257 right now. Did you know this is what they threw out on the broadcast last night, Basinonians? Listen to this, because this is going to be great, cooler information right now. From 2023, Gino has the most RBIs from the 7th inning on in baseball. Eugenio Suarez. In 2023, starting 2023, from that point, from the 7th inning on to where we are right now, he's got the most RBIs in all of baseball. Would you say that's a stat that would matter to you?
I term it as clutch, and I think that's important.
It's 101 RBIs from the 7th inning on, 2023 to now. You know who's number 2? Bobby Witt Jr. You know who's number 3? Juan Soto. Just stop and think about that for a minute right now. You got Gino Suarez in clutch situations, 7th inning and on. He leads the bigs since 2023 in RBIs. That to me blew my mind. That was broadcast bacon, brought to you by Ron Wolfley.
Is it sizzling?
No.
Is it cooked all the way?
But actually, it was brought to you by Bert and BB.
Yeah, shouts to Bert and BB and their
thus the bacon.
Their stats crew.
Bert, BB, and bacon.
I'm sure the info team was very quick on their feet.
A lot of B's in there.
Because he did have another RBI in the 8th inning yesterday.
That's
what he does.
He's got 68 and 83 games, and he's played 81.
Wild.
It is really, would you say that that's productive? That is really hyper-productive right now. It's one of the reasons why, do you think the Diamondbacks and Mike Hazen might be waving him around? Hey, I'm just saying 25 and 68 is pretty good in 81 games. Man.
If I had my vote, I would send him to the All-Star game. Maybe not as the sole representative, Cattell as well, but he's putting up numbers better than most third basemen in the National League right now.
And also, too, I just want to throw this out here about Eugenio. He also has 11 errors. Isn't that right, Jamal? I think, Jamal, you did the research on it. How many errors does Eugenio have this season?
11. That's tied for second in most in the major leagues.
Oh.
Yikes.
He's got 11.
Yeah, and by far the most on the Diamondbacks.
Oh, okay.
Nobody else has more than 4.
Okay.
Oh, so it's that drastic.
Yeah, Jerry and Josh Naylor are tied with 4 on the D-backs, and then it's Gino at 11.
Okay.
That's been a position of frustration for a long time.
They like to say, it's Gino, or we know it's Gino. Isn't that what they say all the time when Gino hits? We know it's Gino.
I want them to say that a few more times.
I wonder if Gino, seriously, Basinonians, I do wonder about this. I wonder if he knows. Boy, you know what? There's probably going to be a lot of activity around the trade deadline for me, and I love this team, and I'm having a great year here, and I really don't want to go. I'm just wondering if he's thinking about that stuff, and can that detract? Can that distract you from doing your job, especially in a game that it demands your focus and your concentration? Buck Showalter once said, hey, you know what? The hardest thing to do in baseball is to show up every day ready to play, especially if you've got distractions. I wonder if Gino's feeling a little distracted.
Maybe just a tad, but if he stays focused in this series, it'll do wonders for the Diamondbacks, and I mean specifically because they currently trail the Giants by 3.5 games. Now you're going head-to-head against them for 4. If this goes as perfectly as we could hope, they'll find themselves ahead of the Giants before we know it, because the Giants, as much as the Diamondbacks' struggles have been very evident, the Giants started off hot and have very much cooled off since. They're not dealing with nearly the same amount of problems that the Diamondbacks are, but this is a chance to capitalize and pounce, especially because they blew that opportunity against Miami this past 3 games.
You're right on it, Minch.
Well, I like to be right on it as best as I can. Hey, look, we made it through Monday.
This is it. Okay, peace and strength, Basinonians. I'll see you down the road.
Wolf will be back soon.
Yeah.
Luke will be back tomorrow. Thanks to Fred Katz. Thanks to Jody Jackson. Thanks to Alex. Thanks to Jamal and Jesse behind the glass. We've got the Burns and Gambo show coming up next on this NBA free agency day one. They're going to have all the latest for you coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I walked away from the draft going, that's about as good as I could have hoped for. And I firmly believe what they did in that span of 2 days kind of restored a lot of faith and hope that this maybe won't be as bad as a lot of people thought it would be. That maybe, just maybe, if Malawach, and by the way, can people please start pronouncing his name properly? Adam Silver, you're the commissioner. It's not, come on. Come on,
Adam. That's not even the worst thing. Adam Silver said that the Rockets drafted Malawach. That's how bad you did on that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard Colin Gillespie on a one-year standard contract. And other Suns news, our John Gambadoro reports the Suns are not retaining forward Cody Martin. For more on those two moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. It was a disappointing weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they were swept by the Miami Marlins. The D-backs are now 41-42 and 5 games back to the final wildcard spot in the National League. They start a 4-game series tonight at Chase Field against the struggling San Francisco Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for Arizona. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Monday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, filling in for John Gambadoro today, doing yeoman's duty, Kellen Olson, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, and our Suns guru, who will be in for the day. Hello, Kellen.
Hey, buddy. Good break.
How we doing? Good break.
Good break?
Yeah. You know,
you didn't miss much.
You know that scene in, I assume you've seen the musical Hamilton, right?
No, never.
What? No, wasn't it never? Really?
Yeah, I didn't even go back and do the Disney Plus thing. I need to, though.
Lauren, you've seen, I know, okay. The scene where Thomas Jefferson comes back and does the whole "What Did I Miss" song and dance. I feel like every time I come back from a vacation, it's like, so what did I miss? What did I miss? And he does this whole song about how he's been away in France while America was forming, and he comes back and sings a really nice song about what did he miss and all the things that happened while he was gone. I kind of felt like that might have happened last week. I think I missed some stuff.
You picked in some ways it was really great timing for you. In some ways it was very poor timing. I think we can kind of put it that way. But
yes,
we will give you your voice a little bit later in the show. I think you are going to be a very needed perspective because we were reacting so much in the moment. So much was happening to react to that you were able to, calmly take in the information over a week, cram it into your noggin yesterday, and you'll give us your thoughts.
I'll say this as a teaser to it, okay? As a teaser to the whole "What Did I Miss" segment, which is coming up a little bit later. All right. The Kevin Durant trade, I was very aware of that per my conversations with Gambo in the morning. Like I knew that was coming. I was prepared for it. I was like, okay, this is what it's going to be, and I'll give you my reaction to it in a little bit. Kellen, I swear to you, after that deal went down, I stopped. I'm like, okay, I'm the guy who preaches. I'm on vacation. I'm not working when I'm on vacation. I put everything away. I turned the alerts off. I turned everything off. So when I came home on Saturday and saw everything that happened with the draft, I'm like, oh my God, that was a crazy 24 hours. Like everything just boom, 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 boom. Like I spent all yesterday, I felt like cramming for a 4-hour test. I'm, wow, I missed this. Oh my God, I missed that. That happened too? And I was just, it was, yeah. We are not expecting those kind of fireworks today. Let's weigh in on what our top story of the day is here on the Burns and Gambo Show before our brains explode.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Today in 55 minutes mark, free agency in the NBA begins.
is a day, Kellen, that we used to look forward to with great anticipation, especially the last couple of years. Who are the vet minimum guys they're going to go get? How are they going to fill in the cracks between their big three? What are the grout players that they're going to be looking for, right? This year, it feels like, and this is kind of hearkening back to what we said a second ago, this year it feels like there's virtually no anticipation of that when free agency begins at 3 o'clock local time here. We're just not expecting a lot out of the Phoenix Suns when free agency opens because there's just not a lot that they can do right now.
Last week was the big point of activity. We knew everything was going to centralize around the draft. We knew a Kevin Durant trade they were going to try and get done before the draft, and we knew that other moves are always going to be the easiest to get done during the draft, a little bit after, a little bit before. But now with free agency underway, we're still going to see some trades across the NBA, don't get me wrong. And I think that's the proper way for us to phrase this, Burnsy, is we're not expecting the Suns to be involved in free agency. Right now, they've got 1 or 2 roster spots open on their roster as it is. Like, they don't have much room. So if they find a must-have, can't-miss, veterans minimum type of signing, great. You bring him in right away at as soon as the thing is released. We know how this works. The deals come in very quick, very fast over the first half hour, 45 minutes, an hour of free agency. But the Suns themselves, of course, can only offer a veterans minimum deal to free agents. Now, they could give someone like Tyus Jones, for example, a little bit more money to return because they've got him under their own cap sheet. But we're not expecting that many fireworks compared to last week. What we do know and what we're going to be hitting on throughout the show is they've still got more work to do. They've got a very imbalanced roster right now, and they've got one that is still far over the second apron, far in a way that I don't know if I would have expected it to be in as we enter free agency in 54 minutes.
Yeah, it's that to me is it's funny that you said that. And I know so much of that is based off of Bradley Beal, but so much of that is also based off of Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen or even like Cody Martin, who we found out today they're not bringing back per the reporting of Gambo, et cetera, et cetera. Like it feels like you know me, like I'm a big to-do list guy. I like making to-do lists. I like checking things off to-do lists. And there are certain things on the to-do list that I feel like you have to get done before you can do anything else. Like I've just got to clear the mental cap space of getting this thing done before I can do things 2, 3, 4, 5 on my list. Getting under the second apron to me feels like the thing that you just have to do if you're the Phoenix Suns before you do. Like I'm not even particularly interested right now in what veteran minimum free agents they sign, who they can convince to come here, how they can kind of fix this roster imbalance they've got until they get under this second apron. Now, a lot of that is kind of dependent on Bradley Beal, and we're going to talk about that later, but we all know the cul-de-sac the Suns are currently stuck in right now when it comes to Bradley Beal. Like, there just doesn't seem to be a lot of usable, functional, practical options, but at the same time, I don't know if I'm even interested in thinking about what they can do until they get that done, right? Like, and until they just put themselves, we've seen the Celtics get themselves out of it. We've seen the Timberwolves get themselves out of it. Cleveland's in it. The Suns are the only other one. It's just until you mark that thing off the to-do list, I don't know if I care who they sign with veteran minimum for. You know what I mean? Like, it's blocking everything right now as far as I'm concerned.
It is. And I think that there's just this inevitability they have to do something, because you look at Bobby Marks tweeting out all these graphics about like where teams stand. Another dynamic to understand is, as we're sort of sharing the breaking news with you as it comes along, we're not expecting these $30, $40, $50 million offers to come in and like agreements to come in, because there aren't any teams with cap space. Brooklyn is the only team that has any cap space. There are some intriguing playoff teams like Detroit that are going to maneuver some shaky waters that include this Malik Beasley story. That does not sound good for them at all, but they're working around like, okay, can we sign this guy to a $14 million deal? There's guys like Ty Jerome, former Suns player. There's Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who's going to have a lot of suitors, but it's more of these like enticing like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th guys and teams getting definitive starters even. So that's something to understand about right now, is that we're all looking at potential trades more so than signings. The signings are very like in the weeds, like people who truly love basketball like you and I. Like, you'll remember when like Dante DiVincenzo got to the Warriors, you were just like, I kind of like Dante DiVincenzo on the Warriors. Like, it's going to be that kind of stuff today if we get that kind of stuff. But all eyes are firmly on Bradley Beal. All eyes are firmly on if the Suns will make any other moves in the next couple of days to do two things. One, to get under the second apron, and two, to balance out their roster. Because right now they have enough talent to be the competent, competitive team that they want to be, but it's not shaped correctly, and they need to shape it together over the next couple of weeks, days, hours, minutes, whatever.
A lot of 6'5" guys, a lot of centers, just a glut almost, and you're just trying to figure out, okay, what's the path now? I know you told me before the show that Gambo had reported last week that he doesn't anticipate Grayson Allen.
He thinks. Okay. I can't remember the verbiage used. There was a lot of verbiage used by one John Gambadoro within the last week where
there was a lot of
I want to be clear, there's a lot of me Jim Halperting into the camera every time I knew we were going to be aggregating. I was going to see my dumb face all over my algorithm for the next 48 hours. There was a lot of that going on, but I think he expects whatever that Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal will both be back, which is curious because those are the two guys that out of one of them we certainly expect one to move regardless.
But I think you're right too. The bigger, broader point about the league in general, with LeBron's option getting picked up or him picking up the option, with James Harden re-signing, with Naz Reid re-signing. I looked at a John Hollinger list of the top free agents available. There's not a lot of needle movers on that list, and certainly none of them that are coming to the Suns. That we all know. But even in terms of that Dante DiVincenzo story you mentioned a second ago, like I'm curious where Nickeil Alexander-Walker goes. I like him as a basketball player. There appears to be no room in the inn for him with Minnesota anymore, with Julius Randle and Naz Reid. But am I so curious that I can't wait to see where he goes, especially when there's such an emptiness of teams that have the cap space to sign No, not real. Like it's just it's a weird, funky space these aprons have created for these teams in the NBA anymore. That's just kind of restricted that kind of movement. We'll see. The NBA always manages to find a way to surprise, and perhaps the NBA is going to surprise us when stuff comes down. Starting at 3 o'clock today, text the word firework to 620-620. Listen during our 4 o'clock hour for your chance to win tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals this 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours to be listening during Burns and Gembo with Kellen filling in. Don't miss your chance. Text the word firework to 620-620 right now. Is that it? Are the Diamondbacks sellers at the deadline? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get two select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday, a recap of the early movement in free agency in the NBA. And can the Diamondbacks get it together against the Giants? We'll explore starting at 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We are a sports radio station here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. I'm not telling Kellen Olson anything he doesn't know. But
okay, thank goodness. You phrasing that, did I get lost? Am I in the KTR studios and I have to talk about the situation that's happening currently in...
No, you do not. No, we fortunately, we work in the toy department of life over here. We get to talk sports. We don't get to do any of the real heavy lifting when it comes to actually what's going on in the world. I use that, though, Kellen, as a conversation starter for the Arizona Diamondbacks. During election season in particular, without naming names or getting into specifics, there are networks that are in a race to declare a winner, right? So-and-so has won the state. So-and-so has won the county. So-and-so is projected to win the election, right? That was all I could think about in the immediate aftermath of yesterday's loss to the Miami Marlins in the sweep, right? Was almost this, and I'm not ripping it necessarily, but almost like this race by people to say, okay, that's it. They're done. They're sellers. It's over. Forget it. They just got swept by the Miami Marlins. They went 4-5 during the 9-game stretch. And I'm not saying that any of that is wrong, or I'm not denying any of that. I'm not saying that this doesn't project to be horrible for the Diamondbacks the way things have gone the last couple of weeks. I just don't get the rush. You know what I mean? I don't understand the hurry to say they are sellers. Can you explain it? Am I missing something here? Because that's the part of it. I'm like, man, there's still a month until the deadline. Let's at least wait until a few more precincts are reporting before we declare what they're going to be, you know?
We're getting in weird territory because I don't want to psychoanalyze fans and be like, you're trying to emotionally detach from the team. Now it's safe for you to just
that's
go,
some seriously deep psychoanalysis there. I like that right there.
I don't want to go that far. Well, I do have an associate's degree from Glendale Community College in psychology. Excuse me. I don't really want to go that far in analyzing to that sort of degree. Yeah, it's so strange because when you go through the month of June and just look at this do or die month, they're 14-11 in June. They just got swept by the Miami Marlins, who albeit are playing better baseball lately, but are still one of the worst teams in the league. A lot of this, whatever you want to call it, over the last couple of days, and just looking at the Marlins, and they're 37-45. Man, they're one of the worst teams in the National League. The National League is full of competent to pretty great teams. They are not one of them. You should take care of business. You need to win at least 2 out of 3 of those games, at least, if not sweep them. And that was part of what you missed on your voyage as well, is that, yeah, you took care of business against the Rockies, but it sure would have been nice to get a sweep. Yeah, you took care of business against, and I've just seen too many series over the course of the year Bernsey, where they have lost in a way in one of the 3 games in the series where we've been like, well, took 2 out of 3. That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
At a certain point, it's not all you need to do, and we're there. So sellers, whatever. I'm done looking at like moral victories or just like, well, if you just keep winning 2 out of 3, no, because eventually you're going to get swept because you're going to keep just killing yourself. That's all this series was again the Arizona Diamondbacks not continuing to be their own worst enemy in a lot of different ways.
In the bullpen is going to be the headliner, and we'll talk specifically about that later. It was also an offense that on Saturday went in a shutdown mode from the 7th through the 10th inning. I think they had, 2 base runners from the 7th through the 10th, and one of them was the ghost runner that they're automatically given in the 10th. The offense shut down yesterday after the Ketel home run before Jose Herrera got on in the 8th. There was just nothing to – so it's a bullpen issue. It's mostly a bullpen. And look, trust me when I say I get it, and I'm not trying to sit here and say there's hope and you got to believe. I'm not trying to Ted Lasso this thing, all right? I understand. Before I do anything as declarative as they're sellers, they're out, I'm going to give myself these 8 games they've got coming up in the next 2 weeks against San Francisco and San Diego. And then I think and maybe if you want to psychoanalyze, maybe that's just me being in denial about a baseball team that I still feel like should be better than it is. Maybe I'm clinging on to a false narrative and a false hope about a bullpen that's just so bad with so many guys you can't trust and guys who are just running out of gas. I don't know. I feel like unless somebody calls Mike Hazen today, and maybe this has happened, maybe this hasn't, but unless somebody calls Mike Hazen today and says, I'm offering you this sweetheart package for Eugenio Suarez, you have to decide right now today whether you want to take it or not. Otherwise, it's off the table. I just don't feel like we need to have the selling conversation yet until we get closer to the deadline, which typically spurs that kind of behavior. You know what I mean?
I think part of what you're hitting on here is that this has just been a very unconventional season. And what I mean by that is you look at their record, they're 41-42, but the way that they have arrived there has been an absolute roller coaster. To say the least. And it has not been, again, conventional to see them take the route in order to get there. And I think that it is so wild and perplexing the way that they continue to lose these games. I think it's inexplainable. Like, I understand, like, their defense screws up, their bullpen screws up, their starting pitching really isn't that good. And that's how they land in the situation that they're in. But the way in which the game-to-game, inning-to-inning kind of stuff happens for them, I think does, to your point, leave a little bit of room to find something there, because if they can just stop shooting themselves in the foot, but guess what, Bernsey? They're just going to keep shooting themselves in the foot. I think that's where you need to be led into the ocean, whatever this grand metaphor is that we're going for. I'll hold your hand while we walk in if you want to, but they're just going to keep shooting themselves in the foot. So you're like, they're going to have a routine double play ball and someone's going to have it go through their legs. They are going to have a 4-run lead in the 8th and they're going to blow it, even though the 2 guys coming in the game have been their most reliable bullpen arms the entire year. Like, this is just going to keep happening. We are over halfway through the year now officially.
I know.
This just is who they are. But to your point, if they just win like 7 out of 11, we're back looking at the standings being like, look at that. They're just 2 games out all of a sudden. Like, they're really not that far out of it in the way that we're led to believe. But one more skid like this and they're dead for sure.
I know. And you're right. It's sort of like you talk about leading me into the ocean, and I immediately had a vision of, when your dad taught you how to ride a bike, or maybe it was your mom who taught you how to ride a bike. And, he or she are like running behind you, holding on to the bike, and you're pedaling, and then you look back and suddenly he's not there, and you realize, hey, I'm riding the bike by myself. That's sort of maybe what I need to have done with me with the Diamondbacks, like lead me to this idea that they're very likely going to be sellers. They're very likely going to be in a position where at the end of this month, it just hasn't worked, and it's time to go and it's time to sell. I just think because teams don't make their best offers until we get a little bit closer to the deadline than we are now, there's no point in trying to define the Diamondbacks as buyers or sellers at this point until we get a little bit closer to that moment when the deals actually start happening and things start to move. And then when we get there, if they're still 5 games out of the last wild card spot with a bunch of teams to jump, then sell. Do whatever. Mike Hazen, go do your thing. Go do your buy and sell thing at the same time. See if you can reinvent this organization on the fly while giving up some of your best assets. But it has been, man, it has been, it has been so frustrating that even the series against, like you mentioned, the Rockies or the White Sox, it was like making a minimum credit card payment. Hey, I paid the bill, it's on time, but are you making any progress? Are you paying down your debt? Are you just setting yourself up to make another minimum payment a month from now, right? Like that's what taking 2 of 3 from the White Sox feels like. That's what taking 2 of 3, it puts so much pressure on you to make another minimum payment against the Miami Marlins just to keep afloat. And when you can't do it, suddenly you realize you've missed a payment and you just got dinged a late fee. That's what just happened to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And I think a big part of this as well in your ask here of me, which is very kind of you, by the way, to ask, first of all. Really appreciate that. It means a lot coming from you, buddy.
Did I ask?
You asked if you could just take a second. You just want a second. You just want a second.
Okay, why? Because yeah, can I just
You're asking about the rush
take a minute here? What's the rush?
You just want to take a second, and I appreciate your ask, and I'll expand on it by saying Mike Hazen is going to be able to dictate the market. It's been very clear and made over the last month from just about every insider that the Diamondbacks are the bellwether team, where if they are declared as sellers, they are going to have everything that everyone wants, from power bats to starting pitching to relievers. They're going to have everything that everyone wants. So if you want to wait 2 or 3 weeks to be absolutely sure, that's fine, because everyone is still going to be interested in everything that you have.
Yes, that I can agree with. D-backs and the San Francisco Giants tonight going up against Logan Webb, who's really, really good. When we come back, a reunion. Is it in the works for the Phoenix Suns and a former Western Conference champion in Phoenix? Boy, a lot of people are talking about this. We will next on Burns and Gambo with Kellen Tillerman.
A run of mornings.
Reported that the Suns are not focused on Chris Paul as a top target heading into free agency.
Knowing Chris Paul a little bit, I don't think that interest would have been mutual even if the Suns wanted him. He was not happy with the owner when he got traded. And Chris Paul doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to come back to a place a second time if the first time didn't end well. It's a shame because Chris Paul brings a lot to the table if he's healthy. And of course, he stayed healthy for all of last
season. Especially on a young team like the Suns will be next year. That's like a perfect veteran to sort of get things moving in the right direction.
Especially with these young bigs.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it can affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all of your financial needs. Whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan, they can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the Valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to get the taste of bad fish out of their mouths tonight. They host the division rival Giants for the first of 4 games this Independence Day week. Pitching matchup is a good one. It's Ryan Nelson going for Arizona and Logan Webb on the mound for San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency has been in a frenzy league-wide. The Suns have been relatively quiet so far, but they've reportedly brought back a couple of their own. Colin Gillespie, he's back on a 1-year deal, and then Nick Richards had his final year guaranteed and will be back as well. Cody Martin, however, will not have his salary guaranteed and will become an unrestricted free agent. And in WNBA news, the Phoenix Mercury will be represented in the starting lineup at this year's All-Star Game. Satu Sabally selected as a starter for this summer's games. All-Star Game is July 19th in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns will not bring back Cody Martin to free up cap space, according to our John Gambadoro. Point guard Colin Gillespie agrees to re-sign with the Suns on a standard contract, and a Chris Paul reunion with the Suns is reportedly a possibility. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
And it's that last one that we want to spend a few minutes talking about, and obviously there's been a lot of conversation about it in and around the station today. On the air, you just heard the promo from Bickley and Murata talking about it this morning. Kellen is filling in for Gambo today, and the Chris Paul story kind of started from a Substack report from NBA insiders Mark Stein and Jake Fisher on the sideline, reporting that a reunion between Chris Paul and the Suns is on the table. He reportedly prefers to stay closer to family on the West Coast, et cetera, et cetera. He knows he's not going to be in San Antonio because of the way the backcourt is loaded. There were other reports that the Mavs and the Hornets have shown interest. There was Bobby Marks wrote that the Suns signing Chris Paul to a vet minimum deal would be like an optimal move for the Phoenix Suns. Kellen, here's my biggest problem with this, and you tell me if I'm jumping off from the wrong jumping off point. Is Chris Paul just going to get a vet minimum deal? Could he, or can Chris Paul get more and still satisfy his need to stay close to the West Coast, or will he have to sacrifice that in order? Because it feels like Chris Paul on a vet minimum after he just played 82 games last year. Not that he was all in everything last year. He wasn't. Feels like he could do better than a vet minimum deal. Am I wrong?
Well, we were here last year, too, with all of this noise about how he wants to play in California. How could the Lakers get him? How could the Clippers get him? And then where did he go? He signed in San Antonio. He signed for a lot more money than we were expecting. Now, there aren't many ways to sign Chris Paul to a lot of money right now. There was a lot more cap space around the league last year than there is this year. There are teams that have their exceptions. They have their biannual, their mid-level, their taxpayer exceptions, all this kind of stuff that they could use to sign Chris Paul. I would guess that he's somewhere around a minimum guy. Okay. Those are always the ones that are tough to diagnose, where obviously Chris Paul is a much more valuable player than someone like Trendon Watford to target on a minimum deal, for example. But does that mean he makes more than the minimum? Not necessarily, not so often. But I do think that part of this that throws me off is, do you remember what happened when he left and the interviews that he had after he left?
Refresh my memory.
Chris Paul said he was surprised by the reported trade that sent him from the Suns to the Wizards. Paul also implied that Isaiah Thomas, the former Detroit Pistons legend who is good friends with new Suns owner Matt Ishbia, was involved in the decision-making process.
That's right.
Now, I don't know Chris Paul well. I was around him for a couple of years, but what I can interpret from Chris is that he is a very intentional, very smart man. I don't think he said that without knowing what it means for him to say that in an exit interview. And he knows what saying that would make the Suns front office and their owner feel. So I did not take it as him leaving and his quotes and everything like that, like he left on the best of terms.
Okay, that part... Thank you. Again, my brain is still kind of on beach time now.
That's been the only part of this story that I've been thinking about ever since I saw his name linked to the Suns. Now, again, linked. We haven't had anyone directly with the Suns being used as a source here. It is like league circles or people familiar with the situation, that kind of verbiage. Like, we haven't had anyone come out and say a team source has said that the Suns have interest in bringing back Chris Paul. We haven't heard anything like that yet, but it's just the type of reporting that we're working around and dealing with. But again, I just never thought that he left on the best of terms. Mm-hmm. Now, if the Lakers don't have a spot for him, and if the Clippers don't have a spot for him, and he'd like to play with Book again, and he'd still like to be close to his family, maybe it makes sense in some kind of capacity there for sure. But there also isn't like a big role for him here, to be clear. Like, he'd be coming here playing 20, 22, 24, 25 minutes a game. This is kind of what he did in San Antonio, to be clear. Maybe that's the role that he always wants, but he would have even less of the ball than he did in San Antonio.
Yeah, and that's where given the glut of guards that the Suns have, trying to carve out his place in all of that, it feels like, again, and I know Gambo has reported that Jalen Green's not going anywhere, and you got to figure out the Bradley Beal thing, like all that. I get all that stuff, and so where exactly does Chris play? I guess my first reaction when I saw the news was, first of all, it took me back to this time a year ago, where I remember thinking, God, you know what this team, what the Phoenix Suns could use? They could use Chris Paul on a veterans minimum deal. Like, I remember thinking that the whole offseason long before they got Tyus Jones, thinking, yeah, if you could just somehow find a way to convince Chris Paul to come back here on a vets minimum, oh, how great that would be. That obviously didn't happen. The second thing I thought about is Chris the path to the best version of Devin Booker? And is that still even relevant anymore? You know what I mean? Is that still a viable thing anymore to say Chris is the best path to Booker being the best version of himself, therefore it's a thing worth pursuing? Is that even viable?
I'm trying to figure out the right way to contextualize my specific thought that I'm having here, because I don't want to make it sound like that I am against Chris Paul and the Suns. I think he would make a lot of sense on the Suns. But part of me is over this idea and just kind of wants to see what Devin Booker is when he's leading his own basketball team. That's the biggest thing that I am looking forward to from this entire next season, is seeing how Devin responds to no one else being a direct leader of this team besides himself. Like, yes, Dylan Brooks adds moxie to this locker room or whatever, and Jordan Ott is still going to be a leader of this team in some capacity. But part of me just is not for the sake of just fascination, but just also I think Devin is at the time now in his career where he doesn't need Chris Paul doing the Chris Paul thing anymore. And I'm ready to be proven right or wrong about that as well. But those valuable intangibles that Chris would provide, they are valuable and they would help out the Suns for sure. But he wouldn't be here for the next 3 to 5 years. He would just be here for a year. And then he would probably retire. so you can't rely on him long term either. So part of me wonders if that makes sense.
This is why sometimes I think we fit very well together, because after I had the Chris Paul is the path to the best version of Devin Booker, then I immediately had the follow-up thought with what you just verbalized a second ago. Like, yeah, but we should be past that now, right? Like I'm ready to see kind of like the metaphor we used in the last segment of your dad teaching you how to ride your bike, and he's running alongside you and then he just lets go, and it's time for Devin Booker to ride the bike on his own, without dad holding the back of the bike. It's time for Devin Booker to see, okay, you're no longer trying to accommodate Kevin and Chris. It's you. It's your team. It's your moment. Go be it. And part of me doesn't want Chris Paul to be here to provide that kind of sounding board for him and just to see how he does on his own. I don't think it's going to happen. I think there are reports that it's really not a thing. I can't remember who it was who reported it, but somebody had suggested, yeah, it's probably not going to actually happen. And you're right to bring up the way it all ended, and I had forgotten about that. Still, it does, if nothing else, doesn't it bring back some nice warm memories of this basketball team back when everything seemed possible? And doesn't it kind of make you feel like we're a long ways away from that right now? And maybe that's my attraction to the story in the first place, is that Chris Paul on the Suns just reminds me of Chris Paul being on the Suns and how great everything was for a while when that happened. And I kind of miss that. I kind of miss that a little bit,
It's fair to be nostalgic about it for sure. And I think that, again, he would undeniably help the Suns and help get them across a certain threshold that they're going to look for. But again, we're just talking about like the foundational stuff, and he's not going to be part of the foundation long term, whereas like a couple of years ago, you knew that was going to be the case. So it's going to be interesting to see where he lands. He's one of those guys that you mentioned where like we're not going to hit the breaking news sounder per se if Nickeil Alexander-Walker signs a 3-year, $47 million deal with the Detroit Pistons or whatever. But he's one of those guys where not so much a swing guy in this free agency, but seeing the team that he lands on will be pretty interesting. I don't think it's going to be on the Suns, but it's probably going to be someone out west, probably going to be someone in California.
Speaking of nostalgia, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, another member of that NBA Finals team is available and out there to be had. The question is, who's going to get him? Looking back on the DeAndre Ayton trade now that he's a free agent, next with Kellen filling in for Gambo on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and a swing and miss. Herrera strikes out. The ball game is over, and the Marlins sweep the Diamondbacks in large part of a 5-run top of the 8th inning in which the D-backs surrendered 4 walks in the frame, and all 4 walks came home to score.
Swept by the Marlins, no bueno. Now the Giants come to Chase Field for a crucial 4-game division series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union locations all across the valley. As Global Credit Union, more and more Arizonans are becoming members of Global Credit Union. And the reason is that Global Credit Union offers everything a bank offers. So all your checking accounts, all your savings accounts, all your loans. But Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts, and they get higher interest rates than they could possibly at a bank. As a result, if you are a member of Global Credit Union, collectively, the membership saved about $195 million last year. It's a better way of banking. It's convenient. It's easy. 10 branches throughout the valley. The easy-to-use mobile app. You're always in control of your finances. Global has proudly served Arizona for over a decade, and you can become a member today. All you need to do is check out Global Credit Union online. What you should do is explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target. Save 20% on clothing and swimwear for women, select cookies with Target Circle, and up to 50% off Sun Squad sporting goods. Get ready for a fireworks-worthy celebration with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deal's in July 5th, so hurry and get 20% off apparel, select cookies with Target Circle, and 50% off Sun Squad sports gear, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's here. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, guys.
She was Cardinals Corner podcasting, right?
Yes.
When is that bad boy going to drop? You
Today.
and Tyler? Today?
Today.
Available at arizonasports.com?
Yes.
You're podcasting. What's give us a sneak peek. Like, what's on the, feels like a quiet time for the Cardinals. What do you got? What's
It is a
cooking?
quiet time, but because Tyler had to go, take care of his babies for 3 weeks.
Whatever, yada, yada.
I know, he's a father. We get it. We went through the schedule together and gave our record predictions.
Oh, okay. Did you stick with the same? Well,
I
you know
did.
What? Oh, you did?
I did.
Stand on business, Lauren Colville. Don't let these haters get you down, okay?
The haters have been coming for me on the podcast.
On your record?
Yeah.
On the record that you
God forbid she's an optimistic about the Arizona Cardinals, you knuckleheads. Come on, man. Like, I get it, but goodness gracious.
At this point, I'm just looking for something to be optimistic.
It's okay to look around and be like, I want them to prove it to me. That's okay.
That's fine.
Because you know
Nothing wrong
what?
with
I'm
that.
probably going to make a similar record prediction, so I'm getting ahead of like my anger and these haters coming my direction too when I say it. It's fine.
Wow. That's what we call foreshadowing.
That's a tease.
Kellen's got him 6-11 this year.
Not that hard.
I was going to say, that's pretty brutal.
But 8 or 9 wins when their over-under is 8.5, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, that to me is like right down the middle of the fairway. I don't know if that's...
Apparently not. Not according to some people.
Not everybody likes
To
my
the loyal
prediction
listeners
either.
of the Cardinals Corner podcast, which you can find on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, wherever you get your podcasts as well.
That's a professional read right there.
Wow. You would have thought
Done.
I typed that up and handed it to him.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening. What's our poll question today? What do you got for us?
Our poll question today has nothing to do with the Arizona Cardinals and everything to do with the Phoenix Suns.
All right.
So we're asking, who is more likely to be on the Phoenix Suns next season? Bradley Beal or Chris Paul?
It's easy. Bradley Beal. I think it's easy.
I feel like it's Brad just because we keep doing this where we're like, he's gone, and then he's still here, and he's like, you know what? I have this no trade clause. Or, oh, you need me to agree to a buyout? No, my family likes it here. just going to stay put. I'll go Brad, but I think it's a little bit more difficult for me to answer just because it feels like the Suns are going to find a way to get rid of him. I would guess neither, too.
Well, I mean, that's not an option. Deliberately so, I would assume. If neither were an option, I would have voted for that.
Because that's a cop-out.
Yeah, and here on the Burns and Gambo show, we
big cop-out guy.
Well, that's where you got to prove your mettle, Kellen, because we don't allow cop-outs here on the Burns and Gambo show. But I would choose neither if that were an option. But I think of the two, we'll talk about the Bradley Beal thing in a bit. But the options for him not being on this roster, it just doesn't. It's someone's gonna have to bend, right? Somebody who's not bending is gonna have to get bendy on us here. Let's see how that works. What's the audience say on this one?
The audience is going with Bradley Beal, 51%.
Close.
Very close. 49% going with Chris Paul.
Very, very close. Thank you. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Gambo is not here today. Kellen is here with us today, filling in for Gambo. Free agency in the NBA begins in about 10 minutes. We're not expecting a ton because, as Kellen has pointed out, there aren't a lot of teams with a ton of cap space. There aren't a lot of great free agents that are out there. And certainly when it comes to the Suns, they're still above the second apron and still are just so limited in terms of what they can do. There was, and Kellen, I'm sure you saw it last night too, a certain reaction on social media. DeAndre Ayton negotiated himself a buyout with the Portland Trailblazers. He was owed, $35 million going into the last year of his deal. Did you see what he took? I didn't. Did you see what ultimately he settled for to get out of that?
I believe Jake Fisher had it. Let me go take a look. I think it was like $13 million, but I don't know if that meant like he still got $13 million or there was $13 million taken out. Contract buyout forfeited $10 million out of his 35.6, so he still got $25.5 million of that 35.
So he walks with $25 million. He's an unrestricted free agent. He can go wherever he wants. It's for multitude of reasons. It's not going to be here. Given that it would take the veterans minimum. Well, actually, no, they can sign him. Wasn't there something from Bobby Marks about how you can still be a second apron team and sign DeAndre Ayton if you wanted to?
Yeah, the whole buyout market thing, that's for the regular season. We're just not used to seeing these guys released at this moment. So it's like that number of like over $14 million or whatever is the type of situation in which you can't sign those guys if you're a first or a second apron team. I believe second apron, but that's only for the regular season, said Bobby Marks.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. Nobody thinks he's coming here. It will be interesting to see where he lands. It will be interesting to see.
We've got centers in town. I don't know if you missed it.
Well, that's going to be part of What Did I Miss, which is coming up a little later on in the show. With plenty of centers for the Phoenix Suns. That's not the issue anymore. DeAndre Ayton, it's just not necessary at this point to go pursue DeAndre Ayton. But there will be a healthy curiosity about where he lands. And, of course, there's going to be one more chance to kind of revisit the trade that is not even 2 years old, right? That was August of 2023, I think, when that went down. September of 2023.
I want to say September, yeah.
When that trade went, this hasn't even been 2 years since the whole deal went down. And I'm shaking my head because there was a story on ESPN over the weekend about what the ideal move would be for each team in the NBA. And Portland's ideal move, according to Bobby Marks, was to re-sign Toumani Camara for as much money as they possibly can in this moment. And I thought to myself, good God, is that the legacy for the DeAndre Ayton trade, how good Toumani Camara is going to be for the Portland? Is that when it boils down to it? Is that the legacy of that trade that they got him in the deal?
Yeah, it's got to be. And if you look at the assets that were involved in that deal, just from the Suns and the Blazers side, exchanging assets between one another and like who the teams got in that deal. Because remember, it was the Damian Lillard, like there's a Drew Holiday thing in there as well, who wound up back on the Blazers in a crazy twist of this offseason as well. You look at who was involved. It was these five guys. It was Grayson. It was Nasir Little, who, by the way, is being waived and stretched right now, along with EJ Liddell, which is one of the weird reasons why they can't waive and stretch Beal right now. And then Yusuf Nurkic as well. And then on the other side, it was DeAndre Ayton and Toumani Camara. If you were to rank like those five players at the time of the deal, Camara was pretty much thought of as just like the throw-in. Whereas on the Sun side, it was like, is Nurkic going to be the best player in this deal for them? Is it going to be Grayson Allen? Is it going to be, there were some people who thought it was going to be Nasir Little. And then Ayton was like the takeaway for Portland, and then Tumani Kamara, whatever, here's a throw in a guy that was picking the 50s. And now if you were offered a trade of, I'll give you DeAndre Ayton, I'll give you Yusuf Nurkic, I'll give you Grayson Allen, I'll give you Nasir Little for Tumani Kamara, you'd be laughed out of the room.
Yeah.
He's become by far the most valuable part of that deal, and it's not close. DeAndre is entering this really weird stage. It happens to guys in his position where he has not met the hype of his draft positioning, and there's questions overall just about how he fits on a roster in general. He is going to find an NBA home next year, and he's probably going to find it from more than the veterans minimum. I would assume that he's going to get a fair amount of money here. But this next stop is like, I don't want to say it for him, but if it doesn't work out here on one more stop and he gets money, he's looking at the minimum for like the rest of his career for a foreseeable future, heading down the Andre Drummond path of his career, to give one guy as a recent example, to where he went to Portland. Portland said all the right things about him, and then Portland learned the same lessons we did about DeAndre here, and they said, we're better off eating $25 million and having you come back next year because we've got this new center we drafted that we're super excited about. We've got Donovan Clingan. We've got Robert Williams as well. We have no room for you here, so we're going to spend money to get rid of you.
I am fascinated for that reason to see where he goes and to see what team takes a chance on him, to see how do I put this? What are the stakes on the line for the team where he's going? Do they view DeAndre Ayton foolishly as a missing piece to a quest for a title? You know, is it a team that's a fringe contender that thinks they're a DeAndre Ayton away from being better than they are? Has the league learned their lesson about DeAndre Ayton to know that he's not going to be that guy for you? Or is there still some team out there that arrogantly, foolishly believes they could tap into DeAndre where the Portland Trailblazers and the Phoenix Suns failed? And that's why, more than anything, I want to know who's going to take that risk. Is it like a team like Charlotte where it's like, okay, whatever? Or is it a team like the Lakers where they have expectations and pressure and things like that? I don't know, but I'm fascinated to find out. Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations, so now is the time to do it. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Is there any way the Diamondbacks can solve their bullpen problems? Put another way, is there anybody in the Diamondbacks bullpen you trust right now? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Yeah, it's coming to an end. Wolf here reminding you at Santan Ford, the employee pricing for all and then some. Over $10,000 off MSRP on 2024 Super Duties and over $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Explorers. Knocking down prices through the 4th of July. And Santan Ford has a special deal for all of our vets. Tim Hovik, Santan Ford. Right on the price, right on the corner of the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions may apply. I am Santan Ford.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks are hoping to get the taste of bad fish out of their mouths tonight. They host the division rival Giants for the first of 4 games. Both these teams scuffling. Diamondbacks trying to get off of a 4-game losing streak. Giants have lost 5 of their last 6. Pitching matchup's a good one. You got Ryan Nelson going for Arizona and Logan Webb on the opposite side for San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency has already been a frenzy league-wide. Suns, meanwhile, have been somewhat quiet, but they have reportedly brought back a couple of their own. Colin Gillespie, he's back on a 1-year deal, and Nick Richards had his final year guaranteed and will be back as well. Cody Martin, however, will not have his salary guaranteed, and he will become an unrestricted free agent. And in WNBA news, the Phoenix Mercury will be represented in the starting lineup of this year's All-Star Game. Satu Sabali selected as a starter for this summer's games. The All-Star Game is July 19th in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What crazy moves could go down in the early portion of NBA free agency? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Well, free agency has started. We're waiting. Come on down. Big deals. Let's go.
No one's tampering, they promise. This is your classic, we're going to wait 7 minutes to the 14 agreed upon deals that are already done just to make it look like we're following the rules when no one's following the rules.
Yes or no? Well, hey, this is totally off topic. We're going to talk about the Diamondbacks bullpen in 30 seconds, I promise you. Yes or no, Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo today. Will we play the breaking news sounder today? Will something happen that is worthy of playing the breaking news sounder today as it relates to the NBA or the Phoenix Suns?
Lauren knows I'm about to ask her what qualifies because she's the person who's going to hit the button. So does that mean if the Suns sign a player in free agency, you're hitting it? Okay.
Yeah, anything with local ties to the Suns.
If Chris Paul signs with somebody else, will you play it? If DeAndre Ayton signs with somebody else, will you play it? Mitch is like, no, we're not.
No, not happening. Chris Paul, sure. DeAndre Ayton, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think we'll play it?
Yeah.
Good. I always like it when the breaking news sounder goes off. Sometimes it's a harbinger of bad things, but sometimes it's like a pleasant surprise. Like, ooh.
We did have that streak of like playing the breaking news sounder in like 3 days in a row during the beginning of the year where it was just
Bad
this
news.
person's hurt. This person's
Yes,
hurt. They're out for the season.
Yeah.
Did you play it last week? It was the Mark Williams trade, I think, where you played it, because everything else was just Gambo yelling news, and it terrified me.
Yeah, we played it during the Mark Williams trade, read that off on air. But that was the only time.
Kellen is filling in for Gambo today. Well, this isn't going to make anybody feel any better. In all 3 games against the Miami Marlins, the Diamondbacks bullpen allowed at least 4 earned runs. So in each game, at least 4 earned runs were allowed by the Diamondbacks bullpen in that series. The Diamondbacks bullpen against the Miami Marlins, 12 2/3 innings, 15 hits, 13 earned runs, and 8 walks, half of which occurred during the 8th inning yesterday, of which Jalen Beeks was responsible for. Gambo and I, Kellen, played this game a couple of weeks ago, and honestly, we could play it every single day, where we could just pull up the 26-man roster of the Diamondbacks and say, who do you trust? Who do you trust in the Diamondbacks bullpen right now? And for the longest time, the only 2 guys that we said with any certitude that we trusted were Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller. After this weekend, I'm not even sure how I would answer that question anymore. I don't even know who to trust anymore after Jalen Beeks, who had given up 1 earned run the entire month of June before Friday, imploded over the weekend and gave up 8 in those 2 games combined.
Yeah, with Jalen specifically, it was to the point where like 2-3 weeks ago, something Mitch and I talked about in Arizona Sports at Night a lot was like you would just come back on commercial break and Jalen Beeks would be on the mound. You're like, oh my gosh, again. And it wasn't that he was appearing an insane amount, because we know how they manage these guys and they make sure their innings and their appearances are in a good spot or whatever. It just felt like every single somewhat decent leverage kind of situation, he was finding himself in that spot. And I just felt a sense of inevitability that this was coming eventually. And what I mean by that is eventually Jalen Beeks was going to have a moment when he, for all intents and purposes, looked like the guy that you expected him to be at the start of the season. Ditto for Shelby Miller. I don't think Shelby had as explosive of a weekend as Beeks did. The stat from Alex Weiner in his story at ArizonaSports.com that he owned a 2.92 ERA entering Friday. It's now 4.74.
Talking about Beeks, yeah.
That's Beeks' ERA right now. And then Miller, of course, with the blown save as well. But it just felt like if you entrusted these guys for this long, eventually this was going to happen. I don't want to say they were going to reveal who they truly are, because they've had really great seasons and they deserve to be commended for that. But eventually you were going to be punished for relying on these guys who were maybe like early, like 5th, 6th, 7th on the pecking order going into the year. They certainly weren't in the top 4. And now it was they're 1 and 2, and then no one else is even within range of them. And now they're just kind of muddled up with everyone else, which is, we knew this was coming, I think, but the timing of it was just brutal.
I think that is probably the best way. There's an inevitability to it that, this isn't AJ Puck who's messing this up. This isn't Justin Martinez who is this isn't even like last year with Paul Sewald. Think about this time a year ago, right? We were this time a year ago. We not even in July 1st. We weren't even to that stretch of games where Paul Sewald started blowing save after save. At this point a year ago, we were still experiencing good Paul Sewald. Everything's okay, Paul Sewald. Like, he had missed the first couple months of the season. He was back. He appeared to establish order in the bullpen and everything was okay. And then in July, it all fell apart on him. And this season has been so different in that with no AJ Puck for most of the year, with no Justin Martinez for most of the year, everybody has been miscast. Imagine watching a movie where everybody is playing the wrong role, right? Like where everybody has been miscast. And you're like, yeah, I like that actor, but not in this role. I really like that actor, but not in that role. That's the Diamondbacks bullpen. And at some point, it did feel like it was just a matter of time until something like this happened. And this really, I think, goes back, and this is not to blame these 2 guys in particular, but specifically Kevin Ginkel not being Kevin Ginkel and Ryan Thompson not being Ryan Thompson has kind of put the Diamondbacks in this position where they're just scrambling for anybody in any given moment who looks like they can maybe sort of kind of be the guy that you trust in the 7th and the 8th innings, because the two guys that they've really come to depend on that role the last couple of years have just been undependable all year long, and it's been a staple to the season.
Can the bullpen do anything for you over the next month to entrust them enough to be buyers at the deadline?
Can Ginkle?
Can you find 2 or 3 more guys that you can trust over the next month?
Let me look at the list. Let me pull up the roster here. Hold on.
Because buyers would indicate that they are going to get other relievers as well. So can this, let's call them the supporting cast of relievers that you have right now, do enough to earn more trust back over the next month to where, let's say the D-backs win 15 of 20 in July, but we're still looking at this bullpen as a problem? Or can that bullpen start to figure enough out to where you're like, you know what, we're on a hot streak, the bullpen is recovered enough, we're going to trust them, we're going to add to it as well? Could you get to that point with that list?
Okay, boy, how do I answer this question without sounding like an overly optimistic?
Who are you?
Yeah, you know me too well. Like, can I envision Juan Murillo being okay for the next month? Yeah. Can I envision Kevin Ginkle getting back to Ginkle-like things? Yeah, if I really stretch my imagination. Kyle Backus has been good, but again, that's sort of this, is he really good, or is he just kind of the flavor of the week good, right? Like, and eventually we're going to find out why he's not to be depended and trusted, kind of like we found out with Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller. Can I count on Shelby Miller being better? He wasn't really the reason for this weekend. I know he gave up the tying run on Saturday, but he wasn't really the reason for this weekend. I think the answer to your question lies in Ginkle, Thompson, Backus, and Shelby Miller. Can those 4 guys form the core 4 of a bullpen that can close out games? If the answer is yes, then I think the answer is yes. If those 4 guys can be the guys, then I think that maybe they can get there. Yes. You?
Well, we're reactionary in the moment after what we just saw against Miami, but in the month of June, Brian Thompson's gone 9 1/3 innings, and he's only given up 1 earned run. That's the same total for Juan Murillo. Again, 9 innings pitched, 1 earned run. For him, Backus in the same month, 1 earned run, 7 1/3 innings, and then 7 1/3 innings. And then for Miller, 3 earned runs over 10 1/3 innings. So those 4 guys specifically have had pretty great months overall. So some of that trust would be already starting to build in some capacity, but can they maintain it over the next 2 to 3 weeks? And more importantly, can the Diamondbacks win some baseball games so that trust can actually mean something?
Yeah, and Jalen Beeks belonged in that list too, up until Saturday. He did. He'd given up 1 earned run the entire month of June, up until that moment on Saturday when it just all fell apart on him. That is what we're talking about now when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. So I missed a week around here at Arizona Sports. Kevin Durant got traded to the Houston Rockets, and the Suns wheeled and dealed all over the NBA draft. What did I miss, and what did I think about it? That'll be fun. Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, more often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100 instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers can also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602 222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could the D-backs be buyers and sellers at the trade deadline? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, so we're going to reverse roles here. Kellen doesn't know this, but we're going to reverse roles here. Normally, I'm the driver. I kind of guide us where I want things to go. Last week was a week. Sounds like I missed a lot.
You did.
And at some point, I told the story earlier, like the Kevin Durant deal, I knew about the day that it came down. I got a call from Gambo. We talked about it while I was in San Diego, and I kind of reacted to him in the moment. And then I got online. I read a couple of Kellen stories about it at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y Refi. And then after that, I just kind of stopped. I'm like, all right, you know what? The purpose of vacation is to be on vacation. I tout it all the time. When I'm on vacation, and I'm not working, and I'm not paying attention. So anything that happened after that in the draft with all the moves, what they did, et cetera, I kind of stopped paying attention to it until, honestly, Sunday morning when I sat down with my laptop and said, all right, I got to get caught up and see what's going on. So for a lot of it was very new to me until yesterday when I sat down and really gleaned everything that I had missed and everything had gone down. So you ask me whatever you want to ask me about what happened last week, and I will give you the unvarnished, undiluted, Burnsy take on everything.
So you and Gambo spent weeks and weeks, months and months talking about a Kevin Durant trade.
Yes.
What it could look like, what the potential for it was, how was it going to go down? Would this play a factor in leverage? Would this play a factor in negotiations? So on and so forth. How do you evaluate the job the Suns did after seeing the return and having a week to think about it?
Letter grade, C- or a D. If we're just going to boil it down to something that simple, I'd give it a C- or a D. Acknowledging full well they didn't have a ton of leverage, acknowledging full well that the whole league knew that they had to move him. The fact that just about every iteration of a Houston Rockets deal, we were talking about multiple young players or Jabari Smith or multiple draft. I mean, anything else to kind of sweeten the pot a little bit beyond the very basic Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks in the 10th pick, which kind of to me was the foundational starting point of a trade. You know, it was like, okay, those three, and then what, right? Those three, and then what else are you adding on to make this worth my trouble? When I found out that there was nothing else added on at all. And then to find out, and this is about the point I think I hit like disconnect and decided I'm on vacation and I'm not paying attention to this anymore. Through Gambo's reporting that they weren't going to be flipping Jalen Green anywhere else, either because they felt like they wanted to work with Jalen Green or they knew that there wasn't going to be a market for Jalen Green. I thought, God, that's really it? Like, that's it. That's really all you got in this deal for Kevin Durant. And all I could think about, Kellen, I swear, was this idea that the whole league looked at the Suns and said, we all know you can't bring him back. We know it. You're stuck. You've got no choice. You will take what we will give you for Kevin Durant, and you will smile and you'll take it, and you'll have no choice because you don't have a choice. You can't sit there and say with a straight face through anybody's reporting, oh, we'll just bring him back. No, you won't. You can't. It's impossible for you to bring him back, and everybody knows it. And I think this deal reflects just how bad the rest of the league had the Suns locked up on this one. I didn't like it at all. Not one bit.
If it's fair to characterize that as putting a bad taste in your mouth, how much did what the Suns did over the 2 days of the draft take that out of your mouth? Did it kind of like reestablish some faith in what they're doing? Like, how did your emotions change after seeing what they did in the draft?
I was impressed by their aggression around the draft. Like I was impressed by their sense of purpose in terms of accomplishing what they want. Now, they basically spent every single asset that wasn't nailed down to the floor to do it, right? And they don't have a whole lot left in terms of future assets to be able to make future deals. But I do like the fact that they got ultra aggressive to identify a guy at the beginning of the second round that and I know they liked him, but a lot of people liked him. A lot of people thought, hey, man, that's a good guy to go get. They went out and got him. I like that. I liked that they had that kind of aggression and purpose and path. We'll talk more about the Matt Ishbia, Rich Paul, because that kind of plays into this a little bit there. I was very surprised he was there. I was very surprised he was available at number 10. It's interesting to find out how, but I got to admit, it didn't completely eliminate the bad taste from Kevin Durant. But it did show to me another sign of this side to this front office that, frankly, I wasn't expecting to see. Kind of like an actor in a movie who would go, "Ooh, I didn't know you could do that." I didn't know you could play that kind of role. I liked watching them do that in the draft.
So what you missed is in real time, we get the scoop from our own John Gamadoro that the Suns are taking Kaman Malawach. We framed it Malawach that we were on, the watch that we were on.
The Malawach
while
watch.
We waited to see if he would potentially fall. We had our Gambo 5, but the 6th unofficial member, or the asterisk here, the disclaimer from Gambo was, if Malawach is on the board, that's going to be the guy the Suns take, but we just don't expect him to fall. He falls. We'll talk about that in a little bit. 3 minutes later, we get the tweet from Shams Charania that they have traded 2 first-round picks, albeit in the 20s, for Mark Williams. How do you process what their center rotation looks like now? How do you like the Mark Williams trade? I'm sure you love the Malawach pick. I'm sure you love that.
Okay, I don't like the Mark Williams trade because I don't see the point of them. I understand there's no point to them losing now, but I also don't see the point of them trying to be a 35-win team now. And to me, Mark Williams is about trying to be a 35-win team right now. I find no interest in that. I find no entertainment in that. And I'll admit, I stole this one directly from you in kind of cramming and everything like that. So the goal is to keep Mark Williams long term? And if it is, then what does that do to the development of Maluach? And if the goal isn't to keep him long term, then I gave up a future, I'll be in the 20s, but I gave up a future first-round pick to get a player who's going to be here a year so he can clear the way for my 10th pick overall to be my starting center next year. That part of it, you know, if you're not going to like Jalen Green because of positional redundancy, it feels like you kind of did something similar here where you almost landlocked yourself a little bit in the center position by spending an asset that you really should keep now if you're going to get the right value out of him. But by doing so, you're kind of stymieing the growth of the guy that you've picked number 10th. That part I didn't like. That was probably the only part about the draft that I didn't like was the moves for Mark. I didn't get it.
Maluach's growth will be okay for a year, maybe two, but when he, by all indications, and you would hope this is going to be the case, that he looks ready to start in 2 to 3 years, and let's say everything's going well with Mark Williams or it isn't, it's like, okay, are you going to start Maluach? What are you going to do with Williams? And that sort of conundrum lands there. The other part of this is you see trades that happen. I know the Drew Holiday trade happened, and a lot of people ripped it from the Blazers' perspective, taking on Holiday's contract, but that to me screamed like, you guys figure out how much money to give Anthony Simons, because we don't know, and we don't want to be the team to pay him and figure out those negotiations and go through it. The Mark Williams trade on 2 separate occasions, both with the Lakers and with the Suns now, is like, that's your problem to figure out. Is this like a $15 million a year guy? Is it a $25 million a year guy? Is it 30? With his injury history, with how effective he is on the floor when he is, yet how much potential he still has room to grow. We don't know. We've been thinking about it for 2 years now. We don't have an answer, which means we're going to trade him. And it's for you guys to figure that out. And it's like, okay, let's say Mark Williams is awesome and he's amazing and he is like an all-star next year. Do you want to give him $35 million a year with his injury history?
Drafted with his injury history.
And you just
just drafted somebody at number 10, but the core of it for me is that all of those questions aside for just a second, and I will admit I don't understand the process behind that part of it. The idea of Maluach and Jameer Fleming, I like that a lot. You know, like
Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, thank you, Rasheer. What did I say?
You mixed up another St. Joseph's guy. That's Jameer Nelson.
Ooh, I knew I was gonna make that mistake.
I knew where you were going.
I like that a lot. Like in terms of defensive presence and
actually
kind of
have
changing the tone of your team and athleticism, guys who can get to the rim, guys who can, not so much with Maluach, but with Fleming, guys who can shoot it a little bit and guys who have length and wingspan and athleticism and who can move their feet a little bit. That part I'm very excited to watch those two guys kind of develop and see what they grow into. But the price you had to pay to get there was, especially with the Mark Williams thing, was that good enough for you? Did I do all right?
I liked it. I got my Dave Burns fill. I hope everyone else enjoyed it as well.
What? Now we'll get back to our normal roles here. Are the Suns going to do about Bradley Beal? What can the Suns do about Bradley Beal? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car card today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Happy birthday, America. And to my brothers at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in store and online now through July 4th, and an additional 5% off for active and retired military. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to get the taste of bad fish out of their mouths tonight. They host the division rival Giants for the first of 4 games. Pitching matchup's a good one. You got Ryan Nelson going for Arizona, and Logan Webb will be the starter for San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency has been in a frenzy league-wide. The Suns have been quiet thus far. We are officially into the legal tampering period right now, so we're waiting to see if they do anything else of significance. But for right now, they've got a couple of smaller deals lined up. Colin Gillespie going to be back on a 1-year deal, and then Nick Richards is going to have the final year of his contract guaranteed as well. Cody Martin, however, will not have his salary guaranteed. He will become an unrestricted free agent. And in WNBA news, the Phoenix Mercury will be represented in the starting lineup at this year's All-Star Game. Satu Sabally selected as a starter for this summer's games. The All-Star Game is July 19th in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will there be any big changes in the NBA today? We'll discuss beginning tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Well, we got one. We're not playing the breaking news sounder. We got two?
No, two.
We got Dorian Finney-Smith going to the Houston Rockets on a 4-year, $53 million deal. What else do we have?
Just came down. Paul Reed, or apparently he's known by B-Ball Paul, is going back to Detroit on a 2-year deal.
That is his nickname. It does not need to be in the tweet.
Well, that's on Shams,
Yeah, exactly. I'm calling him out. I'm not calling you out, Mitch. Like it's ridiculous right now. Phoenix Suns favorite Cam Spencer agreeing to a 2-year, $4.5 million deal to go back to the Memphis Grizzlies. The guy that ended the KD era once and for all. Cam Spencer, is that how we'll remember him?
Is that how we're going to remember him? I don't know.
This is your classic, like, don't get Drew Eubanks by everyone, where it's like, don't break your deal too early. And it appears like a half an hour is the rule now, where everyone was told, like, wait a half hour or we'll take a second-round pick from you. And, of course, I'm referring to the Suns getting a second-round pick taken away because they signed Drew Eubanks.
Oh, yeah, even though they had previously
Illegally.
arranged to it. Yeah, wait a half hour and then announcement, so it looks like it's legal. Free agency has begun in the NBA, and as you can tell, it hasn't. There aren't a lot of banner guys out there, and there aren't a lot of teams with a lot of banner money to go spend. So we're not expecting a whole lot. And, of course, the Phoenix Suns being a second-apron team, we're just not expecting a whole lot yet out of the Phoenix Suns when it comes today, which leads us to the topic of conversation that we kind of had at the beginning of the show, albeit framed in a different way. And that is, for me, and this is just the way my brain works, I'm not particularly interested right now in who the Suns sign to a veteran minimum contract, because to me, the big item on the to-do list, Kellen, has got to get done first. And I know it doesn't work that way. And I know if the Suns stumble into let's say a Chris Paul, even though I don't think it's going to happen on a vet's minimum contract, or somebody else they like on a vet's minimum contract, they can do that and they don't have to wait for the Bradley Beal thing to happen. I would really like resolution on Bradley Beal before we start taking steps into other avenues of the team. Again, knowing that it doesn't work that way, do you think we're any closer to the Bradley Beal situation getting resolved? And I'm just asking for your best guess here at this point, because I know you don't know. Do you think we're any closer to it?
Well, we're going to talk about this later. And if you look at everything that the Suns did over the last week, you are left with a hope. And that is a hope that they have a plan for what they are going to do next, because their roster is imbalanced. They made 2 big trades. Both of those trades left them in a position where they now have to make more trades. They have far too many guys who are somewhere between 6'4" and 6'7" that aren't like legitimate 3-and-D wings of like a Ryan Dunn caliber, where they're like 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", those types of like versatile wings. They have 7 guys that are somewhere in that 2-guard to smaller wing range, and they need to clean some of that up. And Brad is the one specifically where you look at the Mark Williams trade, they gave up Vasa Micic in that deal. Micic's team option could have been declined. You could have cut out $8 million right there and been that much closer to getting off the second apron. The number is pretty mixed out there in terms of what you're looking at, but it's at least over $10 million right now that the Suns are still further away from getting under the second apron. And of course, trading Brad would be one possibility of getting this done. That would also just require you to kind of do a Boston Celtics thing you might have missed that. The Boston Celtics did their cap clearing stuff that we expected.
Porzingis and Drew Holiday.
3-team deal. Somehow Boston cleared $22 million getting rid of Porzingis in that move, which was really impressive for them to do. I don't know if the Suns would get that lucky per se in a Beal deal if they were able to get it done. But then there's also the buyout, waive, and stretch possibility with him as well. There are other ways in which they can get under the second apron, but those are getting pretty difficult now, to where it is like trade Grayson Allen to a team that has cap space and just get a pick back. It's just getting very difficult now, because you're going to need to take some money back unless it is a team that has the full cap space to take that player in. So they still have to get under the second apron, and their ability to do so is more difficult now, because we were talking about the possibility of, okay, could you do a Beal trade, but you throw in picks or whatever? What picks do they have? They don't have a tradable first-round pick anymore. They have a couple of second-round picks. Is it 2, 3, 4? We don't know the exact number just now, but we're all just sort of kind of waiting for the move that is going to show that they are below the second apron, because right now there are only 2 teams in it. It's them and the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Cavaliers are going to try and win a championship next year, so it makes sense for them to be in it. It does not make sense for the Suns to be in it at all.
No, and that's where all things come back to Bradley, in that, can they trade him? Well, who's going to want – and in some ways the equation hasn't changed at all. The conversation hasn't changed at all. It's the same conversation we've been having for 6 months about Bradley Beal. Can they trade him? Is there a team that wants him? Is there a team that he's willing to wait his no-trade clause for? Is there a team willing to take on that money, and what exactly would the Suns be getting in return? Okay, that's number one. Number two, we've had the conversation about waiving and stretching him, but we know for our conversations that they can't eat that much money in a waive and stretch. They're not allowed to eat that. And if they were to do so, once again, Bradley Beal would have the power to be able to say yes or no to it. So two of the ways out of this both require Bradley Beal's permission, him signing off on it, whether it's a trade to a place that he wants to go or whether it's a buyout where he takes less money than he's owed. And the only reason on earth that he would do that is if he knows he's going to make it up with his next team. And I don't know if so. Now you're faced with at least the possibility of, is Bradley Beal back next year? I mean, just forget about the second apron for just a second. From a basketball roster standpoint, Bradley Beal, Jalen Green, and Devin Booker on the same right. That's a mess. That's an it's messy enough with Devin Booker and Jalen Green on the same roster together, for goodness sakes. But those three at the same time, and I'm uncomfortable, Kellen, and I'm nervous about every way out requiring Bradley Beal's permission and his blessing. Is he going to give it? And I know we're speculating, we don't know, but it feels like your path out of this means that Bradley Beal has to sign off on it. And I just don't know what his mood is to do such a thing.
There's just no good way out of it. Like, there is no satisfying ending to this. There is one in which they trade him, which means they're giving up assets to get off of his contract. That's not fun. Two, you agree to a buyout with him and you waive and stretch him. You have $16 million of dead cap for the next 5 years. That's not very fun. Three, he comes back and plays for your team. How do you find him minutes?
Right.
Four, he comes back and you send him home. And you just say, we don't have room for you. We can't trade you. You don't want to leave anyway. You're cool staying here. Great. We're just going to have you stay home because we don't have room for you anywhere. All of these options are bad. All of them are very bad. There is no good ending here.
Which one's the worst option?
For how this goes. I think that the worst one is, I really do think it's waive and stretching him, which is the most realistic possibility of happening.
You think that's
right
the worst, just because of the
I think
financial ramifications of all of that?
I think it's really easy to look at the cap and say it's going to go up and it's only going to be $16 million. It's $16 million. Like, that is a lot of money over each of the next 5 years that you would be on the hook for in keeping him. Because let's say he comes back and he plays next year, or he comes back next year and he doesn't play. That next year he becomes an expiring contract, and I'm not sure if the waive and stretch stuff and the buyout stuff expires and the Suns would be able to do this, but they could just buy him out again that next summer. They could do it on expiring, just like Portland did with DeAndre, just like the Jazz did with Jordan Clarkson earlier today. They could be in a position to do that. Maybe there's a trade available for his expiring contract. It's still a whole lot of money, but I don't really see the value in having any sort of assets, having anything of yours impacted by this. Like, there's still a way around it, but the best solution for me, honestly, is that he just spends the year at home. I really do think that might be the best option.
I think if you had asked me which one I think is the worst option, I would have said I think bringing him back and playing him, I think, is, of the four options that you talked about: trading him, waiving and stretching him, bringing him back and playing him, bringing him back and sending him home. I think bringing him back and playing him is the most untenable, unworkable, disagreeable path you could choose. I just don't think you can do that. I think all the other three at least has some surface level value to it where I go, well, okay, I can understand that. Bringing him back and playing him, to me, my brain I can't even like register that. I can't even, I just like, yeah, no, you can't do that. You can't, it's kind of like Kevin Durant. No, you just can't do that. You can't bring him back. And so the idea of bringing him back and just sending him home, is something tells me you're going to have to start thinking about that more and more if you're the Suns. If he won't give his blessing to being traded, or if he won't give his blessing to being bought out, something makes me wonder you might have to contemplate that if you're the Suns. Which is, it's just awful. It's just awful. Not good.
I don't know. Yeah, we know where they'll go from here, but all of them just don't seem like it's something that you know is coming. But in the moment, we're still gonna have to really accept the fact that that's the fate that his tenure has here, basically.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, yeah, they got swept by the Miami Marlins. Yeah, things don't look great right now. They want to fix it. They want to redeem themselves. It's right there in front of them if they want it. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and a swing and miss. Herrera strikes out. The ball game is over, and the Marlins sweep the Diamondbacks in large part of a 5-run top of the 8th inning, in which the D-backs surrendered 4 walks in the frame, and all 4 walks came home to score.
Swept by the Marlins, no bueno. Now the Giants come to Chase Field for a crucial 4-game division series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could the D-backs be buyers and sellers at the trade deadline? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
What I saw there today is unacceptable. We got to be better than that. That's ultimately on me. We're going to figure this out, and that's a frustrating series. All credit to the Marlins. They're a good team. They're pushing. They got great players, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are a good baseball team, and when we do things like that, it makes me think that we're underachieving. So we gotta fight through this. We gotta fight through these tough times. Make sure that we're focused every single day and going out there and doing our job. And when we do, that's when it's going to get better. And it's a collective effort. It starts with me, to the coaches, the trainers, medical staff, strength coaches, and the players. And there's a common denominator here that we're not winning baseball games, and we got to find a way to win baseball games.
The story of the Velo yesterday after the heartbreaking, disappointing loss to the Miami Marlins and the sweep against the Miami Marlins. 2 games in which the Diamondbacks had the lead going into the 8th inning. 2 games in which they failed to protect that lead in the 8th inning. Jalen Beeks was the pitcher of record both times. They lost both games. And with it, now find themselves 5 games out of the last wild card spot in the National League with 4 teams in front of them that they have to jump. In case you were curious, I looked it up. On June 30th of 2024, so exactly 1 year ago. Now, I know it's not apples to apples, but exactly 1 year ago, the Diamondbacks were 41-43 on the season. They were 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot, but with only 2 teams to jump to get there. They had the Mets in front of them, and then the St. Louis Cardinals occupied the 3rd spot. So the record was the same. The circumstances are entirely different. The double the number of games back, and half of the teams in front of them that they have to jump, et cetera, et cetera. Kellen and I were talking pre-show. Kellen's filling in for Gambo. And as bad as the Marlins series was, and I swear this isn't me trying to be like all Pollyanna about this and everything's going to be okay. They have 8 games against the San Francisco Giants and the San Diego Padres coming up out of their next 11. There is an opportunity if they can find a way to win some of these games that they've been finding a way to lose. And I know it's a big ask here. These aren't teams that are directly in front of them in the standings. There's a chance, there's a path here in the next couple of weeks. I just don't know whether they can walk it or not.
Can you read me the records of the teams that were 2nd and 3rd in the wild card race a year ago today? What were they?
San Diego Padres were 2nd. They were 46-42. The St. Louis Cardinals were 3rd. They were 43-40 this time a year ago.
Here's the big change. The Brewers are 2nd. They're 47-37, and the Cardinals are 3rd. They're 47-38. And then you throw in the Padres, who are 45-38, the Giants, who are 45-39, even the Reds, who are 44-40 comparatively to last year. You might remember Mitch and I called this the great mid-off of 2024 because it just felt like no one was really going to go and seize that last spot or two, and it was going to come down to which average, mediocre, blah baseball team was going to get in. The Mets got really hot. The D-backs stagnated, and then from there we know what happened from that situation. But this always has just as much to do with the Diamondbacks themselves as the teams that are playing around them. It always sorts of does. It would surprise you probably to hear that the D-backs are 14-11 in June. Like they've kind of taken care of business a little bit to some extent. The Giants are 13-13. The Padres are 13-14. They were much higher in these standings a couple of weeks ago than they are right now. Here's the problem. The Brewers are 16-9. The Reds are 15-10, while the Cardinals are 14-13. They were the big surprise team, maybe of all of baseball, over the last 2 months, and we were expecting to see them fall off. They haven't really fallen off just yet. They've won 3 straight. They're 7-3 in their last 10 right now. I just think you have too many teams in front of you, which more so is just too many obstacles in front of you, because remember when we were like 6 weeks into the season and it was like is the National League West going to be like the best division in the history of baseball when you looked at that? There's only one team from the NL West that is going to make the playoffs right now. If the season
ends
today,
right now, there's only one National League West team that's in. It's the Dodgers. That's it. The Padres aren't in. The Giants aren't in. And it's a great counterpoint to my point is that, yes, these are 2 teams that are in front of them. And yes, you could make up some ground with the teams that are in front of you with these 8 games here. But in terms of catching who you need to catch, in some ways, the West isn't that team anymore. They aren't those teams anymore. The Brewers are the team you need to catch. The St. Louis Cardinals are that can change. Padres are only a game back of St. Louis for the last wild card spot. That can all change. And the fundamental question here in all of this is, are the Diamondbacks capable of playing better than the Giants. Aren't playing great lately either. They got swept by the Miami Marlins. They're 1-5 in their last 6, I believe,
against the Marlins and White Sox,
and against the teams that we were looking at and thinking the Diamondbacks might be able to beat up on. So there might be an opportunity here. But you're right. The National League is better than it was a year ago. It's deeper than it was a year ago. And and this is the important part, the number of teams that you have to jump. This time a year ago, it was 2. Right now, it's 4 that you have to somehow get in front of. That's where it becomes problematic. That becomes the part where, can you get it done? Is it too much work? I think that's why I'm hesitating on calling the Diamondbacks a seller. I kind of want to see how they do in these 8 games before I make any bold declarations about whether they should sell or not. And also because that just gets us closer to the deadline when it's actually time to trade or make a decision.
But it's also more teams that are inclined to be buyers now. Like the Giants were buyers. I think kind of fell into their lap, the whole Rafael Devers situation, but they made the biggest move of the entire season already with the trade that they sort of made. But the Brewers, like the Cardinals were the team that you were circling for Ryan Helsley and a couple of other pieces that could be what we look at the D-backs as right now is like the team that could dictate the market based on whether they buy or they sell. All of those teams are inclined to buy. Cincinnati has a ton of young talent that's starting to come to fruition here over the last couple of weeks or so, while the Giants and Padres are in a downturn right now. This month, they've got the talent to hang around. And as we mentioned, the Cardinals and Brewers are in that position. The Brewers are the ones specifically that always fascinate me because no matter what goes on with their team, no matter who they lose, it feels like they're always just going to win 85 to 90 games, like every year. You look at what's missing, what's not there anymore, and they just continue to churn out enough to win baseball games. Their manager leaves. It's the Craig Counsell effect, all this kind of stuff. And yet, like Sal Frelick's hitting 300, it's a great return season for Christian Yelich, and they've got enough going to be in the hunt again.
Yeah. For the Diamondbacks taking on the Giants tonight, the first of 4. And it's Logan Webb tonight. He is really, really good, and it's going to be a really tough 4-game series for them because the starting pitching for San Francisco, just about the entire duration of the series, is top-notch stuff. When we come back, 4 o'clock, halfway home on this Monday, Lauren will tell you what's going on in all of sports, including a whole bunch of stuff we haven't even gotten to yet. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
I walked away from the draft going, that's about as good as I could have hoped for. And I firmly believe what they did in that span of 2 days kind of restored a lot of faith and hope that this maybe won't be as bad as a lot of people thought it would be. That maybe, just maybe, if Malawatch, and by the way, can people please start pronouncing his name properly? Adam Silver, you're the commissioner. It's not, come on. Come on,
Adam. That's not even the worst thing. Adam Silver said that the Rockets drafted Malawatch. That's how bad you did on that.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Dr. J. Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I went for my LASIK procedure about 15 years ago. I'm so glad that I did. Here I am 15 years later, 58 years old, no glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. You can have that too. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including mine, and my good buddy Vince Morada had his LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call right now for a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. I highly recommend LASIK surgery. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com. And don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing.
Yeah, it's coming to an end. Wolf here reminding you at Santan Ford, the employee pricing for all and then some. Over $10,000 off MSRP on 2024 Super Duties and over $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Explorers. Knocking down prices through the 4th of July. And Santan Ford has a special deal for all of our vets. Tim Hovik, Santan Ford. Right on the price, right on the corner of the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions may apply. I am Santan Ford.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $6.99 with Clip or Click coupon at Albertsons and Safeway now through July 1st.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to get the taste of bad fish out of their mouths tonight. They host the division rival Giants for the first of 4 games. Pitching matchup's a good one, too. You got Ryan Nelson going for Arizona and then Logan Webb on the opposite mound for San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency has begun. We're getting some trickling in of moves across the league. Suns so far have been quiet, but they're reportedly set to bring back a couple of their own. Colin Gillespie is going to be back on a 1-year deal, and then Nick Richards is going to have the final year of his contract guaranteed, so he will be back as well. Cody Martin, however, will not have his salary guaranteed, and he will become an unrestricted free agent. And in WNBA news, the Phoenix Mercury will be represented in the starting lineup of this year's All-Star Games. We've got Satu Sabali selected as a starter for this summer's games. The All-Star Game is July 19th. In Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
And in steps Lauren. She's got an update on everything going on in sports. There's a whole bunch of things we haven't even gotten to yet, including that big trade that went down in the National Football League today. First day of NBA free agency. Diamondbacks baseball tonight. I hope I'm not stepping on your toes. It's your platform.
No, I enjoy listening to you do it because I'm like, do I have all of those things?
Say,
or all of those in the reset?
Okay, yeah, good. I got that. Okay, good. Yeah, good. Your platform. Platform away.
And the mental checklist, we checked all those boxes.
Okay,
so
good,
you will
good.
hear
Covered all
about
that.
all of those.
Excellent.
So we'll lead off with NBA free agency because guard Colin Gillespie intends to sign a guaranteed 1-year contract to return to the Phoenix Suns as expected.
As expected.
Yeah, it was
starting point guard next year.
That was mean.
Too soon.
That was mean. He's been nice to us on his time back. I knew there was going to be a time he took
Starting
advantage
point
of
guard
us somewhere
Colin Gillespie.
That'd be a small backcourt trio there, to say the least. We knew this was coming, but we didn't know how or why. Remember, we were waiting for his two-way to get converted at the end of the year. Never happened. We knew there was a good reason why. And this was the reason, just waiting until free agency. Only a 1-year deal is slightly surprising. Usually you agree to a deal with this type of free agent and you get him like on a 2-3 year deal that has team options in it and stuff, but just a one and done.
Yeah, I'm glad he's back. He was one of the few things I liked about last year's Suns basketball team. There wasn't a lot to like about it. I liked Colin Gillespie, so I'm glad he's back, but it's not obviously an earth-shattering move for the team in that regard.
And former Phoenix Sun DeAndre Ayton is finalizing a contract buyout with the Portland Trailblazers to become a free agent. That'll be just about $10 million in that buyout.
Who wants him, and what do they expect out of him? I think will be fascinating to see. Is it a team that's got expectations, and they think that DeAndre Ayton puts them over the top? You said it earlier. He's not going to make the vet minimum. He's going to make a decent chunk of change, and with that, I think will come expectations that he'll be a productive player. I just want to know, what are the aspirations of the team that signs him? Do they have championship aspirations, playoff? Because I think if your aspirations are too high and you're expecting DeAndre Ayton to get you over the top, I think you're going to be a little disappointed in DeAndre Ayton.
His runway is going to be a lot smaller because he's not making $35 million a year anymore. He's no longer the #1 overall pick, future face of the franchise pillar, whatever. He's just a guy for whatever team that he signs for. So if he starts doing the DeAndre Ayton stuff, how short is that leash going to be from a coach? I assume a lot shorter than it has been over the last 7 years.
And the first move of NBA free agency that kind of kicked all of this off was the Memphis Grizzlies, and All-Star Jaren Jackson Jr. are expected to agree on a 5-year, $240 million contract.
When they traded Desmond Bane in the surge of news afterwards, there was some suggestion that maybe he could be had, that the Memphis Grizzlies were about to undergo, and it was quickly shot down by the organization. Oh no, we're working on an extension. He's part of our future. He's what we're going to be doing around here. He certainly got paid like that. There were a couple other moves the Memphis Grizzlies made today as well, including bringing back Aldama on a 3-year, $52 million deal.
Good
that
player.
Looks pretty good for him. He's a really good player. You'd never trying to figure out a pecking order in the NBA's Western Conference and trying to figure out where Memphis goes is fraught with danger, man. I never know where to put that team.
There's a handful of teams that are contending the Jazz are going to absolutely suck, and then there's a bunch of like, what are you guys doing exactly? Like, what are the Kings doing exactly? What are the Grizzlies doing exactly? What are the Suns doing exactly? Gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah.
And Chris Haynes hopped on NBA TV just about an hour ago and had to say this about Chris Paul.
He wants to play at least another year. Sources have relayed to me that the Clippers are an option and the Phoenix Suns are options. So both of those stops he played at before. He led the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals. He had a great run with the Clippers and his pairing with Blake Griffin over there. So those are the two teams that I'm hearing as of right now that have a legitimate shot of signing Chris Paul.
You know what I'm looking at you about.
That's all I have to say on the matter.
Okay, that's fair.
What are you looking at her about? And what was I looking at you about?
We have a trade, the biggest news to come down of the day so far. Mitch's Denver Nuggets are trading Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson. Lauren, sweet boy is going to Denver.
Cam Johnson?
I'm sorry?
Wait, hold on.
Denver Nuggets.
I was just getting ready to react to the Chris Paul stuff.
I'm with her on this, by the
from
way.
that. So, give me the trade again. Give it to me again.
Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected first-round pick in 2032 going from Denver to Brooklyn. Denver gets back one Cameron Johnson.
Oh, boy.
Sold.
Oh, boy.
That is a home run for the Denver Nuggets. There is a lot of overpay concerns with Michael Porter Jr. There's a lot of injury concerns there with the deal that he's on. Cam is in a very interesting situation where his next deal is going to be fascinating because he's had his own injury concerns, but that is a much cleaner fit for what Denver has always been looking for alongside Nikola Jokic. Don't get me wrong, MPJ accomplished a lot for them to get to those, to get to that situation that they did, but we knew a smart contender was going to trade for Cam Johnson eventually. I don't know why a bunch of idiots didn't do so at the deadline, but someone just did, and the Nuggets are going to look pretty darn smart. He's a very good basketball player.
Two happy people on the other side of the glass right now. Mitch because he's a Nuggets fan, Lauren because she's a Cam Johnson fan. Get him out of Brooklyn. Somewhere my daughter is smiling because Cam Johnson is now about 2,000 miles closer to her than he was out there in Brooklyn. And
Isn't he so cute,
He is so cute, according to her, yes. And apparently Lauren feels the same way. So
Not apparently. There's no apparently.
There's no apparently. I do feel the same way.
Sources close to me can confirm Lauren feels exactly the same way about Cameron Johnson.
I have a feeling that both of your producers are going to be asking about Nuggets tickets this year, as opposed to just one of them.
As far as the Chris Paul thing, I'll just say this about the Chris Paul thing. Chris Haynes, the fact that he's suggesting that it's down to those two has made me rethink whether the Suns actually might be in it for Chris Paul or not. Like, I wasn't really expecting to think that could be a thing. Now it's got me wondering if that's going to be a thing. We'll talk about that a little later on the show. Please continue.
Yeah, and Sham Sharani is also reporting that Mike Brown will have a second meeting with the New York Knicks for their head coaching job, and he's emerged as the leader for that one.
Well, at least I didn't have to ask anybody permission to speak to him. Right?
What a mess that was, by the way. And Mike Brown's going in there after hearing all of the head coaches that were asked to have permission. Like, oh, it's great to feel wanted, guys. Thank you.
Was there a report they were talking to Don Staley? Did I see that?
Yes.
I thought I saw this
It was
somewhere.
loose.
Was
Very
it loose?
loose.
Very
It was
loose.
loose.
Okay. Okay. I thought I saw it somewhere. But
it inspired
You
a
did.
bunch of really good memes, one of
I
which
sent
Lauren
Kellen a
sent me,
lot.
which was Karl Anthony Towns reacting to a video of Dawn Staley losing her mind, and the caption was when Karl Anthony Towns picks up his third foul 6 minutes into the game. And Karl Anthony Towns responded with a crying, laughing emoji, so he found it just as funny as we did.
Cam Johnson's a nugget. Good for him. All right, go ahead. So continue. I'm sorry. They're reacting to it now on ESPN.
Well, I could talk about Cam Johnson being a
I
Nugget
know
all
you
day
could.
long.
I know you could.
Watch out
we'll-
for that show sheet tomorrow, bud. Watch out.
We'll pivot over to the NFL because the Dolphins are trading tight end Jonnu Smith to the Steelers for a late round pick swap. Smith will get a 1-year contract extension for $12 million. This does reunite Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith with Jonnu Smith. It's the third time in their career.
Wow.
They were in Tennessee, Atlanta, and now Pittsburgh
I
together.
just can't quit you, said one to the other. I just can't quit you. But that's part of the bigger part of the deal, right? Like
The bigger part of this is that the Steelers have traded Fitzpatrick over to the Dolphins in exchange for Jalen Ramsey.
So Jalen Ramsey heads to the Steelers. Minka Fitzpatrick goes back to the Miami Dolphins. It's got sort of from the Steelers standpoint, it kind of between Aaron Rodgers, Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, DK Metcalf, doesn't it sort of feel like the whole organization is just fed up with 9 wins and losing in the first round? Like, I don't know if this is the path to fixing that, but it feels like this is the biggest attempt the Steelers have ever made to fix the fact that they are just this really nice 9-win team every year that never goes anywhere in the playoffs. This feels like their attempt to rectify that.
I could not believe when I looked it up that Jalen Ramsey is only 30 years old. It feels like he's been around forever and has played for every team at this point. He's got a lot of football left to play, apparently, and we'll see it in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. And in WNBA news, Satu Sabali's been named a 2025 WNBA All-Star. Alyssa Thomas was not named a starter for that game. And with that came along that the WNBA is expanding to 18 teams over the next 5 years. It will be Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia, who will all be set to join in 2030. Cleveland will start in 28, Detroit in 29, and Philly in 30.
Plenty of talent, I think, in that league and in that sport to support an expansion of the WNBA. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, there's plenty of great talent that is still available for the. Like, you worry about some sports, like, are there enough players who can actually support a league that gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I don't worry about that with the WNBA. Plenty of players there.
Shout out Satu. She's having an awesome year. Hard-fought loss to the Aces yesterday. The Aces starting to maybe look the way we expected them to play, at least in that game. But it was awesome to watch that game on TV and sense the atmosphere in that building. It's going to be great to see playoff basketball back there again.
Ended a 6-game win streak for the Mercury yesterday,
which was the longest in the WNBA at the time. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, Lauren, thank you much. We're all caught up on what's going on in sports. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in, who is the Suns general manager? Because a video that's been circulating out there on social has us kind of wondering the same thing. That's coming up next on Arizona Sports.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage. If you're renting right now, this is a great time to buy. So many homes on the market. That means that buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying another home. What does that mean for you? Home prices are dropping. That's a good thing. You don't want to play the waiting game. You may miss out. Once it turns, there's a lot more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions, and don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better interest rate. But right now, a lot of houses on the market. That means it's a good time for you to make an offer and get your choice of house at the right price. Remember, this is a home, not a stock. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Bear down for U of A night at Chase Field on July 22nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded U of A cap. Visit dbacks.com/U of A.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back.
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
And it's time to announce our first qualifier for Diamondbacks tickets this 4th of July. Steve Butcher from Litchfield Park. Steve, you have 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870. Win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks and the Royals this 4th of July. If we don't hear from Steve Butcher in the next 10 minutes, we're going to open the phone lines to somebody else. And if you didn't hear your name, you can still qualify and still have a chance to win tickets to go spend the 4th of July with the Diamondbacks. Text the word firework to 620-620. Listen for your name tomorrow. It's 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. Once again, Steve Butcher. You have 10 minutes to call. 602-260-9870. Good luck to you. And I hope we hear from you sometime in the next 10 minutes, because nothing better than spending the 4th of July at a baseball game watching some fireworks, especially with a roof that opens like that. Kellen Olson's in for Gambo today. Knee-jerk reaction when you saw the Rich Paul video yesterday for the first time. How did you react?
The NBA was not thrilled that it was released.
That was your first reaction?
Yes.
Was it?
We do not like our agents showing that they have that type of way to affect our league, where they can get an owner on the phone, general manager, whatever. They can get someone on the phone from another team that is running the draft room, in charge of the draft room, whatever, to insinuate we can get your guy to 10. We're going to work on getting our guy to 10. Do you like him at 10? All that kind of stuff. And what you can play what we are referencing right now, I believe, right?
I can play right here. This is a video that was out on social media yesterday. Rich Paul is on the phone with Suns owner Matt Ishbia. This is on the Homecoming Network, and he's speaking to Matt Ishbia about getting his client Malawach to number 10 so the Suns can get him.
If you guys keep 10, I'm going to mention the name and you tell me how much you like him. Come on, Malawach, if I can get him there.
A lot. That'd be my first choice.
Okay, done deal. That's all I need to hear.
Can you get there?
I'm going to try my best because you're our first choice. If he gets past Brooklyn, then yeah. But let me make those calls so I can let you do what you need to do.
All right, yeah, call me back when you hear.
I will. Okay. All right, thank you.
Now, to your point, obviously, Rich Paul wants something like this out there
to show that he can do that.
Shows his power, right? It's kind of a not so humble brag of, this is why you should hire me to be your agent. Watch what I can do. I'm going to get you where you want to go. I'm going to pull the strings and things like that. And apparently, the way the story goes, he basically talked Brooklyn out of taking him, right? He basically said, my guy doesn't want to go there. Don't bother. Don't waste your time. I'm presuming the conversation
This is
went
what
something
Suns
like
fans
that.
have been hoping to hear about for years with Tyrese Halliburton, but he told me that was not the case. But yes, this is a situation where oftentimes agents can get in a position like that where they can sort of finagle things and get their guy where they want to go. Now, I don't know if you want to start here, but the immediate thought for me was, did Clutch know at the time that the Suns were about to trade for Mark Williams? Because they looked at Phoenix and they're like, okay, organization that we would like our guy to develop in, long-term need, short-term need at center. He'll get to play with Devin Booker. He'll get to play with Jalen Green, all these other guys, whatever, fine. Did they want him to get there at the time, knowing that Mark Williams was going to be blocking him short and long-term? I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so.
So are you? I think I get what you're suggesting here. You're suggesting that had they known about the Mark Williams trade, maybe they wouldn't be in such a hot rush to get Malawach to the Suns in the first place.
Let's say if
because
the Mark Williams trade would have been made the day before, would Kaman Malawach be a member of the Phoenix Suns right now?
I don't know. I hadn't thought of it that way, because it does. I know, again, having been on vacation last week, I know that the 10th pick and the Mark Williams trade happened almost like rapid fire, right? It was like bang, bang, and within 30 seconds, it felt like the two things happened.
It was reported somewhere around like pick 8, I want to say, is when the trade was agreed upon. So the Suns took Malawach knowing they were trading for Mark Williams. And you can debate whether that was the right reason to do so or that was the correct thing to do or not. But I do wonder how much of Rich Paul's and his clients' affirmations for the Suns would have been felt the same way if Mark Williams was on the team. And is this like more? But the thing we're dancing around here and we haven't talked about yet, he was not talking to Brian Gregory on that phone.
And that's, I mean, I think that's the main takeaway from this. And I don't think we're dancing around it. I think we just kind of went off on a detour.
We found other things more interesting than the obvious thing.
As interesting. I mean, let's put it that way. It was certainly something I had failed to consider that it was also equally. And certainly Rich Paul's power was interesting, but not altogether surprising. The order and the kind of the what if scenario of it is a good point that you bring up. The idea that Matt Ishbia was the other name on the phone or was the other voice on the phone, that like there's a part of me that hears that and goes, oh boy, here we go. It's the Jerry Jones syndrome, everything we've come to fear about what this could be ever since you reported that internal memo of, you know, how it was going to be different and how there was going to be a new leadership model and he was going to take charge. All of it felt Jerry Jones-esque. Having him be on the phone with Rich Paul felt very Jerry Jones-esque. But at the same time, and I swear I'm not saying this to try to defend it or defend him, I do wonder in how many other NBA situations, who would Rich Paul be on the phone with? You know what I mean? Like I don't know the answer to this question. In Golden State, is it Kerr? Is it Lacob? Is it their GM? In Miami, I'm assuming it's Pat Riley, probably, and not Mickey Ayers. You know what I mean? Like I would love an organizational flow chart to show me that when Rich Paul wants to make a deal with a team, this is the person who he calls. And I want to know how many of those people are general managers, how many people are owners, and how many of those people are coaches. And then I'll kind of react with the proper amount of anger and indignance if Matt Ishbia is the only owner on that list.
And some agents are going to only be able to get on the phone with the assistant GM or the vice president of player programming, whatever Brian Gregory's title was last year. Rich Paul is going to get on the phone with the head decision maker. I think that's like, for me to like react to it properly, the guy that Rich Paul is going to be on the phone with is the guy that he needs to be on the phone with, the guy that is making the final call.
Yeah.
That's who he is going to be on the phone with. So he was on the phone. It would have shocked me if he was on the phone with Brian Gregory. It would have shocked me.
Yeah,
but him being on the phone with Ishbia, I'm like, yep, that makes sense. That's the guy that's going to make it happen.
Me too. And it does. Look, we all know he's more involved than your garden variety owner. Like that's not breaking news here. I guess the question to me is, and we'll probably never know the answer to this, at least maybe I'll never know the answer to this, is like, at what point do the decisions become small enough that it's not in Matt Ishbia's umbrella? You know what I mean? Like, clearly this one is. This one is a Matt Ishbia production. This is what we're going to do. This is at what point do we move down the depth chart before we reach a decision that is, for lack of a better word, below Matt Ishbia's pay grade? Are none of them? All of them? Some of them? And I don't know the answer to this, but I got to assume at some point there is a decision where he goes, yeah, I don't really need to make that decision. That can be up to you, Brian, or that can be up to somebody else. I'm not that, and I don't know where that line is, but it's clearly not this one.
No, and I think that this is what we knew we were getting into in these next couple of years. And what I mean by that is this is officially a Matt Ishbia production now. And again, we can argue semantics. Was it the last 2 or 3 years? Whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter. But the point is that letter, that memo getting out from here on out, his name is all over everything that's happening. So I expect for his name to be there.
Yeah. And if it works, great. And if it doesn't, well, we've watched Jerry Jones flounder about with the Dallas Cowboys for the last 30 years. And I tell you, Kellen, there's nothing more that scares me about this arrangement with this basketball team than that right there. Just, is it going to be too much? Is it going to be a little sandbox for him to play around in, and it's not going to be real serious? It's scary. I just don't like an owner being that involved. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, are the Diamondbacks wasting great performances? That's coming up next on Burns and Gambo.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, it's Vince Murata here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Sorry, just thrown off by another NBA bomb. I'll get to that momentarily. Diamondbacks hoping to get a taste of bad fish out of their mouths tonight. Host the division rival Giants. It's the first of 4 games. Pitching matchup's a good one, too. You got Ryan Nelson going for Arizona, and then Logan Webb will be on the mound for San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. All right, now back to what I was freaking out about a second ago. The latest in NBA free agency. Free agent center Clint Capella has agreed to a 3-year, $21.5 million deal with the Houston Rockets. So Capella going back to where his career started after some time in Atlanta. As far as other notable moves in NBA free agency, a massive trade between the Denver Nuggets and the Brooklyn Nets, where the Nuggets are acquiring Cam Johnson from Brooklyn in exchange for Michael Porter Jr. and a 2032 unprotected first-round pick. And I mentioned the Rockets. They are busy in free agency. They also adding Dorian Finney-Smith on a 4-year, $53 million deal. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
Well, we didn't get Steve Butcher to call, so caller number 10 at 602-260-9870. You're going to go spend 4th of July watching the Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Kansas City Royals. Caller number 10, 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. And once again, if you didn't hear your name today, you can still qualify. Text the word firework to 620-620. Listen for your name again tomorrow at 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and in the 4 o'clock hour. Caller number 10, 602-260-9870. Luke Cornett has agreed to a 4-year, $41 million deal with the San Antonio Spurs.
Like it.
That news just coming down. NBA free agency is underway. We'll probably, in the next segment, we'll get everybody kind of caught up on some of the moves that have come down so far. The big one has been the Denver Nuggets acquiring Cam Johnson in a trade with the Brooklyn Nets. Clint Capella has gone to the Houston Rockets as well. We'll kind of recap some of the moves that were made and what it means in the first day of NBA free agency. Again, not expecting the Phoenix Suns to do a whole lot. So we've got this habit when Kellen fills in, and I say a habit, it's really only happened a day, where I come in and
the yin and the yang of our friendship, if you will.
A little bit. I
the
say
yin and the yang.
I don't think of myself as like an overly positive person. I think I'm positive. I think I'm relatively optimistic, but not like annoyingly so. You know, I'm not like the kind of person who walks in, "Hi everybody, have a great," I'm not like that guy.
You would not be my friend if you were that person.
I didn't think so, but I do also think that I do have the ability to look at something and go, okay, well, the positive here is this, the positive here is that. And I came in and just innocently said something to Kellen like, well, I mean, the good news from yesterday, if you want to take it like this, the good news from the Diamondbacks loss yesterday, it was nice to see Eduardo Rodriguez pitch well. It's been nice to see Eduardo Rodriguez pitch well. The Diamondbacks have a lot of money invested in Eduardo Rodriguez. It would be nice for that investment to pay off. Now, I know nobody cares. I know we only care about the here and the now and the this season and getting swept by the Marlins. But then you countered, again in the yin and the yang, in the most Kellen Olson way possible, in which you pointed out that the Diamondbacks are wasting all kinds of resources so far on this season. And that's what Burns and Kellen do, apparently, when they get together.
Yeah, you look at this month and what they have been able to get in June specifically out of some of their best players. Ketel Marte is fully back. I know defensively he is not. He should not be a Gold Glove finalist at this point and should not be looked at as one of the better defensive second basemen in baseball like he was going into the season. He's had a very disappointing year there. With that being said, he's still one of the best baseball players on the planet. If he was qualified for the major league leaderboards right now because of the games that he has missed, he would be top 5 in OPS right now. In the month of June specifically, he has 9 homers and 24 RBIs. He's hitting .340, and his OPS right now sits at 1.090. Right next to him is Eugenio Suarez, who has 10 home runs this month, 26 RBIs. He's hitting .318. His OPS is above 1 as well. And you mentioned Erod, who was sort of, if we had to sit here and pinpoint like 3 X factors going into the season for the Diamondbacks, he would have been one of them. And for him to now get back on track, it feels like so much momentum should be building for them because they've got 2 guys not only putting together like all-star level Junes, but like Silver Slugger level Junes. Like, I don't know who the National League Player of the Month is going to be, but the Diamondbacks should have 2 finalists for that. And Erod has been fantastic in a way that they very much need, because Zach Gallen has not been good. Yep. Brandon Pfaadt has not been good, and someone else needs to join Merrill Kelly and Ryan Nelson. Hello, Eduardo Rodriguez. Welcome in. Take a seat. We needed you. And yet, all of this is happening, and they're a game under 500. Like, it feels like it's one of those situations where you can zoom out and say, this team really needs like something, like they really need Ketel Marte to get going. But it's happening.
It's happening.
And yet nothing is happening.
Especially in light of the Corbin Burns injury. The Diamondbacks really needed Eduardo Rodriguez to step up, and it's happening. It's now, is it going to stay? Is it going to, I have no idea, but it's happened. And it is kind of wasteful, and it is unfortunate, and it makes you think, and all I hear when we're talking about this in my own head is bullpen. Like it's literally like on a loop in my head. Like, no matter how great of a contribution you can be getting from Ketel Marte, unless you're scoring 10 runs a game, it doesn't matter, because it's never going to be enough. No matter what contributions you're getting from Eduardo Rodriguez, eventually, like, he threw 108 pitches yesterday. You don't think Torey Lovullo managed that game yesterday? Like, I am going to avoid bullpen outs at like the plague as much as I possibly can by leaving Erod out there as long as humanly possible before I have to remove him. It doesn't matter when you've got a bullpen that eventually is going to break on you. It's a Eugenio Suarez. He can have 45 home runs right now and have driven in 85. It's not going to matter if you have a bullpen that gets leaky when it can't. It's the one thing that can undo everything on a baseball team, because eventually you're going to have to use them. You can't get complete games every night. And it's when you've got a bad one, it really does. It ruins the whole thing.
And yet I would counter and say, with what we're talking about right now, going into the month, you're going to be like, okay, all these injuries, man, they really need to like find someone or have someone really step up. Like Juan Murillo has stepped up this month. He's been pretty darn good. They found Backus, and he's been pretty darn good so far. And yet it just has not mattered, because the whole complete picture is not coming together. And I don't think it will ever it never will come together, in my opinion, because again, I'm going to repeat it time after time. I've been saying this for 2 months. They are their own worst enemy. They cannot get out of their own way. And until they consistently win baseball games in a way where they are not doing that, they'll be there, because it just feels like, man, I miss boring 7-2 wins, you know? Where's a boring 7-2 win where no one screws anything up that we're talking about, and you have a couple nice days at the plate offensively, a solid pitching performance? Like, those are run of the mill. You're supposed to see 2 of those a week, and it feels like we get 2 of them a month right now.
It's weird. You had rattled off the numbers of some of the, and this, I didn't intend this to become a bullpen conversation, and yet here we are.
It always does with this baseball team. It's okay.
You had rattled off some of the individual numbers of some of the guys in the bullpen. You talked about Murillo. You talked about Ryan Thompson. You talked about Backus, and I think the other one you had talked about was Beeks before the blow up over the weekend. You know, there was a moment before I went on vacation last week where I almost said on the air, and I don't believe in jinxes. I'm not superstitious. I'm not a little stitious. I'm not stitious at all. There's zero stitious in me whatsoever. I have none. Where I thought about saying, you know, it feels like we've turned a little bit of a corner with the bullpen, and I didn't. I didn't say it. I didn't want to speak it. I didn't want the crap out there coming my way for having said something like that. But it felt as if about midway through the month that the Diamondbacks, if not had solved their bullpen issues, had at least temporarily been relieved of their bullpen issues, and were actually kind of mostly figured out a way to kind of get it done that involves scoring a lot of runs and kind of navigating their way through it. And this weekend just kind of had that feeling of sending you right back to zero when it comes to that. You know, like I kind of felt like they had sort of figured it out a little bit, only to learn they had figured out nothing.
And it's why when we look back on the season next year, 3 to 5 years down the line or whatever, I'm not just going to shrug and go like, oh man, the injuries, they just kept adding up. Because if you were saying, okay, Corbin Carroll's going to miss real time, what do you need to happen? You need Ketel Marte and Eugenio Suarez to carry you. Guess what? They have done that. If Corbin Burns out for the year, what do you need? You need someone else in that rotation besides Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly to step up. Ryan Nelson has, and now Eduardo Rodriguez has. All these injuries in the bullpen. You need to find these random guys that no other team could locate. You did it with Beeks and Miller, and you've hopefully done it now with Murillo and Backus as well. So they have found the individual solutions, but the entire
The way they fit
machine.
together has,
Yeah, and it's not like basketball where you can just like tell things don't fit together, but none of this like individual production or individual success allows for them to gel and be cohesive and keep the gears spinning, because it didn't matter yesterday, but like the defensive errors again yesterday, it's like some of the most reliable guys coming into the year, like Gino, Cattell. What's like when it's affecting Cattell and Gino and their defensive ability, you know it's something that goes beyond just what we're watching.
When we come back, Kellen's filling in for Gambo. A big chunk of moves have happened so far in NBA free agency. We'll react to some of the biggies that have come down in the last few minutes, the last couple of hours. That's next with Kel filling in for Gambo on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Where does your mind go first when I say, does an Arizona Cardinal reach the top 100?
Budda Baker, to me, you're not going to find a better football player than Budda Baker. It's impossible. There's been thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of guys that have actually played the game of football. And yet nobody plays it better than Budda because of how he plays. Trey McBride he is stepped on stage, has he not, as one of the finest tight ends in the football universe. So Trey McBride, where he's going to be, I don't know. But those are the first two guys that I think of.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Trying to sell your home? Did you know that there are 12 mistakes traditional agents make that cost home sellers thousands? And we've corrected them all at 72 Sold. Recent studies show that home sellers who use the 72 Sold program are achieving a median sale price 5.8% higher than sellers who sell the traditional way. Avoid the 12 mistakes. Get a better agent. Get a better price at 72sold.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, so Kellen is filling in for Gambo. When we first brought up this poll question, said, there's a chance by the time we swing back to it 4:45, it won't be valid anymore. I said, you know what? Lauren, living on the edge like she does, crazy risk taker, caution to the wind, said, you know what? Let's chance it and just see. So here we are, and the question is still valid.
And the crazy risk taker was right to risk it.
The crazy risk taker was right. You gambled it all, and you won, Lauren. Congratulations.
Thank you. That's the kind of energy I needed on this Monday.
So what is the poll question that is still valid?
The poll question that is still valid is who is more likely to be on the Phoenix Suns next season? Is it Bradley Beal or Chris Paul?
Bradley Beal.
Going Bradley Beal, I'm curious to see how much the percentages changed, if at all, because it was 51-49 last time we looked, right?
Yes, and it has shifted.
Dramatically?
No.
Oh.
It's 50-50.
Oh, wow. It's right down the middle.
Straight
Great poll
up
question,
50-50.
Lauren. There you go. That means you did something right. Out of the way.
Love the poll questions that are right down the middle that are evenly split like that. That's good. Yeah, I have a feeling the Chris Paul thing... I know what Chris Haynes said. I have a feeling that Kellen has kind of won me over with this idea that maybe the breakup wasn't that great. There is a path for Bradley Beal being on this roster next year. There is a path. And as untenable as that situation might be, I think that path is actually more likely than Chris Paul's path to be on this roster.
You ready for Kellen's obscure Phoenix Suns reference of the day?
Sure.
Do you remember the Markieff Morris press conference at Media Day with Jeff Hornacek looking on after it appeared he was leaving, he was traded and all that stuff, he was going to get traded, and then he came back and he was on the Phoenix Suns? Now I'm just fascinated at the thought of Brad being back next year and what Media Day would be like and what those talks would be like with him if we had that opportunity to speak with him. You don't remember? That's awesome that you don't remember. I wish I did remember.
I don't remember.
I wish I didn't remember.
Would that have been 2014?
Was that before or after
2015?
Went to a hair salon? It was before. It was before Ryan McDonough got fired a week and a half before the season started. It was before Earl Watson got fired 3 games into the season. Don't know when the GOAT pooped in McDonough's office, but guessing before too.
What a reprieve those first few years of Monty Williams were for me. It just feels like we've been plunged right back into the chaos. What a reprieve. What a reprieve. No, I don't remember that. But to your point, yes, I do wonder what the questions would be like for Bradley Beal if he is back. We'll talk about Bradley Beal and Chris Paul coming up.
Thanks, Lauren.
In the next way. Thank you, Lauren. Good job. Good poll question. 50-50 right down the middle. So free agency started today. It started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There have been some signings. Of course, none from the Suns. Kellen very wisely pointed out not to expect any for a couple of reasons. I mean, number one, obviously the Suns are still in the second apron. They can only do veteran minimum guys.
I don't think we've seen anyone sign for the minimum yet either. It's all been like 10, 7, 8, $15 million deals.
I believe I'm looking real quick at the list, and I think you're absolutely correct. So far, there hasn't been a minimum. I think like even Jake LaRavia signed a 2-year, $12 million deal with the Lakers.
Kevin Porter Jr., 2 years, 11. Bruce Brown signed a 1-year deal with Denver. I do wonder if that was for the minimum, but that's very obviously like he's going back to play with Nikola Jokic and get the best out of his game.
Joe Ingles, a 1-year, $3.6 million deal to return to the Timberwolves.
Okay, there's one.
Okay, I got one. I'm just looking at the ticker here for the Mitch.
There is one that just happened. Brooke Lopez, 2 years, $18 million to the Los Angeles Clippers. Sources tell ESPN.
Really?
The pause there, of course, Mitch, is that we're waiting to see who the starting center will be for the Los Angeles Lakers. We don't know yet. But if there's a takeaway here from the first 2 hours, Burnsy, it's that The West just keeps getting better. That's all we're seeing right now. A lot of good players moving west.
Yeah, I mean, the big mover and shaker today has been the Denver Nuggets, and we say that with a little bit of prejudice and a little bit of bias because they went out and got Cam Johnson in a deal with the Brooklyn Nets. They sent Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected, a 2032 first-round pick, I think, to Brooklyn in exchange, 2032, yes, in exchange for Cam Johnson. We obviously are big fans of Cameron Johnson around here. That certainly has made that team better, I think, given the stability that he brings. But to your point, there has been a lot of now. Some of this is maybe these players aren't as impactful as you think. But I'm just going to go through the list here, and you'll notice a trend. A lot of this is in the Western Conference. D'Angelo Russell, 2-year, $13 million deal with the Mavs. Ty Jerome, 3-year, $28 million deal with the Memphis Grizzlies. I thought he was actually going to get a little more than that. I wondered if he was going to
really
get a
like
little
that
more
one.
than that.
His value got cratered by his playoff performance and the lack of money out there, but I love that deal. That's a great price. For him.
Bruce Brown, 1-year deal with the Denver Nuggets. So in addition to getting Cam Johnson, they got Bruce Brown back after he spent last year with Toronto and New Orleans. Free agent center Luke Cornett, 4-year, $41 million deal with the San Antonio Spurs.
Sneaky good basketball player, very good rim protector. So you put an established good rim protector next to Wembanyama for about 20-25 minutes a game. Makes a lot of sense.
Clint Capella, 3-year, $21.5 million deal with the Houston Rockets, who also earlier in the day reached an agreement on a 4-year, $53 million contract with Dorian Finney-Smith. Take it for what it's worth. The reaction on social media has been that the Rockets are absolutely crushing the NBA's offseason with basically stealing Kevin Durant off of the Suns roster for as little as they gave up to get him, in addition to the signings they've made today. People are like putting out the depth chart for the Houston Rockets saying, this is a championship team. This is a team that can contend for an NBA championship just the way it's built right now with what they've done.
Yeah, Bill Simmons just tweeted the Rockets have 3 starting centers and the Celtics have Neemias Queta, might start drinking. So that's how some fan bases are looking at it, whether it's the Lakers or the Celtics looking at the Rockets. Like, how many teams would love to have Dorian Finney-Smith be their second or third best wing? He's not even the third or the fourth best wing on the Rockets right now. Like, they just gave Jabari Smith Jr. $120 million. Tari Eason's there. Amen Thompson is there. Kevin Durant is there. And yet Houston's looking at this as their window to go right now. Like, I don't really think they needed Clint Capella at all. They've got Alperen Şengün and they've got Steven Adams already, but they add Capella for even more insurance as well. They are going to something that you and Gambo talked about a lot over the last 2 to 3 months of the regular season was the concept of big threes dying and depth being king. This is Houston responding to that. Like, they're 9, 8, 9, 10 deep already. They want to go 10 to 12 deep right now.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connor tweeted out something very, very similar. Şengün is a skilled scoring big. Steven Adams is a bruising, rebounding big. Clint Capella is a vertical, athletic big. How do you want to play? Like, whatever style, they can kind of match it and they can do what they want to do. So, I mean, in terms of Eastern Conference teams, I'm not seeing a lot, right? Like, I'm not seeing, unless I'm missing, Karis LeVert with the Pistons, 2 years, $29 million. The interesting thing about Brook Lopez going to the Clippers and not the Lakers, there was that pseudo weird passive aggressive comment from Rich Paul about LeBron James. Got his option picked up, right? We're watching you. We're watching you. Like, I feel like Robert De Niro from Meet the Parents. I am watching you. I am watching you.
Talking about leverage with the Suns, that's an attempt from the Lakers to reestablish leverage. You can't have leverage when you decline that offer because it's like, who's going to pay you, Brooklyn? Like, you don't have free agency anymore. He's trying to create his own like pseudo free agency as like a player that could like establishing some sort of leverage for his client. Very strange.
Yeah, I thought it was strange too, and it was. I don't know if Brook Lopez going to the Clippers is with the expectation that he was going to go to the Lakers. Is that the kind of thing that LeBron looks at and gives him reason to not want to be there, or like whatever Rich Paul was trying to do with those words that he said.
Good luck scoring at the basket in that building next year at the Intuit, Intuit Dome. Am I remembering it correctly? Sorry, it's been a couple of weeks here to say the least. But you look at Brook Lopez and Ivica Zubac at the rim. Good luck scoring on the interior against the Clippers next year.
By the way, congratulations to Chris Rudnick. He's the new qualifier for the 4th of July tickets to go see the Diamondbacks. Again, text the word firework to 620-620 if you want to register. When we come back, we'll go back to the poll question because we're going to dive into it a little bit deeper. Is it more likely that Chris Paul or Bradley Beal is going to be on this roster next year? We'll discuss and debate next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, and Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. The late, great Al McCoy first told me about Sanderson Ford. I've been shopping there ever since. My good friend Luis Gonzalez, Gonzo, also shops at Sanderson Ford. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, they've got a great selection with about 700 vehicles on the lot right now. You'll always find what you're looking for at Sanderson Ford. Whether you want an Edge, a Bronco Sport, or how about the best-selling truck in America, the F-150, Sanderson Ford is going to have what you're looking for. You can go online at sandersonford.com and comb through the inventory and see what you like, or just head on down to Sanderson Ford. Again, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varelvis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are hoping to get the taste of bad fish out of their mouths tonight. They host the division rival Giants. It's the first of a 4-game series. Pitching matchup is said to be a good one. Ryan Nelson is going to be on the mound for Arizona. Opposite him will be Logan Webb for San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency has begun. As far as the Suns are concerned, they've been quiet so far, but they have reportedly brought back a couple of their own. Colin Gillespie is back on a 1-year deal, and Nick Richards had the final year of his contract guaranteed, so he will be back as well. Cody Martin, however, will not have his salary guaranteed, and he is set to become an unrestricted free agent. And as far as notable moves league-wide, the Denver Nuggets, probably the loudest of the bunch, I would say, and no bias there, are acquiring Cam Johnson from the Brooklyn Nets in exchange for Michael Porter Jr. and a 2032 unprotected first-round pick. Meanwhile, the Houston Rockets are shoring up their team, adding Dorian Finney-Smith and Clint Capella so far in free agency. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday, a recap of the early movement in free agency in the NBA. And can the Diamondbacks get it together against the Giants? We'll explore starting at 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He wants to play at least another year. Sources have relayed to me that the Clippers are an option and the Phoenix Suns are options. So both of those stops he played at before. He led the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals. He had a great run with the Clippers and, his pairing with Blake Griffin over there. So those are the two teams that I'm hearing as of right now that have a legitimate shot of signing Chris Paul.
All right, that's Chris Haynes. Obviously, he was on NBA TV today on the first day of free agency. Kind of a two-part conversation, and it really plays right off of the poll question that Lauren has put out there. And the poll question, which is a 50-50 deal right now, who is more likely to be on the Suns next year, Bradley Beal or Chris Paul? Kellen's filling in for Gambo today. We've both answered the question, Bradley Beal. We think it's more likely that it's him. Kellen, well, and I don't want to step on your toes. You bring up the good point that you brought up about Chris earlier in the show. I think, to me, the big thing that we stumbled on late the first time we talked about this is if we're going to talk about Chris Paul coming back to the Phoenix Suns, as unlikely as it might be, and I'll let you explain to everybody why that might be the case. While there is a part of me that would like to nostalgically remember what it was like to have Chris Paul and Devin Booker in the backcourt and the things that they were able to achieve and how I think the best version of Devin Booker was unlocked with Chris Paul next to him. You brought up a really good point about this. We need to get out of that habit and we need to get away from that crutch. And it's probably time for Devin Booker to not, need a Chris Paul next to him or not have a Kevin Durant next to him, for him to just be him, and how Chris Paul coming back maybe wouldn't stunt that necessarily, but we certainly would be deprived of seeing that version of Book where there's that guy next to him that maybe he's deferring to. Maybe it's time for that to end, and it's a good reason for Chris to not be here.
I think it is, because you need to figure out sort of what you have in that regard. And what I mean by that is there are going to be extremely difficult decisions coming with Devin Booker. A lot of people believe that difficult decision is here and they should make it and they should trade him right now. I don't think we're there yet. I think you've got another year or two that you're going to be afforded. Now, if you and I are doing a show here in whenever I'm back, I think 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, and they have not agreed to that 2-year extension with Devin Booker yet, whether it hasn't been offered or he hasn't accepted it or whatever the holdup would be, my answer would be a little bit different to this question. But it's time for you to really figure that part of it out and see what that era of basketball looks like, if he is capable in that position of just leading this team and leading them overall. I'll have a column going up whenever all this is done, whenever he signs his extension, whenever Brad's gone, just about how this is for the first time in his career, everything is going to be on him now. This is no longer learning from the veterans. This is no longer some veterans coming in to help him ease the load. This is no longer the past iteration with Kevin Durant or anyone else. This will be him and a handful of young guys, a few key vets, but it'll be him and really his team. For the first time, it'll really just be his team. Like we had the debates for years. Is this Chris Paul or Devin Booker's team? If Chris Paul came back, that would be a different conversation,
yes,
for sure. But it would still be like, well, Chris's leadership, and he's probably the guy leading everyone. And I feel like that would muddle the process a little bit. Again, like if you offered me Chris Paul in the minimum to the Suns right now, I would take it in a heartbeat. But I don't think that it's as easy of an answer as everyone would make it out to be.
I make no mistake. I'm very. I find Chris Paul coming back to the Suns on a veterans minimum a very appealing thing. Part of it is, like I mentioned, nostalgia. Part of it is because I think it does unlock the best version of Devin Booker. I mean, there's part of it that just makes they need a point guard, and there's part of it, honestly, that I know his numbers. If you look at his 3-point numbers and his overall numbers last year, obviously he's in decline. He's an older player. He played all 82 games last year. That was always the knock on Chris, right? He played, 59 games his last season with the Suns, if memory serves. The knock on him was just his ability to – now, I'm not saying he's fixed that or that he's solved that, but Chris Paul for 82 games, you have a hard time convincing me that doesn't make you a better basketball team on every single level. I just, one, I don't know if he can get more than the veterans. Number two, is it that important for him to stay close to home? You pointed it out earlier. San Antonio didn't seem that close to home. That was a great opportunity. So, the playing close to home thing for Chris, if that were a thing, it seems to me he would have been closer than San Antonio last year. So maybe it's not as much of a thing as we make it out to be.
Yeah, and the possibilities for Brad that we've discussed at length make this a difficult conversation to have because there really isn't any other good option. I think the one that we keep theorizing about and wondering about is if there's something to a Milwaukee trade and if there is that last potential option the Suns can find. And what I mean by that is they try and go through other trades, can't happen. They try and go through the wave and stretch. They don't really see the long-term benefits to it. They'd rather avoid that as well. Is this just going to Milwaukee and offering them the Dame trade and saying, here is a player that you can actually use next year while Giannis wants to win, and we'll take on Dame for a year. He'll be hurt for a year. We understand that, but we'll take the benefits of having him for the season after that, but more so having the benefits of just getting Brad out of here and sort of just moving on. I wonder if that possibility is still floating in the air, but there's a but at the end. How do you get under the second apron now? And that's like the other facet of this. And that's been the story of Brad's tenure has been there's always, Burnsy, like some other but or the no trade clause. Can you fit a salary in there? Jimmy Butler, would he sign there? Like, it's just, there's always been these extra layers. It's never been as simple as you would think.
No, and that's quite honestly, when the Suns took Bradley Beal on, they had to be aware that these difficulties were coming with them. I mean, he was only two players in the NBA have a no trade clause. He's one, but it's not just the no trade clause too. You know, it goes beyond that. Brad holds a ton of cards in this, you know, between the no trade clause and his ability to say, no, I don't want to go there. A contract that very few teams are going to want to take on. His ability to say, no, I'm not going to take less than what I'm owed in a buyout gives him control over that situation too. You know, the benefit of buying him out is that he has to take less than that so you can actually make this work in wave and stretch. But he controls that process too. And it just makes me worry that between all the different ways he has to say no to getting moved, either through a buyout or through a trade, that you have to at least start considering the idea of what if he's back? What if he's back because he says no to a trade? What if he's back because he says no to a buyout? And then if he's back, how do you make that work? Because I think him being back and him being on your roster every single day, you simply cannot have. It can't. That cannot exist for the Phoenix. Having him back and sending him home, it would suck. But I think having him back, but having him in the room on the roster with Jalen Green already here, I just don't think you can. I think that is the most impossible of all the situations for the Suns to have to navigate. I just don't know how that would work.
Wanted to bring up, I think, the biggest signing of the day so far. It's a name that Suns fans are somewhat familiar with. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who was a free agent expected to get away from Minnesota, especially after that big deal that they offered to Naz Reid. He's signing a 4-year, $62 million deal with the Atlanta Hawks, who are suddenly looking less and less like a sleeper in the East and more like a legitimate contender. They have made a few moves this offseason where they went from like Jalen Johnson's fully healthy, we've got Trey back, but Atlanta with the Porzingis trade, with this trade, has suddenly got a very capable roster in a wide open Eastern Conference. It makes Minnesota worse, although your producer would argue that it does not, because Nickeil Alexander-Walker comes out. Terrence Shannon Jr. of the ILL
INI
comes in as well. And Jalen Clark out of UCLA. They'll get some more younger guys in there for sure. I think it does make Minnesota worse, but that's just one that raises the radar goes off a little bit.
I like Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Because you and I are big fans of him. And Atlanta, all of a sudden, again, I think that's the right way to characterize it. Goes from like, okay, are they a bit of a sleeper in the East to like, wait, are they just one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the East right now with everything going on over there with the injuries?
Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations. Please head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Are the Diamondbacks for sure sellers at the deadline after what happened yesterday against the Marlins? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and a swing and miss. Herrera strikes out. The ball game is over, and the Marlins sweep the Diamondbacks in large part of a 5-run top of the 8th inning, in which the D-backs surrendered 4 walks in the frame, and all 4 walks came home to score.
Swept by the Marlins, no bueno. Now the Giants come to Chase Field for a crucial 4-game division series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here to tell you about Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. 4th of July weekend coming up. Great deals right around the corner, but it's always that service department that I love telling you about because I don't like getting my car serviced. I'll be honest with you. I think it's, I don't want to say it's not a waste of time. It's a necessary waste of time, but it always feels like something I just don't feel like doing. Well, at Liberty GMC, they've added a late night shift to their service department, which means you drop your car off by 8 o'clock at night. It is done for you the next day. You'll never know it's gone. You'll never miss it. It's about as easy as it gets, which is great news for me because, like I say, it's just the whole idea of getting my car serviced. It's necessary, but it also feels like a giant waste of time. You won't waste your time at Liberty GMC. They know you're busy. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What crazy moves could go down in the early portion of NBA free agency? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Kellen Olson's in for Gambo today on this Monday, coming off a 3-game sweep by the Diamondbacks at the hands of the Miami Marlins. One that has put everybody in a foul mood about the baseball team, given that they went 4-5 during that 9-game stretch in which we were thinking they'd go 6-3, 7-2, put themselves right back in the race. Instead, we wake up today, they're 5 games out of the last wild card spot in the National League with a bunch of teams in front of them, and you had a bunch of people, Gambo included, by the way. I saw him on Twitter yesterday, who said it's time. They're sellers. They're going to be sellers. And while I haven't heard, at least I don't think Kellen has declared one way or another, or declared whether it's too early to declare or anything
They're
like
sellers.
that. They're sellers?
Yep.
You're declaring?
Yep, declaring.
Okay.
I don't know if it's because I was there, but when Ohtani hit that home run in that game, what was that, like 8 weeks ago at this point? You remember when Ohtani hit that home run? I was there covering the game, doing pre and
I do
post.
remember that now.
That
yeah.
was my, okay, this is just
not going to work.
This is cooked.
Well, look, there have been times, and you and I have talked about this a lot with the Suns over the last couple of years, where there are these moments, and shockingly, a lot of them have come in December, where you just go, oh, yeah, no, they're not a good basketball team at all, right? Like, it happened early in the season with the Suns the last few years. And with the Diamondbacks, I guess, look, I saw the video. We were talking about this earlier, and I've seen the video on social media about me talking about it. I trust me, I understand they're very likely headed down the path of being sellers. My whole point was, and I probably didn't make it very well, my whole point is that until the best deals start to come in for the players that you're going to sell, and since those best deals probably are going to come a little bit closer to the actual deadline, which is still a month away, you might as well wait a few more weeks just to make sure you don't have anything left, especially when you're playing 8 games out of the next 11 against the San Diego Padres and San Francisco Giants. I don't know if there's a bunch of offers coming in on your guys yet. There will, but until that moment comes, is there a reason to say, yes, we're sellers, yes, we're going to be buyers? I just don't know if there's a reason for that.
Yeah, the idea of someone jumping the line and looking at what Gino's done and just offering far and above what Hazen would believe would be the best deal he would get, even if he waited, and just taking it right now while it's available, like, that's not a realistic scenario that's really going to happen. What I wanted to bounce off you was, we talk about the Diamondbacks being sellers. What does that actually mean to you? Not in terms of who they are selling, but what are they acquiring? Like, do you want to see a potential preference towards prospects that are more ready now? Are you ready to take extreme value and just take the guys who are longer end? Like, is there some form of, like, I think the thing that I keep thinking about is when you traded Jazz for Zach Gallen, and you traded for Zach Gallen knowing like he was going to be in your rotation pretty quickly. Are there deals like that you want to see? Is there a specific position you want to see them target in the long-term future of the organization? What do you want to see?
I want to see, I certainly want to see starting pitching coming back. I mean, younger, controllable starting pitching. I want to see that come back. Certainly, to say bullpen help, yeah, as long as it's long-term bullpen help that's kind of controllable. You know, again, I'm going to keep using the word controllable. I want, if you're going to sell, and you're going to, whether it's Suarez or Naylor or Gallen or Merrill Kelly or Shelby Miller or anybody else, I'd I'd like what I don't want to see. I'll start there. What I don't want to see are a bunch of AA prospects that really have taken the window and set it back 2 years. You know, I actually want a window because I believe with Corbin Carroll going to be here a while, Ketel Marte going to be here a while, I believe you can keep this window of pseudo contention open as long as you don't reset everything back to where your best players are in AA. I want your best players to be in AAA or knocking on the door of being the majors, because then I think you can keep this going. Is that the answer you were looking for?
Do you think that it is, I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase this. Do you think that it is feasible for the Diamondbacks to turn and burn this deadline? We get a Hazen masterclass, let's say.
Okay.
And you wind up with a starting pitching rotation that you feel confident in going into next year. Corbin Burns, out. Zach Gallen, I don't know. Maybe you trade him, maybe you don't. Free agency, whatever. Merrill Kelly, same thing. I don't know. Fott, Nelson, Erod. You got Jober, you got Mena. I think that's where my question sort of lies. Is like, is there a way for Hazen to grab controllable starting pitching for the next couple of years in these types of deals, but guys that could be in your rotation next year as well, because you still want to try and win next year? Or are you doing some sort of like lateral move in some ways where you trade Gino for a controllable starting pitcher who's been in the majors a couple of years already, but has like 3 or 4 years left on their deal, who's just kind of blah, but he can, for lack of a better phrase, be an innings eater.
Fill a spot until you get some guys back.
Next year.
I mean, first of all, I will say this, and I've advocated this for a few weeks now. Trade Merrill Kelly, re-sign Merrill Kelly. I mean, on that, I am 100% on board with that. Trade him, get an asset for him, and sign him back when he's a free agent in a couple of months. So for me, in my crazy mind, I've already got Merrill Kelly penciled back into my rotation next year. Am I wrong to do that?
I don't think you're wrong for that per se. I think that it's just hopeful. It's asking for a lot out of me.
But if there's one thing you've learned about filling in with me today,
Arizona sports.
Said I'm
breaking
hopeful.
news.
Is that you love that sound?
All right, I have no idea what's coming next.
Does this mean Kellen's right?
Yeah, we played it once today.
All right.
Can you sound a little bit more excited instead of like,
hey, does this mean that Kellen's right
Kellen,
again?
You're right. All right. And with that, Shams Charania is reporting that free agent guard Tyus Jones has agreed to a 1-year, $7 million deal with the Orlando Magic.
It's where I think it was Bobby Marks had suggested that he go in a story that I had read this morning. I will never think of Tyus Jones and not think about how I thought he was the missing piece when they got him. Like, I'll just, Gambo brings it up all the time about that day we were at Cardinals training camp when he told me that he thought they were going to get Tyus Jones, and I was so excited because I'm like, man, I cannot believe their good fortune that Tyus Jones just fell into their lap like this. They are so going to the Western Conference Finals with him as their point guard, and just kind of chalk him up to yet another thing that we were anticipating and so exciting about that ultimately let us down.
Perfect fit for him to go to Orlando, where he'll play 15 to 18 minutes a game. They need more ball handlers. They need more trustworthy guys running offense. That's where Desmond Bane comes in. But he'll just kind of get everything in place for them and help an Orlando team where, again, like we're looking at right now, if you had to like make a pick on who's going to make the Eastern Conference Finals, like two very reasonable answers right now are the Orlando Magic and the Atlanta Hawks. What's going on?
Yeah. To answer your question about buying and selling, I want as many of the maybe I should have said this at the outset. I want as many of the deals as possible to mimic Jazz Chisholm for Zach Gallen.
Right.
As many as you can swing that use that as sort of the foundation for how it's going to work. That's what I want. Because I think that's the deal that buys you a little bit of time to get Corbin Burns back and still be relevant in this window of contention with Ketel and Corbin. I'm not saying that means they're going to win a National League wildcard spot next year or anything like that. But to me, a Mike Hazen masterclass, if they do sell, involves Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, all getting dealt in deals that bring back players like Zach Gallen was brought back when they traded Jazz. A player who is right there on the verge of being a Major League Baseball player that you can control for years to come. That is the goal.
And if there's anyone in the Valley we trust to navigate that tight window, Mike Hazen.
It's Mike Hazen. Yeah, it's going to be, but he does have an enormous amount of power in this market if they decide to go there, when they decide to go there. He does have a tremendous amount of power to be able to dictate how that process goes. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, after I remind you, because it is hot out there, when the temperature exceeds 100 in the Valley, 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text the word water to 620-620. Help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. What is the plan for the Phoenix Suns now that the NBA draft is over? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Reported that the Suns are not focused on Chris Paul as a top target heading into free agency.
Knowing Chris Paul a little bit, I don't think that interest would have been mutual even if the Suns wanted him. He was not happy with the owner when he got traded. And Chris Paul doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to come back to a place a second time if the first time didn't end well. It's a shame because Chris Paul brings a lot to the table if he's healthy. And, of course, he stayed healthy for all of last
season.
Especially
on a young team like the Suns will be next year, that's like a perfect veteran to sort of like get things moving in the right direction.
Especially with these young bigs.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Homeowners, listen up. If you need a new roof, I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company. Not a big business, but the second largest roofer in Arizona, third-generation roofers from grandfather to father to son. Right now, JLC Roofing is offering our listeners a $1,500 full replacement discount. If you need a new roof, now's the time to get one from JLC Roofing and save $1,500. Now, they do it all. Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing. They'll help you pick out the perfect underlayment, and they even offer free estimates. For some of you out there, you may just need a repair, not a new roof. That's why the free estimates come in handy. Maybe you'll only spend hundreds instead of thousands by having them identify what could be wrong with your roof. Give them a call at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go online for more information at jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better, and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks are hoping to get the taste of bad fish out of their mouths tonight. They host the division rival Giants for the first of 4 games. Pitching matchup's a good one, too. You got Ryan Nelson going for Arizona and Logan Webb on the opposite side for San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency has begun. The Suns have been quiet so far, but they're reportedly bringing back a couple of their own. Colin Gillespie is set to be back on a 1-year deal, and Nick Richards is to have his final year guaranteed, and he will be back as well. Cody Martin, however, will not have his salary guaranteed and will now become an unrestricted free agent. As far as notable moves league-wide, the Denver Nuggets are acquiring Cam Johnson from the Brooklyn Nets in exchange for Michael Porter Jr. and a 2032 unprotected first-round pick, while the Houston Rockets are adding Dorian Finney-Smith on a 4-year, $53 million deal. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. You got Diamondbacks baseball on tonight, the first 4 against the San Francisco Giants. That game starts at 6:40 this evening. There is baseball going on all around the bigs right now, including Philadelphia beating the San Diego Padres right now by a score of 4-0. I swear I'm not scoreboard watching with the wild card race. My eyes are just going to that. But Pittsburgh is beating St. Louis. Boston is beating Cincinnati. Just for what it's worth. Put that, in the back of your mind. D-backs Giants tonight, 6:40. No Mercury basketball tonight, so locally, that is what we're going to be watching. Kellen has been filling in for Gambo today. We'll have D-backs on deck. We'll preview the D-backs game against the Giants coming up. We had a conversation earlier about all the things that I missed when I was gone last week on vacation, and it was a lot, obviously, with the Durant trade and with the NBA draft and with the Suns moving all around the board, with the Mark Williams deal, which became official today. They officially announced that. What if anything, do you think we learned about the plan for the Phoenix Suns during the past week? What is the plan for the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah, I think that it's difficult we know what they have to get done, right? Like, we know the type of deals that they have to get done, and we know that the shape that their roster sort of has to take.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
I saw you two whispering at each other when I was talking. Was that what the whispering was about?
It was collusion.
Was it you were colluding against me?
And by that I just mean Kellen gave me a heads up that there was a Sun signing.
What is the breaking news?
We're getting Nigel Hayes Davis.
Former Big Ten friend.
From Wisconsin, famous for his clip in the postseason when he leans over and says that reporter's really cute, and then realizes the mic picked it up, and then he's really embarrassed and everybody starts laughing.
So Nigel Hayes-Davis played in Fenerbahce. He was one of the better players. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say, Lauren, in all of college basketball when he was at Wisconsin. Got a crack in the NBA, didn't really work out. Went overseas and has been balling. He was a 2025 EuroLeague champion, the finals MVP of that tournament, and a Turkish Cup champion and MVP as well. Has achieved a whole lot overseas. You're looking at a 4, you're looking at a 5. Like, you're hoping that he can kind of become another version of what Gershon Yabusele became in the league over the last year. You'll remember in the Olympics. If I'm remembering correctly, Nigel Hayes-Davis was one of the 3 or 4 guys on the Olympic roster for Team USA a summer ago, where he was one of those extra 2 to 3 to 4 like loose bodies that was basically there to practice with everyone.
He was one of those guys?
He was one of those guys, I believe, that played in there as well, but finds his way back to the Suns, and he is, I would assume, and I hate that I'm breaking the fourth wall here, everyone, but haven't caught much Fenerbahce hoop this year.
What?
So I don't really
Kellen,
know.
The level of disappointment I have in you right now is profound.
Stand up. Honesty is here.
Profound that you have not watched a lot of Fenerbahce basketball.
What prevented Nigel Hayes from being a pro, and this is where Lauren has to chime in here because she knows more about him than I do, is more of a tweener, right? Like, he was your classic, like, Tyler Hansborough, dominant power forward in the collegiate level. But what was his, like, pro ceiling? We didn't really know. And Lauren, we would assume by this news, with how many centers the Suns have, that there's some perimeter aspects to his game, right?
I would say his college game was similar to Oso in terms of they played the 5 for their team, but they weren't a 5. So then when they got to the NBA, they had to transition over to be a 4 to really thrive. He has a great shot. He was an elite scorer at Wisconsin. Pass him the ball, and he was able to make it work. So I imagine he'll be more that 4 role for the Suns.
Just to keep this nice and simple for me. All right, I'm just going to ask you two this. I'm going to sound like the old man in the room for a second. Should I be happy about this or not? I'm being dead serious. Should I be happy about this or not?
I think that you should be shrugging.
Yeah, I agree. It's like very fine.
It's fine.
This is all like
honestly, what I will remember the most about Nigel Hayes-Davis is when I told Lauren while you were going, Big Ten reunion, Suns, and of all the Big Ten names you had in your head that were coming to Phoenix,
no,
this would have been not even in the first 500.
Okay,
that she would have guessed.
Because honestly, to God, this is where I'm happy. The 3 of us are having this conversation. Because my extent of knowledge about Nigel, it's so thin that I just break it down for me really simply. I'm shrugging about this, right? I'm shrugging.
You're shrugging a bit. So Nigel Hayes-Davis, he played at Wisconsin from 2013 to 2017. He went on to be undrafted. He spent some time with the Westchester Knicks in the G League. Had a stint with the Lakers, had a stint with the Raptors, had a stint with the Kings, and then that is when he went overseas and really started to build himself up. He started at Galatasaray, which is in the similar Turkish league, back in 2018, and then he goes to a couple of different organizations, including Barcelona, which is one of the best international EuroLeague teams out there, before spending the last 3 seasons with Fenerbahce. This past season, he averaged 15 points per game. He was shooting 46 from the field, and to Lauren's and I's assumption that the perimeter game has improved, nearly 5 threes a game, and he shot 38% from the field. And to her point on how excellent of a shooter he is, he shot 88% from the foul line. So there has been a perimeter portion of his game unlocked. Just looking at the statistical profile here and getting what we're assuming, I would go as more of a shrug and pivot from my shrug to a sure.
He's like, you'll maybe see him like 5 minutes a week.
We went from a shrug to a sure. Okay,
but
so
the success rate for grabbing the awesome at the international level after failing in the NBA and then coming back to the NBA is very low. These guys rarely work out, and they're thriving.
When they're here, they go international, and when they come back, it doesn't usually work out very well.
Guys who came to the NBA initially, did not work out, went overseas, saw a ton of success, and then they come back to the league, a new player, new dynamic of their game. It rarely works out, but I mentioned Gershon Yabusele because he was a first-round pick by the Celtics.
Yeah.
And then he
was huge last year in the Olympics. I loved watching that guy play.
He did not work out, goes overseas, and you see him in the Olympics, you're like, hey, Gershon,
That dude
good to
can
see
play.
you, pal.
Yeah.
He could play, went to Philly, gave them some good minutes. He's a free agent right now as well, so they're looking for their version of that as well. But you want to talk about not athleticism so much here, but size. Like Nigel Hayes is like a big dude. And he is going to be able to play some true four for you. I don't know about his ability to slide the feet, defend on the perimeter. Again, not watching much Turkish League this year. Hand up, accountability and all of that. But you add Rasheer Fleming, you add him, you add Mark Williams, you add Kamal Malawach. You're adding a lot of different like skills on the perimeter with size there as well. You have size on the interior, but even when these guys go on the exterior, assuming Malawach is going to shoot threes relatively soon, Fleming and then Hayes as well. Dynamics they really haven't
had. No, they
don't go 2K debates Diop to Watanabe on this, but sure.
From a shrug. So again, I guess I'll ask the question again, framing it up with this new news now.
Not a Wisconsin guy who I particularly loathe like Sam Decker or Frank Kaminsky, to be clear, by the way.
Fair to point out.
Gambo brought up Sam Decker last week, and then she texted me Sam Decker with a heart, knowing exactly the type of response it was. And I was like, you know what, Lauren? It's fine. You've earned that shot.
Was he on those Wisconsin teams?
Is he kidding? I don't know if he's kidding. You'll remember Arizona's back-to-back trips to the
I knew exactly what I meant when I was asking the question.
Sam Decker turned into Larry freaking Bird, and then he used all of his basketball talent in one moment to never succeed in basketball ever again.
Sam Decker, I knew, was on those teams that tortured you.
Nigel Hayes was not.
That's what I was asking. I wasn't asking.
Sam Decker went on to marry Kevin Harlan's daughter in real life, so that is a win.
He did, didn't he?
I'll buy that.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
No,
he still sucks. And
I knew Kaminsky was on those
comes
teams. I knew Decker was on those teams. I was asking about Nigel and whether he was on those teams.
He was the next iteration of Wisconsin basketball.
So you should have nothing personal.
He was a baby on those teams. He wasn't like a supremely effective player that he sort of went on to be like a third-team All-Big Ten performer in 2015, 2017, first-team All-Big Ten in 2016 as well. So there you have it.
Wow.
We got the Suns breaking
Suns
news.
have themselves a power
The move everyone expected. The Valley was waiting with bated breath to see if Nigel Hayes Davis, all three names, would come to the Suns.
There it is. When we come back on the Burns and Cambo show, we'll preview today's D-backs game against the San Francisco Giants. That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If this was Bradley Beal was playing the way that he was, contributing at the level that he was when he was available, and he's getting paid 25 or 30 a year, 50 a year,
I know,
for what they've gotten has been an absolute albatross for this team.
It would be so weird coming back as a player, playing for an organization that doesn't want you. They would be willing to actually eat your salary. Millions and millions and millions. And what would that be like inside that locker room if Bradley Beal did come back and was playing for the Phoenix Suns?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Recent studies just showed that 72 Sold certified agents are chosen by Phoenix area home sellers just like you 4 times more often than agents who sell homes the traditional way. Why? It's no wonder 5.8%. 72 Sold certified agents are selling homes at a 5.8% higher median price than agents who sell homes the traditional way. A better agent, a better price at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the GMC Sierra 1500 is a fan favorite. Why is now the time to buy?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, tech-packed, and ready for any job. And right now, summer savings means some of our best deals yet.
Like $12,500 off for 4.9% financing for 84 months?
Exactly. Kick off summer with a serious truck and a serious deal.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Back to the division for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Still at home, taking on the San Francisco Giants tonight for the first of 4 from Chase Field between the D-backs and San Francisco. As you'll hear it right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Diamondbacks on deck. Kel and I preview tonight's game, get you ready for it, because we'll turn things over to the Diamondbacks Baseball Network here in just a couple of moments. Today's pitching matchup for the opener of this 4-game series is brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, right-hander Ryan Nelson gets the start. The righty is 4-2 with a 3.71 ERA. For the San Francisco Giants, right-handed pitcher Logan Webb gets the assignment tonight, 7-5 with a sterling 2.52 ERA.
Ryan Nelson in his last 3 outings, Dave Burns, 15 2/3 innings, 2 earned runs. That's it. Both of them off a solo home run. That is all that he is allowed. Now, his last 2 outings as well against the White Sox and the Blue Jays, to be clear, but he allowed a combined 2 hits and 5 walks. That's it. He allowed 6 hits against the San Diego Padres 3 outings ago, but was able to really limit the damage there rather effectively. He has been a real bright spot this year when they have direly sort of needed one to come up in this rotation as well. The mainstay that is Merrill Kelly has been there for him as well, but Ryan has just been superb this year, and I think that in a way where you look at how last year happened and just how unorthodox it was for him to come into the role that he had and how he was performing compared to everyone else. I didn't really know what to expect from him this year at all. Anything could have been possible to me, but I'm so confident in him as a starting pitcher long term for the Diamondbacks, because how on earth is he pitching this well after how his role started at the beginning of the year? I have no idea.
All the different things he's been asked to do, and yet I can't help but look at Ryan Nelson sometimes and wonder how different the bullpen might look if the Diamondbacks were in the position of luxury to be able to assign him full time to the bullpen and have him be an arm down there. I'm not saying that one way's better or another. I just know with how bad everything's been down there and they don't have that luxury because of the Corbin Burns injury and everything that's happened with the rotation, the Jordan Montgomery injury. There is still a part of me that wonders how that bullpen would look if Ryan Nelson were a high leverage arm down there. That being said, he has been terrific. And while you can't take out one start and look at the numbers and say that the one start he had against Cincinnati would appear to be the outlier. And if I remember right, he was under the weather in that start. He gave up 7 earned runs in 3 innings against the Reds that afternoon. Just about every other start he's made for the Diamondbacks has been a very, very good one. So there is a level of confidence you feel with him. With Logan Webb, he's been fantastic. 2.52 ERA has been great. Always kind of a ground ball pitcher. The strikeout rate has really jumped on him this year in a good way for him. He's been dominant. He's been great. The reason the record is only 7-5 is one of run support. The fact the Giants offense hasn't been great. They play a lot of close games. That might be a key to the game coming up a little later on. Logan Webb has just on his own been outstanding so far for San Francisco this year. He's been kind of, for lack of a better word, buried in San Francisco, because you look at his numbers over the course of his career: 160 games started, a 3.32 ERA, a 1.18 WHIP. Like, he's been straight up just one of the best starting pitchers of the 2020s right now in baseball, but you just wouldn't know much about him because these San Francisco teams really haven't been that relevant. And that's the value that he sort of provides to this Giants team, because you looked at all of the aggressive moves that they've made with their rotation. They bring in Ray, they bring in Verlander, and then the freedom that they felt to make this Devers move and give up more starting pitching as well. It has to do with the fact that they can rely on Logan Webb every 5th day, and they've been able to for half a decade now. 2-0 with a 1.85 ERA in 5 starts in June. Against the Diamondbacks in 12 career starts, he's rocking an ERA of 2.31. He's been very, very good. The Diamondbacks will have their work cut out for them, to say the least. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. This is from our friend Jack Summers over at SI.com. We got an update on some of the injured Arizona Diamondbacks. Corbin Carroll apparently will start taking dry swings without impacting a baseball as early as tomorrow. He's on the injured list with a chip fracture, so basically he's just going to swing a bat, not contact anything. Troy Lovello believes that Corbin Carroll is driving for a return by the All-Star game. Quote, "I know that if he gets nominated to play, he would love to play, and I think he's driving hard at getting himself right before that, if that does come up." This is what Corbin Carroll had to say about his situation before the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing right now, I can do pretty much everything except hit, and that's kind of the last little thing that, not so little thing that we have to check off, and kind of get that back into a place where we can go again. So I think I'm hoping that that's starting up sooner than later, and we can roll from there.
Everything but hit is what he can do right now. Josh Naylor's still out of the lineup today with neck spasms. There's a little bit more comfort there, according to Troy Lovello, but still a ways to go. So he is not in the lineup tonight for the Diamondbacks.
I think they're in a position right now where their offense needs to continue to carry them, to say the least, so every bit back will help.
MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Diamondbacks start the day 41-42. 5 games out of the final wild card spot with 4 teams in front of them.